Hello and welcome to the DPC brought to you by PGL. My name is Nomad and I am joined by T-Panda as Fear as we get into another day of DPC action, and it is going to be an absolutely massive day of games here. We're going to find out a lot and hopefully we're going to have an absolute barn burner of a second series. But firstly, how are you guys doing? T-Panda looking fly?
Thank you so much. Last week upon us as well. I mean, it is basically escalation week. And starting off with a banger of a day, like you said, I mean, this is the one that most of the NA fans are looking forward to. Do we see an upset happen? Is the balance of power going to shift?
Are you expecting it to, Fear?
This day has the most potential. I mean, we did see Wildcard. They did take one game off of TSM. Maybe this is like their time to start like waking up and starting to show us what we all wanted to see from them throughout the whole tour here. Unfortunately, they fell a little bit flat, but you never know. They took a game off TSM. Maybe they're back.
Maybe they're back. They're certainly proven to be a bit of a wildcard team, being able to take a game off TSM before. But of course, we need to look back on the last day of action where we had the Super Sunday 3 series, which were very, very important to deciding how everything goes. And the first one, of course, was this TSM versus Wildcard Series Phil's talking about. And game number 1 looked like business as usual for the side of TSM.
Yeah, game 1 especially, that was a very fast 23-minute game. Wildcard didn't look like they really showed up for this series, right? Well, they had some weak performances before this one, so you were expecting, all right, TSM most likely looking at a 2-0, just a basic day at the office. Very swell running, everything seems to work. The Disruptor, Leshrac first phasers, and just solidifying their spot from there. But game 2 here, this was really the spicy one.
I mean, it was for sure. This one was absolutely insane. They're like going back and forth. And then at one point, TSM, this was the fight. It's like, all right, TSM's going to win. There's no buyback on the Nature's Prophet or the Morphling. This is it, right? And then, no, they get wiped in their base and Wildcard just run it back the other way and take the throne. Nobody really knew what they were watching in that particular game. But I think more than anything, TSM may have just gave them a freebie on that one.
Yeah. I mean, this was crazy. Like, it looked like another game where TSM were just going to crush them, but then... Yeah. Things happened. TSM fell asleep at the wheel a little bit. Wildcard took the opportunity, but I mean, credit to them, you know, especially alone in that game on his Morphling, just taking the win with full force and given that small opportunity, they turned it into a win. So Wildcard proving that they can make some magic happen, but unfortunately, game number 3, TSM, they were trying to make a point.
Yeah, the momentum dried up really fast because this last game didn't take that long, to be honest. They had a very interesting draft. I loved TSM picking up the Whitemon Warlock most especially and followed it up with the Alchemist. They had a last pick DK to go into, add him into the mix, and also Brawl making some plays on a hero that usually seems a bit, you know, stubborn and doesn't really do that much. It's a blink initiator, but he was on fire this game, and Tomato had an easy game on his hands basically with that.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of want to highlight as well for this game. The difference between game 2 and 1 and 3 is Kasane had Beastmaster in both games number 1 and 3 that looked really easy. And it was incredibly, like, interesting to watch was the fact that he was out farming an Alchemist at, like, that 20-25 mark as a Beastmaster. And in game number 1, he was also top of the net worth. So Kasane Beastmaster seems like it's on just a different level because all the other Beastmasters we've seen, they have not been able to even have a laning stage. So that's definitely scary if you're going against TSM.
It really is, yeah. Kasane is just an absolute beast when he gets these kind of heroes. Then we move on to our second series. This was Bait versus Dogchamp. A very important matchup for both of these teams because both of them are kind of sitting in the middle to avoid relegation. A win here would have been absolutely huge, and it was actually the side of Bait which came out swinging in the first game, looking really, really dominant. Dogchamp not really able to get a look in for this one.
Yeah, that was mainly also the Weaver from Stamanen in game number 1. He had a 48-minute game with a Wind Waker, if I remember correct, and he also had, did he have a Hex on top of that too?
He did.
But
yeah, he did.
Man, that was a one really, really farmed pause 4. You don't even call it a support at that phase.
Yeah, and then we moved on to game number 2, where Dogchamp, they bit back a little bit for.
Did they bite back in this game? They tried to bite back in this game, but this was the game where unfortunately Sunlight picked up that Morphling that was very curious on why Sunlight wanted to play Morphling against ET and the Drow Ranger, 2 historical counters for them. Feels like Dogchamp, unfortunately, is falling apart a little bit at this point.
Yeah, they came into it strong with the Ember Spirit having a good lane, but as many of RCY's games seem to have go, the moment that it comes to fighting 5-on-5, things just started to fall apart, and then we moved into our final series of the day. It was Felt versus 5-Rat for stuff, and this one, again, a vital series for both of these teams. They want to stand a chance of getting out of elimination. A win here would have made it fairly possible, but unfortunately, one team has to go down, and this was messy.
Yeah,
Messy and scrappy.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the big star of this series was Hit Immune playing the carry there. This TA performance was insane. Like, Speed had the last pick to try and counter him, and I was just looking at the net worth of like what this TA was able to accomplish and how farmed she got. It was very top tier, and I haven't seen that big of a net worth in a long time from a carry just coming out of the laning stage.
Yeah, it was like ridiculous. And they tried to make the same thing happen in game number 2, you know, like why change a winning strategy, I guess. But in game number 2, it felt like 5-Rat-4 stuff had some other ideas on how this one was going to go.
There was also like the ideas behind Red 2 and what hero does he want to play, basically. What can he get to work? Because the Pango didn't succeed, and then the Storm Spirit looked very underwhelming in game number 1, on top of the Abaddon that just didn't get to play the game at all.
Yeah.
Game 2 was a reverse. So we saw the best and worst of these both two teams in game 1 and 2, but game 3 was also pretty messy as well. It was a 50-minute brawl, and it was actually 5-Rat winning this game for a very long time, and then a 50,000 gold swing basically happened. So Felt was able to corral the victory and get the series win in the end.
Yeah, I mean, I felt really bad for 5-Rat here. Like, they haven't won a series yet. This should have been their series to win, but unfortunately, at the end of the day, they try going to the high ground, and it just doesn't work out for them. Buybacks come back time and time again. You see some of these like more amateur teams, I'm going to call them, lose on the high ground. And unfortunately, 5-Rat, that's exactly what happened. They just kind of threw away it on the high ground when they didn't need to do it.
Absolutely, and that does move Felt up a little tiny bit as they now have 2 wins under their belt. But this is what the leaderboard's looking like at the moment. I think the important thing to mention is that every team is tied with another team when it comes to wins. Nouns and TSM currently undefeated, but that's not going to last long because these two teams are playing today, so we will have a winner decided. Then it's Shopify and Bait both sitting at 3. It's Dogchamp and Felt sitting at 2, and it's Wildcard and 5-Rat sitting at 0 wins apiece. Pretty tough for them. Compared to when we started, I think Wildcard and 5-Rat being in the bottom 2, I'm not sure any of us put that on our predictions.
Yeah, I think me and Fear had Wildcard actually pretty high in basing on their
Not as high as some people, but pretty high.
Yeah, you guys are crazy.
Yeah. So it was like, yeah, on paper they look pretty good. They had the previous history being like always in the top 3 of NA, sometimes even at the top. And now they're bottom 2, which is definitely, I feel like, should they even be there? Well, looks like they've deserved their spot there, and they're falling behind position 6 and 5. They're 2 series losses behind, and Wildcard only has 3 to go, so it's a must-win. If last series was a must-win, now it's kind of like, can you even do it anymore?
And a must-win versus Rebellion is not a nice place to be in, and that's going to be the first series we've got coming up today. As we take a look at the schedule, it's going to be Shopify versus Wildcards, our first matchup, and then, as mentioned, TSM versus Nouns as our second matchup. Both of these teams currently have not dropped a series. Nouns actually haven't dropped a game, so this is going to be a Clash of Titans series, our second one. We've got 3 teams which basically could make it to the major, and when either of those two come against each other, it's very exciting for us.
Yeah, I mean, I think Nouns versus TSM is going to be a very strategic game. I think the draft is going to be super important. What teams that came out with more preparation? Both teams play the IO. Of course, they play the Undying. These heal strats that Nouns likes to abuse, TSM knows this for sure. It's going to be like, are they going to steal it away from them, or do they have a counter in mind?
Yeah, for sure. And I think TSM maybe haven't been looking quite as clean as last season. Do you feel like that's because the team are kind of changing their ideas a little bit and trying to adjust? Or do you think they have actually slipped in quality a little bit, T-Panda?
I would say they look pretty much the same as Tour 1, to be honest. They won the last series, which they had was against Rebellion, and it was a victory for them. But I feel like they look a little bit the same. So too much hasn't actually changed. During the major, they were a bit lost, and they also kind of clarified what the situation was. We weren't really surviving on the offline stage. Feel like we're the guys with the ping, but maybe the ping usage was a bit too much at that point. It's like we don't know how to play on 0 ping, basically. But I feel like TSM is still the same team it was from Tour 1, maybe meshed up a little bit better now since the patch we got didn't change too many things.
All right, well, let's take a look at the predictions and find out what we all had to say about this one. So for your second series, you did go for TSM, so clearly believing in them. Who actually believed in Nouns? It's me, it's Mike, and it's Scriff as well, the only Nouns believers. And meanwhile, series 1, we think we know how that one's going to go down. It seems pretty cut and dry.
Or is it?
Or is it?
Yeah, who's the
No
turncoat?
elaboration whatsoever.
It's because you can't elaborate on that, really. Maybe Wildcard can pull out some magic like they did in Game 2 versus TSM, but I think we all know the likelihood of that is pretty slim. But yeah, second series is the one we're going to be looking at for sure, and I'm very excited to see what they can pull out, because, I don't know, I would actually disagree. I think TSM have been like kind of dropping a few laning phases here and then, which I think they didn't do so much last season. They were much kind of more aggressive straight out the gate. So that's been kind of interesting to see. We'll see if TSM or Nouns take the victory in series number 2. But of course, we're talking about series number 1, the series we've got coming up right now. And it's going to be Shopify versus Wildcard on the cards. And Shopify, these guys have been looking pretty damn crispy. Since their opening series, they haven't dropped a game, and they have just been annihilating these middle to lower NA teams with complete ease. I mean, is there any stopping them, Fear?
Only if you're TSM at this point, it feels like. All the other teams haven't really had a way to deal with them. And it was pretty funny yesterday in the interview. The Felt coach, he's like, who do you think is strongest in the region? The first thing is like, oh, Shopify Rebellion, obviously, and maybe TSM. Even though TSM they took the series against Rebellion, I think to a lot of teams that they're the team to beat. They're still the more difficult opponent, because as you did mention about TSM, I do have thoughts on them as well. They sometimes look a little sloppy.
Yeah.
But they're always good enough to get the win in the end, right? Where Rebellion, they hardly look sloppy, and they just normally, unless it's versus TSM, of course, they normally just win very quickly and decisively.
Yeah, absolutely. Shopify have just kind of, I don't know, who is it as well? Because RTZ, he's maybe sometimes looked like he's having a little bit of fun, but at the same time, it's only when he's already had like a 4K net worth over the other carry. But Arbed on the meanwhile, is just absolutely dominant.
Yeah, both of them have pretty monstrous numbers on the board. Abed's topping, most importantly, if we look at just directly at KDA, he's at 14.4 when the next is at 9. And then the rest are 8, 7, 6. That's wow, okay, where is he pulling out these numbers from? But he's also efficient in the lane. He's got the least deaths. He has a lot of damage, gold into damage conversion, basically. So everything is going super well for Abed. But Arteezy is also on the top. He's got the most farm, and he's got the most denies in lane as well, compared to any other core, which is kind of insane.
Yeah, it's a sign of dominance over the lane, which they have been achieving pretty regularly. On the other side, of course, we have Team Wildcard. These guys are going to be trying to bring this challenge to Shopify. They have the names, but they just haven't been pulling out the victories. We did see a victory from them against TSM, but I mean, how much was that on Wildcard and how much was that on TSM for?
A little bit of both, of course. TSM normally might struggle here and there, but normally they don't straight up lose a game like that. So I think Wildcard does have a little bit of magic in them still, where they can take that experience that they have, a lot of experience as a team, and find a way to actually win a game for some of these good teams. As we mentioned before, these are a collaboration of different teams of very experienced players. Wildcard from the last TI Last Chance qualifiers alone was there with Sammy Boy. Then you bring in some of the Quincy crew players with UR and MSS, and then the Youngblood Lil Nick. So these guys definitely have on paper what it seems like to compete against the best.
Yeah,
Definitely do. And Wildcard, they're just averaging lower than any other team in the region right now. So there's not too many positives going their way, except for the one map win that they were able to take off of TSM, which is kind of wild that the bottom team is able to do that.
Yeah, I mean, they do have one stat going for them. Sammy Boy is topping out the charts on deaths across the entire DPC.
That does not surprise me.
Shout out to him. Shout out to Sammy Boy. But yeah, overall, Wildcard not been particularly outstanding, unfortunately. We're waiting for them to find their zone. But if they can find the magic against TSM, maybe they can do it against Shopify. But let's take a look at the player head-to-head. We've got MSS versus Crit as our numbers today. And I think this is a very interesting matchup, because previously, I would say these guys had pretty similar playstyles when it comes to moving around the map.
I mean, this is a matchup as old as time here in NA. Back when Quincy Crow was a thing, MSS versus Crit, they've played against each other a lot. They know their play styles. They both can play the same thing. I will say that Crit is normally more specialized on series to series, or I guess tour to tour on what he wants to do, or MSS can kind of be all over the place. We saw the Pos 4 Undying. Don't expect that coming from Crit. There's a lot of different hero versatilities, I think, in this matchup.
Yeah, the hero pools are somewhat the same as well. Out of the other 4 players who are averaging at 4 and 5, Crit's got 7, MSS at 9, and they've basically just been trying out so many various different types of strats. You start to wonder, should the 4 stick to a smaller hero pool, which is easier to play around? And now that you just got this massive different types of hero ideas and execution ideas that you get from these heroes, might not even end up finding the right package, right? So there's nothing that they've specifically worked on. They're trying multiple different ideas with MSS, but with Crit and with Rebellion in general, second lowest hero pool in the division, meaning that they can just stick to so many comforts that they have, and they all seem to work.
Yeah, they have very clear plans on how to execute them. Meanwhile, Wildcard does sometimes feel like they're just throwing stuff at the wall to see what sticks. But something else about the Pos4s I want to talk about is the way they work around their mid laner and their off laner. Would you say that they both kind of prefer to help the mid than to help the off lane when they kind of get towards the late early? And how do the players react to that?
I mean, I think for sure if you're Rebellion, yes, they're going to do that because I think as a team, they have a strategy they've developed and it's kind of like clockwork at this point, like what they're going to be doing as a team. I think Wildcard, from game to game, I'm not sure what I'm going to get from them. I think they're still deciding how they want to play it. Will MSS be on some bit of a more greedy type of hero trying to win the lane? Is he going to roam mid like he did versus Dendy and shut down his Primal? I wanted to see more of that. I wasn't getting it, but maybe he goes back to it because I think for Rebellion, they will exploit your mid lane if you leave a vulnerability.
And Wildcard, they more specifically, the MSS Lil Nick combo, I think they're still experimenting on stuff, and it's a bit of a question mark, which actually works for them. How good are they actually in the lane? Because the numbers are kind of all over the place, right? So when you look at the Rebellion side, we see a lot of Fly moving into mid because RTZ is having no right time, and Saberlight likes to play heroes that can survive alone, so Crit can help Abed, but Abed doesn't usually call for that much help. He's still beating the matchups, he's coming out shining from the laning stage, and he can have that impact and then start moving around with the map with Crit.
Yeah, I mean, oftentimes what you'll actually see is like Abed wins his lane and then Crit rotates anyway just to get an extra kill, maybe when Abed's 6 and the enemy isn't, or simply just to shut down the enemy mid laner even further. And I think if that's going to happen against Alone, Wildcard are going to have some really big problems because in their only wins, they've relied on him quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I think Crit normally is going to prioritize, well, he wants to win his lane first, but there's always a backup plan. And if he finds an opening to help Abed snowball, he'll do it. And he's very good at enabling and playing around Abed. I think he kind of like, micros Abed in a lot of ways. Oh, you got a rune here, let's go smoke. Here's 2 more kills, And then he starts to snowball and really gets out of control.
Yeah, and I think there's always the added pressure as well when you're laning against Shopify being like, I can't create that opening. I can't give them the chance to jump on me because I know that if I do that, it's going to happen. There's not going to be a second chance. If I misstep just a little tiny bit, then I'll be having a TP to my lane or a rotation in, or Crit will already be there looking at me from the trees. So I think it's quite a lot of pressure to play under. I think the other thing to look at as well is Yawar and Arteezy, because when it comes to their hero pools as well, you could probably draw some similarities here and there, but when it comes to playstyle, I think they're very different.
In a way, yeah. Like, these two players have been screaming against each other's playing in officials for who knows how many years right now. Their hero pools are somewhat similar, even though they're pretty much different in the end. But there's, you can see a resemblance is that Arteezy is probably the one all the carry players are looking up to. You pick up some ideas, and maybe you learn something yourself as well. But Yawar, one of the good things actually go for him. He's good at farming, but he's not necessarily going to carry the game with the carry hero that he has in that game.
I mean, I think Arteezy's hero pool is way bigger than Yawar's. It's not even close. But Yawar still has a pretty big hero pool, to say the least. Like, he does love his comfort picks. I often will see Yawar go to a hero that he feels comfortable with, where Arteezy, he'll go if his team wants him to play, but every once in a while he'll pull out a Pudge or something like that, which you just won't see from Yawar, right?
True.
So, there's definitely, some advantage for carry matchup Arteezy versus Yawar here, but I think Yawar does have his strength in his comforts. It's more of will it be a good game for it? And that's going to be the biggest struggle that Wildcard will have to deal with when it comes to last pick Yawar situation. If not, pick something OP like the NP early on in the game they won, and that could really help them.
Absolutely, and you see here with the hero picks, not many carries coming into this because they do vary it up so much. There is a Morphling here for Wildcard, but Alone's been playing that a little bit as well. Yep. The SF, of course, for Shopify Rebellion has been legendary. Both Arteezy and Abed have been absolutely owning on this hero. And I think another one to mention is probably the Death Prophet from Wildcard as well, because that's actually been something which I think Little Nick has looked pretty good on both times he's played it.
What about Sammy Boy?
I think Little Nick looked pretty good in the games he played it. So that could definitely be an option for the first phase for Wildcard as well. A lot of options. But what do you think they're going to be going for here, Wildcard? Is there any sort of strategy you think that has looked good for them and that they're going to be adopting versus Shopify?
I want to see the carry NP, personally. I want to see Sammy Boy, as usual, play something melee. So that when he gets in there, it's for a purpose. I don't want to see him on like a disruptor running in there. I want to see him play more Undying, Clockwork, and I think from there it should be pretty straightforward.
Yeah, like map control wise, you want to have these heroes that are both able to scale, but you want to be able to contest Rebellion somewhat early on the side of Wildcard. Maybe if Rebellion, you look at their drafts, they'll pretty much be happy with anything Wildcard's going to throw at them. And because their hero pool is so big, it can be all over the place.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, that can be a blessing if you can use it that way. You know, we saw Bait with some crazy picks and it made it kind of hard to draft against them. And now they've kind of settled in what works for them. They've seen what works. So hopefully we get a repeat from Wildcard. But we do have the draft just around the corner. So I would like to mention esportsbet.io, who are our partner. And they have got an exciting, innovative new platform called the Watch to Earn platform, where you can earn up to 3,000 free tokens per hour, which is the equivalent of $3 simply by watching the games. There is no need to place a bet to enjoy this bonus. Just head over to the esportsbet.io website and sign up today and start watching and earning tokens and engaging with the community over there. So check that out if you are so interested. But now we move into the draft. It's Wildcard versus Shopify Rebellion. We're going to start things off with a couple of interesting bans coming out from Shopify.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Primal is something that we saw Lil Nick play, and we also saw MSS play, and it looked pretty good on them. So I think oftentimes when you ban heroes like that, and I think this is also a big tell, they left MP in the pool, and we've seen time and time again, teams love this to pick this Primal against the NP. It's really good. You can get on top of him early. You want to Sprout, doesn't really matter. He'll trample that over, buys an early Vanguard in the laning stage. So I think Rebellion just really know what they wanted to first pick here. And Wildcard, they didn't ban it out. They decided to ban the Undying instead, which is also pretty important to ban out, I feel.
Yeah. Rebellion, they've gone for the Furion as well for the reason that they can flex it, but they haven't actually flexed it this tour at all. It has just been Saberlight playing the Furion, but there's always the RTZ Furion that you have to keep in mind. So it's there if it's needed, exactly. So they haven't needed to go that route yet, while the lower seed teams so far in the NA have opted for the carry Furion above the offlane. So Rebellion has a bit of a flex idea in the sense of if they want to get that Furion as a carry, they'll get themselves a pretty stable matchup. They can also survive the laning stage pretty well and escalate from there, get RTs to like follow up very soon if Abed wants to make some moves happen. If Crit wants to make some moves happen, like you said, a bit of microing your mid player, the Furion is easy. It's always a +1 and the global ability to get some extra damage in.
I mean, I think this Tusk is interesting because, like, I used to think, like, Disruptor is just, like, kind of hard to counter Tusk because you can't really blink in and use your Snowball because it's just a ground silence. But I saw some crazy plays. I don't know where I saw it. It was a couple months ago where you get the Ags eventually, right, onto the Disruptor, and that's like your GG. But the Tusk was buying BKB Blink. BKB blinked into the Static Storm and was saving cores through it. So it could be very interesting. That's maybe not the only reason they picked it, but that is a late game counter where that Ags Disruptor is normally very difficult to deal with. But also, I think more than anything, they just want to put Crit on this mobile, running around, ganking mid, winning side lanes for potentially the NP, just this open hero.
Yeah, and technically you get more worth out of getting a BKB support compared to the Ags Disruptor because you're not only countering an item with an item, you're also countering the ulti directly, making it a really good cost ratio for the Tusk to pick up later on in the game.
Just an option in case it gets to that weird late game scenario where Disruptor Ags is something you can't deal with. Yeah,
and you rarely can, right? Like that, if he gets a jump on you, then it's really, really difficult. One thing we've talked a lot about Disruptor as well is vision as well. So I'm not super jazzed about the tiny pick with it as well. You know, I would have really loved to see a Clockwork or something like that just to give you that extra amount of vision, which you love playing with the Disruptor. But at the same time, it's a very easy hero to play with. It's still melee. It's still something which can go in and get stuff done, which I think is really important for Wildcard. So I'm not going to cry about it.
Yeah, I mean, as long as it's a support, I'm okay with it. I'm not a huge fan of the core Tiny in most games, I would say. And I would love to see MSS play, but part of me feels like he won't. I feel like Sammy Boy might play it because I've seen him play the Pulse 5 Tiny before, but it wasn't terrible. But at one point, it felt like they could have used that dagger a little earlier to make things happen on the map, and MSS wasn't really incredibly farmed either on the Disruptor, so maybe they're just having a bad game with it. We'll see who plays on it, but I want to see MSS be that roam or that position for that matches create blow to blow on like the map.
Yeah, and important to mention as well that when you're playing Tiny as a POS 5, you're obviously delaying the blink, as you said, but that means you've got to look at the players you're playing into, or the heroes you're playing into, because if they have a way they can react to the toss back, it's going to be much weaker than lineups which don't have any way to react to it. So right now you've got a Nature's Prophet who's not amazing at dealing with a Tiny walking at him. A Tusk is pretty good though, so 1 for 1 or 1 for 2 at the moment. Wildcard are going to pull out the Snapfire. Shopify immediately responding with the Storm Spirit though, so that'll be our bets hero, which is always exciting to see. Snapfire though is going to suggest that one of these heroes is going to be a core.
I would imagine the Snapfire offlane being a core here.
Looking at the same.
Lil Nick will play it, and I think this hero's rising in popularity a lot, and I think that's mainly because people are going away from the Agnums build. Of course, you go the Greaves first, but a lot of teams are now going for like the Greaves and to BKB Blink, and then, oh, I'm level 20, now let's make some Daedalus. Maybe a Rapier in the late game, and this hero gets a little bit better if you do that build.
Spicy.
Rebellion really wants to make this team fight harder for Wildcard. So now you have Global to cancel out the Mortimer's Kisses, which Wildcard is kind of playing on the idea right now. We get a quick jump in, we have the glimpses, we have the tosses, we're able to get an initiation out even on a squishy core. The Silencer can then intervene, allows you to counter-initiate and battle, and that allows the Storm Spirit a lot of playmaking capability, even pre-BKB.
Yeah, it's a big safety blanket for him as well. He's got a oh no, I fucked up button, which is global silence. But Arbet doesn't usually need that. But you know, it just gives him a little bit more room to play with.
I mean, he'll use it. He'll
absolutely
he'll calculate it into how much further can I go with this behind me. So
indeed.
Will alone, what does he have in his trick book here to counter Storm mid? Because now he knows his matchup. Rebellion just blind picked Obed like they normally do, and they normally enable this by crit rotating. But there's no puck in the pool, which seemed like would have been the best. Hard to gank, good lockdown as well for the Storm. He could try and go all in and like punish in the laning stage, but you have to deal with crit as well, which makes me go back to I want something that can play with this Tiny, and I don't want the Tiny to be 5. And I want there to just be a big brawl around the mid lane, around the runes, bring all your supports. Silencer isn't the best at fighting around the runes. It's okay, but I would argue Tiny plus Disruptor might be a bit better.
So right now what I was thinking about basically there is when we saw the Puck ban, obviously they look for the Storm Spirit, but since the Silencer is an answer to the Snapfire, if Puck was still in the pool, you're going to have to build a defensive item to get the purges off, and you hate playing a Yule's Puck, for example. So you need a hero that is either able to have his own save, either through item or through spell, and be able to fight back. And honestly, I don't like the idea too much, but Abba carry seems a bit intriguing to me. That could potentially work, even though there is the silence, but they don't really have a hero unless build Silver Edge on the Nature's Prophet plus the silence, try to kill him, but he's going to be very hard to kill right now. So they went for a glass cannon because they have the initiation, but now I kind of feel like you need that frontliner hero in your lineup.
This is playing to win, though, I think, with this SF here. Like, this is like, so many times I've seen people play against the Storm and they go kind of a weak option that's safe for the game, but like, this is should in theory destroy the Storm in the laning stage. Sure, he might feed his brains out afterwards, but this comes back to like, we need the supports to play around mid. It's gonna be super important. And if you can shut down Obed, I think that is the absolute best game plan you can have versus Rebellion. Sure, let RTZ farm, it's fine. Maybe he'll make a mistake later, he'll be out of position, you'll get a kill, then all of a sudden you're in the game. But if you give Obed a free game, RTZ will free farm anyway, because then you have to deal with Obed, and then he might just solo carry the game, as we've seen many times in the past. So I do like the fact here that they're trying to play to win here.
Yeah, I'm a really big fan of this as well, and this is a really good hero for Alone if he's the one playing it, something he's very, very comfortable on, and even taking a playbook out of the Shopify Rebellion's book as well, because this was something they pulled with the Snapfire as well, where they went for the Ags and the Snapfire, and they got that really cool little clip where they threw in the Shadow Fiend, ulti on top of them. That was super nice. Obviously, very niche situation, probably not why they've picked it, but still, might get another appearance of that little combo. It's an option in the late game, that's for sure.
Now you have, I think SF is really good here considering the Tusk, because the Snowball is used mainly as either an initiation tool or a saving tool, and this is where the Shadow Fiend raises come into play with that extra slow, combined with the Mortimer's Kisses. Since your snap is a pause 3, you get that early level 6, you're able to fight in the mid lane and benefit from the fact that Rebellion want to play around the Storm Spirit with this Tusk and get the Nature's Prophet into the fight as well, and you don't have global silence necessarily by the time Wildcard wants to take their first fight, right? So they have a lot of good debuffs, they have a lot of good damage that they can throw in, and like Fear said, I think Abed is the raid boss that you need to shut down first to start opening up the game for yourself.
Yep. I'm a little surprised here that Wildcard don't think Arteezy will pick like a Drow here, which is in the pool, which is historically really good versus SF. Should be totally fine versus Snap and laning stage. I mean, I think that I don't know if they want to go the route of picking all the Zoo, because they already have like the NP. If they want to pick more Zoo for the offlane for Saberlight, seems unlikely. Because I think right now, like RTC sees his lane, you have your Tusk NP lane, it's classic. No matter what you pick, it's probably going to be fine for you. So a little bit of an interesting read here. They banned Marcy, which is good. So I think they do want to put this NP offlane just by their bans. They didn't really ban the Terrorblade, but I think they can deal with that, especially if they do want to pick a Drow or something here. Oh, they banned Terrorblade themselves, which I don't know if that was the best ban for Wildcard. I really do think Drow is just very stable and safe for them, but RTZ has a huge hero pool. He can pretty much play every single carry at this point in the game. There was a time where he was a little weak on like those semi-carries, but he's been grinding that over the years and has a big like hero pool to show for it.
I like the Drow to some extent, but with the games where Drow is playing against Storm Spirit and he has a +1 that can instantly gank on top, and talking about the +3s, like the Broodmothers, for example, this Furion, they can just get on top, reduce the damage the Drow's dealing, making the Shadow Fiend the actual important target to blow up first, unless they can just isolate the Drow and try to get the kill on Drow first. So I don't really like the Drow idea necessarily, because he's up against the matchup where she never gets to shoot, basically.
I'd only be worried if they spectered last pick for Drow for me. But they have plenty of choices. I wonder if there's anything in the off... I mean, the thing is, I wouldn't want to pick my offlane here because you just don't see your matchup. And I don't think there's anything better that you can pick here. I feel like it just has to be an Arteezy here at this point.
Give me Pudge. I mean, Pudge was fun.
Morphling.
Morphling.
It didn't feel like there was anything like horrific which you could have picked here. Like the draft is very kind of safe. And this is another hero which really makes good use of a safety blanket. Like he can jump in, go pretty hard, knowing he's got that global silence behind him and the global presence of the Nature's Prophet. So yeah, I mean, it feels like this is just a hero which is going to kind of farm up a storm and carry the game for them, really.
Yeah, exactly. Like they have the space to farm now. The heroes are going to be playing around the Storm Spirit mostly, and RTZ just does his thing, hits creeps. You know, he's been topping the lasted averages so far, so he's going to be continuing to do that as well. Dodge fights. We'll see you in 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's just another hero that, if it comes to the late game, Shadow Fiend can't man fight this hero. And it's just like a 1v1 battle. Morph is incredibly good against that. And what do you pick now? I mean, you would say like, oh, well, let's do Anti-Mage, but do you want to Anti-Mage an NP? You are versus Storm, you are versus Morph, and you go for a Troll, which is a lot better. This is like the neutral ground here, but definitely not the best versus Morphling.
So one thing I want to point out very quickly here, which Shopify Rebellion did, which I really like, they banned out Marcy and they banned out Monkey King, which I think is a really good idea versus UR, because we know that this guy can be accused of playing a little slow and not joining many fights early on. Those are two heroes which are very mobile, so it's quite easy for them to get into fights a little later on. Troll, not so much. So I feel like Shopify kind of got what they wanted by forcing UR into this hero, which he's going to need to be there as a fight starts, which has not been how he's been playing so far, which I think makes their game a bit easier. But overall, the Troll pick, T-Panda, what's your thoughts, and what's your thoughts on the draft overall?
Well, it is another attempt from Wildcard, basically. This is probably like their 6th or 7th different type of draft idea that they're pulling out. They've got some stability in it. I'm not a huge Troll enjoyer, and it's not the best game for it. It's good against the Tusk and the Storm Spirit, but I feel like the recent performances we've seen from Rebellion, and especially Wildcard, I'm going to like Rebellion's draft a little bit more.
Yeah.
Oh, I think Rebellion's a better team here, but I think this game is going to be solely reliant on what happens in this mid lane. If Alone can get away with like actually beating Abed and getting ganks and making him have a hard lane, this Troll's good enough to win for sure, in my eyes. And Little Nick's laning stage should be fine. Morph isn't going to pressure the Snapfire, so it's all about this mid lane for me, but I think Rebellion is just a much better team, unfortunately, so they have that going for them.
Yep, I'd agree with you. I think it's probably a Rebellion win here, but I do love the options which Wildcard have given themselves, honestly. Can they fight it up? Can they be the underdog story? Let's find out. We've got MLP and T-Governor take us through game number 1.
Thank you so much, Nomad. We are going to get to game number 1 here between Wildcard and Shopify, and it is MLP Dota and T-Governor. T-Governor, first of all, welcome to the best region in the world.
I mean, I'm just so grateful to be here. I've been trapped in this shithole of Europe for too long, and finally I get to come to where the meta is defined, and my golly gosh, am I going to savor my 6 hours I am here for. Oh, God.
Oh.
I'm so sorry, Europe. Please, I didn't mean that. Please. Let me back. Let me back.
You passed the test.
Yeah.
You passed the test.
I mean, and they should have 3 slots. Am I allowed to now cast? Or?
Oh, my goodness. Well, congratulations. Welcome to TI, sir.
I mean, it was part of the contract. If I'm casting this series, I have to say it's the best region. I have to say there's 3 slots. I don't know what else Sammy Boyce, has forced, but who knows.
Oh, speaking of Sammy, he's had a bit of a rough run here, Teacup. Now, I mean, they haven't picked up one series win here at T Wildcard, and they're kind of on the brink to go into Div 2. Against Shopify, like, you look at these two drafts, give me your opinion. What do you think their odds are here for the side of Wildcard?
I'd give him like a solid 20% chance of winning with this draft.
Okay.
Only because I think there is this like triple core scaling on Shopify, where you have like Morph and Nature's Prophet, and I just feel like this Morph is going to be unkillable into a Shadow Fiend Troll. And then on top of that, you now have to lock down the Storm that's going to be jumping you quite nicely. The Nature's Prophet that easily can also right-click and kite out that Troll throughout the late game. So yeah, it will be an uphill battle for Wildcard. They have been struggling, but I like the fact they have some skirmishing heroes in the Snap, Tiny, and Disruptor. These can always break a game quite early on, but again, it'll be a little bit of a struggle.
Yeah, certainly agree with you on that. We'll see how the lanes go out. Of course, mid lane, you're going to have Arbed here against Alone. So the SF versus Storm matchup, is this going to be SF favored, like, or does Arbed have a decent shot here in the mid lane?
The fact that Shadow Fiend, as you already see here, just using some rages, pushing under tower, and Storm, when he jugs it himself, he'll be able to farm up. So I feel like it should be quite an even lane, especially if Arbed's able to basically keep the lane near him and away from the Shadow Fiend. But it's also depending on how Alone wants to play it. If he just pushes in every wave, then you trade the farm, right? So normally you kind of want the Shadow Fiend to push in one wave, get level advantage, and maybe posture on the hill and fight a little bit. But we're not seeing it right now, just kind of a trade of spells back and forth.
It's always kind of scary as well when you're going up against Shopify, because with Arbed, like, he's always got these rotations coming in from Crit, and Crit's playing his signature task, so it's kind of even scarier because you know the rotation's going to come eventually here for this SF. We'll see how it all pans out as bottom lane, Saberlight, going to get glimpsed back, but is going to be just fine. It seems like they got quite a bit of damage onto UR anyway. And while we're here, T, bot lane, Saberlight, Crit versus Sammy and UR. In fact, hold that thought, because UR's going to get jumped right now, and it seems like he's just dead. And he is, Saberlight, able to pick up first kill.
Yeah, I mean, he's got his snowball level 1. There was no level 2 advantage there. It was just simple, click down, they overstep their mark and they die. And when I look at Shopify's lineup, it's like there's no natural frontlining hero, but the way that Crit plays normally, getting the kills in lane, looking to find engagements, he kind of becomes like a pseudo frontline with his constant need to be aggressive on the map. And that's why you see Shopify able to draft multiple range cores without that kind of weakness in their minds.
That's the thing, like, it's already such a tough start here for UR. Like,
and MSS as well, top.
Yeah, he's in trouble. We'll go down. Fly does pick up the kill, and well, this is another thing, right? Like, even the top lane here for Shopify already feels like it's going to be quite a smooth run for at least Artesian. It's something we consistently see with Shopify is they just win 3 lanes and then they start running at you. Yeah. It's already a pretty bad start for Wildcard. As bottom lane, Sammy's okay. Yeah,
Crit not wanting to waste any mana he doesn't need to. And continue to farm up. CS-wise, what is it? I mean, there's some kills here, but Troll, he's farming all right. 13 for 2 to the 6 and 2 of Nature's Prophet.
It's the thing with this Troll hero. Like, it feels like it takes so much to be a bit of a menace on this hero at the moment. Like, Battle Trance always just feels so useless as an ability for me, at the very least. And
yeah,
is there a timing in particular you think UR gets to where he goes, okay, team, let's go?
It's an awkward one, and I'm trying to like think of the nicest way of wording it. But like, Troll's such a scuffed hero because you need to buy Battle Fury, so you're a farming style carry. Then you need to go BKB to not get kited, but then you're chasing your damage item. And normally when you buy BKB, you're looking for the big fight. So it is just awkward that you're always wishing to have that next item, or at least that incredible game where they're chasing your kind of progression, but that rarely comes nowadays. So Troll is in a weird spot. Luckily though, he can lean on his Shadow Fiend to supplement that damage, so when he buys BKB, someone else will be pumping out something. But yeah, it will be a difficult game for UR, even though they kind of had the last pick. I'm rarely inspired by Troll in the game, and I'm hoping this could be the day that I get, proven wrong that this hero is OP or something, but currently not really seeing it too much.
Yeah, I mean, maybe next patch. You never know, Tegan.
True. I mean, pre-major, there's going to be a fat patch coming through, so...
Fly, top lane, going to be in a spot of danger as MSS, able to secure the kill. That was a very nice toss back the way of Lil Nick, and they are able to pick up the +5 silencer, but mid lane, here we go. The rotation we talked about, Alone, on the high ground, is surviving a little bit longer, but not for too much longer as Arbed does pick him off. It's... That's what you got to watch out for. Crit's always going to rotate mid.
I mean, it's such an important rotation as well. And Saberlight, he is getting jumped on bot due to the fact that Crit's gone, but he's TPing out. Oh, I don't want to say, but if you click on the Nature's Prophet, he had quite a healthy little one before that TP, did he not?
Yeah, he certainly did. 20 charges.
I mean, our observer's being quite polite. He's not clicking on Nature's Prophet. He's currently saving Saberlight from chat. There we go.
Oh, mid lane? Is this a walk of shame moment? Oh, it might be. Alone, he needs some help. Vortex is there, Shards to block him off. Alone, he doesn't want to walk back. Oh, no. Oh, now Sammy. Sammy's gone as well. Shopify, it looks like they're ready to just push in the mid-tier 1 tower.
I mean, they can start clicking it. And this is the point, right? Crit's playstyle, it's secure bottom, go back to base, TP mid, refill bottle, kill Shadow Fiend. Hold back a second, don't show on a lane. Shadow Fiend gets a bit confident, bam, get that second kill. And it doesn't matter. Like, if you look at bottom, Saberlight's just chilling underneath tower. So the repercussions of AFKing mid on 2 heroes, it isn't punishing the off lane. You're shutting down the Shadow Fiend. So, yeah, really nice moves from Crit so far.
Top lane. Crit still going. Snowball back the way of Arteezy, so just wants to get out. I was going to say as well, T, I really appreciate the fact that Saberlight literally came in, dropped some treants and left, because it's like he allowed enough time for the siege creep wave to come in.
Yep.
And it just, look at the damage they've dealt to this tier 1. It's almost gone.
The fact that Storm, I mean, technically there's some external factors here, but the fact that Storm's taking the Shadow Fiend tower, bro, 73 HP. They could just dive this if they really want to.
Well, this time around Wildcard, they've brought plenty of supports here into the mid lane to try and make sure this SF does not get picked off as Arbit. Now the one in danger, but he's got the 6. A creep dies, he hits level 6, he just zips out. That is so rough.
I'd feel so bad for Wildcard right now. Like, you hate Dota when you are the one who's having to TP into forced rotations, and especially when the rotation's already kind of connected, then you're just kind of awkwardly displaced, not applying any pressure, and that's exactly what's happened to Wildcard.
No, Nick.
And now, because they went mid, look at top, like you mentioned. Crit is literally forcing Wildcard all around the map by himself right now.
This guy's just so good when it comes to these kind of heroes. Like, the task play is just always so active and makes the hero look so much more broken than it actually is.
It kind of helps that Wildcard haven't respected Crit's playstyle with good vision, right? When you think about the early game, one defensive Radiant jungle ward, scout out his rotation, or at least understand where he's TPing, would probably simplify the game plan for Wildcard. You'd know where or when he's coming in, but that didn't happen, so Shopify really utilizing it. All 3 cores now in the top net worth.
Mid lane, Fly, trying to soak some XP. He is going to go down to MSS with a nice setup here onto Fly, but here come the rotations again.
There's no tier 1 to protect you. Crit's like, wait, I can rotate here 7 minutes.
Oh, and Saberlight's here as well. Alone, going to try for the TP up, but they've got him. Vortex makes it in time. Alone's going to drop another time, and oh, it's his 3rd death already. He was having such a good laning stage too.
Yeah, he was farming quite nicely, but now Norton 3. He's spent probably more time in base now than actually farming mid lane, it feels, and it's kind of rough. But you see the value of this Native Prophet for Saberlight, right? It's farming side lane, TP to mid, he helps take the tower, he then goes back to bottom, he's rushing Ag, so yeah, really utilizing this Native Prophet nicely, and already this map feels incredibly small. I've seen this top play before, and I've seen the same events before as well.
Oh, I mean, they cookied a little bit early there. I'm not sure if Lil Nick was trying to set up the stun right after the toss, but it feels like they kind of messed that one up a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. And I feel like we haven't mentioned the offlane too much from Wildcard, but Lil Nick, he's just been hugging this tier 1 tower top for quite some time. He's a snap fire against Morphling. He doesn't really have kill threat, and this support shenanigans trying to recover this disaster of a mid lane. You're just seeing Arteezy complete free farm, and already in a lineup that Shopify has draft advantage, it's going to be difficult.
It's going to be real tough here for Wildcard. 3k behind already. Now, with the mid-tier 1 already gone, like, they're just going to start rotating. Arbed, he's level 8 almost, just 1 creep away, and every time he sees Alone, it looks like he just wants to jump, and he will. Vortex, not going to be out. MSS is there to save the day as the Avalanche toss combo. Arbed needs to get out, but he's still manning up. Oh, he's going to drop. Overestimating his potential a little bit there. He does go down, but Crit at least salvages as he will drop as well. The whole side of Wildcard's just here ready. Fly, he's all right.
I mean, the importance of Fortify there, right? Like, so he's diving in, he's got the Illusion Rune, he's trying to be a little bit cheeky. He has just enough mana to, disengage if needed, but no. MSS, there in time, Avalanche, Fortification, you kill him off. I mean, if he lives there, I don't know. I feel like Wildcard might even be typing the GGs at some point. Like, if you see Abed dive your Shadow Fiend for the 4th time,
Yeah.
and he doesn't die, zips out, like, that would be rough. But no. All right, it's good. Wildcard, a little bit of stabilizing by punishing the aggression. But now they need to do that a couple more times, get some nice vision out, and just slow the game down. Because it's just pretty much the Crit and Abed show right now, how they're moving.
And they're looking for UR2 down at bot lane. UR, he's sticking around. Does have MSS to back him up if need be. But they just know now, like, they can push the bottom tier 1 tower, and it just feels like there's nothing that can stop them. As long as Crit and Arbet are here. As MSS and UR, they still sit back and relax. Alone's going to kind of intervene as well, as Crit does get caught out. Toss is up by MSS. Snowball going to save for a little bit, but you do have Sammy coming in. So Crit is going to die. It's another nice pick-off for Wildcard. The only problem being is while that's happening, the bottom tier 1 goes down.
Yeah, again, it just feels like they're reacting to Crit. This is not currently a game of playing the lanes. It's playing the how do we stop Crit running at us.
Saberlight. Nice rotation. Arteezy, though, misses the cookie. So he's not going to be able to pick him off, though he's still going to try and pick off Lil Nick. But they're going for the 3rd tier 1 tower and just trying to open up the complete map. There's MSS. Avalanche is there. Very nice setup with the kisses out onto Saberlight. They should at least have the profit, surely, but no. Oh, it goes down.
There it is.
There you go. Fly. They've got the vision. They should have a silencer kill on the way.
Avalanche in 2. Oh, good. I mean, he's getting closer. There's the Avalanche.
Yeah, Fly's gone. Very nice.
I mean, you have to punish them at some point. There is no way it is acceptable by 11 minutes to lose all 3 tier 1 towers and not get at least a couple kills in return. Wildcard, they smoke up straight away. I mean, this is a support duo in a stable game that can hunt around the map, that can look for kills. Disruptor, he is level 6. He's got 2 points kinetic, 1 point static storm. He's very much ready to kill anything that shows, but Shopify aren't in their own jungle. They've taken so many towers early on, they're just occupying the Radiant side of the map.
That they are. We'll see what Sammy and MSS can find. I mean, it looks like they're going to try and pick off Arteezy. They do have the static storm up on Sammy, so if you get the Avalanche set up here, Sammy should be able to land a nice static storm, but smoke is broken and Arteezy, the spidey senses tingling, does realize something was Orion. Avoids the ganking coming.
Yeah, not only does he avoid the gank, but he also doesn't panic TP away from this side of the map. He understands how much pressure is being applied on the bot side. So if he's patiently chilling top, then he might just see something else happen on the map. Then he can just go back to farming top.
That's just kind of the thing. Pressure just making Wildcard's life so hard right now as they're just trapped in the smaller side.
Yeah, it's also when you have 2 farming cores in Shadow Fiend and Troll. Just look at Troll right now. He's awkwardly in mid lane. He just wishes he could go to the triangle. He wishes that was his safe space, but no, Alone's already there.
Yeah. It's not going to be the fastest Battle Fury timing we've ever seen, that's for sure, from UR.
I mean, I'm more impressed by the fact that Wildcard have been able to at least keep this net worth to at least 1 to 2k. Like, this is the type of situation where losing your 2 tier 1s this early on, it's going to hurt you. It does help that RTZ has been AFK in the tree line. Not buying Amulet, just waiting to see some heroes on the map, respecting the fact that everyone else is farming, but Wildcard, they really wanted to kill something, and I don't think they expected RTZ to literally AFK.
Yeah, but he literally just sat there.
He's just chilling.
Crit, he's going to show up. They want
Surprise!
to kill off UR. Surprise indeed, as Ahmed will zip in, and they've got him. He's just down. In for more they go. Sammy also caught out on the Disruptor. MS is going to try and salvage a nice avalanche toss into the Requiem. They'll at least find Arbet. Shopify now looking to back off as the kisses do fly in. Fly, he will go down. And once again, Wildcard, they find an opportunity to fight back.
And what a recovery from Alone, honestly. From Norton, was it 3? Nearly Norton 4 to a nice pick on mid into now top net worth. Rarely, I feel like you'd see that level of comeback from a Shadow Fiend, but no, this is respectable stuff. You know, Shopify throwing some bodies in, a couple, you know, unexpected deaths on Arbed's Storm Spirit, but MSS and Alone are connecting on the key lockdown.
Uh-oh, Arbed's here again. He's seen Alone. Glimpse is there. Will force him back. Arbed, he's not going to be able to help out now as Alone. He could clean up, and he does. Saberlight's down. Fly at least picks off the kill, but it's still so much to go the way of the SF, and I give it to him. Alone, props to him. He's doing a fantastic job.
The confidence there. Even like, you know, he's doing the little small things like the tread swap, the, you know, making sure he's just holding his ground, understanding that even if he's going to go down, he's going to try and bring as many with him. And for Shopify, I mean, what a beautiful laning phase into quite a, it's a lot of aggressive mid game. Maybe giving Wildcard a little bit of breathing room. I don't think Shopify, in hindsight, will be too happy with this the amount of room that they've given them.
I mean, Wildcard, they are fighting for their lives in Division 1. I mean, they have not won a series yet. And if there's one kind of opponent that's going to be hard to beat, it's Shopify Rebellion. But they have shown up so far, keeping the net worth only at 1k advantage the way of Shopify. And alone, a lot of pressure on his back to try and help his team out and buy a bit of space for Yuar, because he has taken quite a bit of farming space away from the troll.
Quite a lot, if anything. It's quite rough. You're going to have to fill me in. What's the tipping game like in NA? Because I just saw Sammy Boy tip Saberlight, and then Saberlight tip Sammy Boy back. Like, what's the meta like in regards to tips? Is it like wholesome? Is it aggressive? Can you give me a quick rundown on this one?
I mean, sometimes it's wholesome, sometimes it's aggressive. The thing is, when it comes to Sammy, it's always aggressive. Like, this guy is trying to get into
I don't know
your
why
mind.
I'm acting like I shouldn't know that. Like, oh, really? No way. Okay.
You ever watch the Joker movie?
Yeah, I've seen a couple.
But that's basically Sammy. I mean, he doesn't care. It doesn't matter if he's tipping the right way, the wrong way. He's just tipping.
All right.
He just wants to see the world burn.
That's fair enough. And, Shopify, a couple moves that they are making their own world burn, because they're the ones that should be dictating this game, and they have given a lease of life to Wildcard.
Oh boy, 13-10. I'm so glad we have a close game on our hands as well.
Oh, you've only gone and jinxed it. Yeah, it's absolutely ruined it.
I was so worried when I woke up, like, oh, it's going to be a stomp. He's alone. Jump in is there. Avalanche does help out. Alone, still in trouble, though, with the global silence. You know what, team? Maybe I did.
Yeah, I was looking at the minimap. I was like, if he says anything positive about Wildcard's comeback, then no. But jokes aside, I think Wildcard, the reason why they have been put in a decent spot, and his positioning has been key. His Tiny on the mid jumps for Storm Spirit, even on the tier 1 engagements top, he's always been in the right place at the right time to punish the need to find that next core kill for Shopify. The issue is, there is this silencer factor. And in this top engagement, it was simple. Even though Nemesis is quick to react, you throw a global on top, you're gonna die. So now it's no global, maybe Wildcard can push the boundaries once again, but every time global's available, especially with Wildcard's heroes, where they're very much locked into a fight or not, it will be the undoing of them, so they need to respect it. But already, smoking up, knowing Global's been used, sure, Shadow Fiend died, but let's try and break down the map a little bit, get our own progression.
Absolutely. Here we go, Wildcard. Which way do they head is the question.
Hopefully across the river. If they keep walking around their own jungle, it's not going to help them out.
Well, there's a line drawn out towards the top side of the map.
That's veering to arguably a very useless corner of the map, I'll be honest. Trying to smoke up to the top left corner, if anything, you're trying to find, like a Saberlight, some random Nature's Prophet. But at minute 17, no tier 1, it's a pretty weird place to actually want to smoke to.
Yeah. And they find nothing. They'll just try and overtake the jungle a little bit.
I mean, they're going to reveal, but already above this outpost there's a dire ward. So Shopify very much aware of exactly where Wildcard are. So they're sweeping throughout the rest of the map. And unfortunate for Wildcard. Not really connecting on the smokes. I think it's now 2 smokes in a row that the general idea of it has been a little bit...
Yuar.
Is he by himself in mid lane?
Yeah, he is right underneath vision. Shards are there, rooting him up with the Aghanims of the Prophet as they do just go for the battle trance to try and buy a bit of time, but Yuar, he can't escape this. Nobody's there to help. No TP's even incoming to try and give him a chance. This game, it's looking like it's all on Alone's shoulders to try and carry, because... I don't know how Yuar makes a comeback in this one.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult, and for this trial, I feel like he needs to identify that, and just as soon as he gets BKB, look to his Shadow Fiend and go, you know what, mate, let me tank it up for you. But they're already jumping on Lil Nick, getting another kill, sweeping through the map and just finding pick after pick. For Wildcard, that one smoke with no global, that the repercussion of that not being successful is this mid aggression. Like Shopify's like, you're in a bad spot, let's now kill anyone who's not showing.
A very, very tough situation.
What's happening on the minimap? Who's... Oh, is that Alone? Yeah, I think it's Alone. It's like, he's just scribbling like, boys, come on, please.
He's not happy.
Or it was Saberlight. I actually can't tell. It was light blue or cyan. I couldn't... Maybe I'm just turning colorblind at this hour. I don't know.
I think it was Alone. I think it was the SF. I think he's probably a little bit unhappy about how they're getting picked off here. And
that's true.
Well, Shopify, they're going to smoke up again. They understand how powerful they are right now. Lines drawn right towards the SF. That's the big target they want. But MSS, He's going to be the wall between them and the SF, though I say that. Nice wraparound from Crit. Deep vision. Abed will go for a zip in, but has not found Alone. Alone still trying to juke out. A nice Requiem being charged up, and Fly. Fly is gone, but now the snowball is out. They've caught the SF, but where's the backup? Nobody jumps in.
I mean, you have to be careful here for Wildcard. Even though you have numbers advantage, there is a buyback plus global available if Fly really wanted to commit to this fight. And yeah, Shopify are just disengaging. I love the little combo again. I feel like MSS and Alone, they're the ones really popping off in this game for Wildcard. The toss back into the middle of Requiem didn't give enough time for Fly to pop that global. And yeah, Shopify just not really extending in this lead once again. It's been, now what, 2k gold lead after potentially what was going to be a 10-minute triple tier 1 taken.
Yeah, it's just kind of amazing the Wildcard's still in this as Crit. Gets a haste, could still be dead though, a toss back into Sammy. They've got the glimpse if they need it. Crit though, still trying to fight his way around this one. Glimpse is there, but now he's got his teammates to back him up. Lil Nick, no, in fact, they're going to go on to MSS, but they'll go for both. Why not just both? The Snapfire, the Tiny, the body blocks, but Lil Nick is still running. Crit jumps back in, blinks away. Who are they aiming? MSS, still trapped up, is going to go down. Fly is down as well, but here comes Arteezy. This is looking problematic. Alone is trying to fight this one out. He does at least find Saberlight, but it's going to cost him his own life. As the high fives come in, there goes Alone, and now Roshan completely open for the side of Shopify.
This is rough. This is so rough for Wildcard. Should have been picked up his BKB. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, you got Yuar desperately trying to farm his own BKB. And Wildcard, I feel like they could have maybe cut their losses there. Global was used, supports were going down. Let them die. Chill for a second. But the fact that they commit, they lose a couple cores, bam, instantly Roshan. And now what could have been that perfect Wildcard timing to maybe take the fight to Shopify, they've kind of thrown it away. And maybe they can get the Roshan kill with the Mortimer Kisses, but no, they don't.
Won't even find Arbit.
Won't even find Arbit. A little bit rough. A little bit of just inconsistent shot calling, I feel, from Wildcard there, especially between what the cores wanted to do on the map. And yeah, repercussions are one bad mistake around that 20-minute mark, you are going to lose Roshan.
Yeah, absolutely huge hit. It's Wildcard, they are going to smoke up as 3.
Oh, we've seen this one before. All right, this time, the line is actually kind of towards someone. So I have hopes that it will connect.
I mean, they're looking at Arteezy, and Arteezy is not backed off, maybe not expecting.
Will he bait with the Manta? Will he have the 6th sense?
Let's see.
Let's see.
Arteezy.
Body blocked by the creeps right now.
He's all right, though. He does sense something as Orion. I mean, MSS sees him, but doesn't have the teammates to back him up. Like, there's no toss target.
Hold up. Come on, man. Pop that. Okay. What a shame.
No, Arbit's going to find a regen. They smoke up. Oh, here we go. I mean, he's already got the Aegis as is, but with the regen up, this is when Storm feels completely busted as Arbit, he'll just keep it running. Can they find a target? Oh, it looks like they can. Sammy, gonna be the first one to get caught. In fact, MSS also caught out. And the regen's just still going. Like, Arbit's still full HP, full mana. Very nice.
He's chilling. I don't know why, but I really like looking at the minimap in these type of games just to see how they play. And Sammy Boy, he just loves to draw a good, clean arrow. Like, he doesn't just draw, he just draws the full, like, I don't know why I'm describing it this way, and I don't mean it in anything wrong. He draws the shaft and the head of the arrow very cleanly. And it is off-putting. Like, he's able to be so artistic in the heat of an important game, you know?
Yeah. He's a very talented guy.
Yeah, so far they are just getting outmaneuvered on the map, and Shopify, even the small things there, RTG should be able to
strength morph. He's all right. Like, can they get through him? Global Silence is there. BKB, Battle Trance, everything popped. Arteezy
Nice
just
roots.
wrapped up. He's going to go down. Nice pickoff. And there's Sammy immediately with the tip. You love to see it.
That is it's an interesting tip. I feel that's more for Sammy than for Arteezy. I don't think Arteezy even cares. He's like, what's he tipping me for? But that will be the theme of the game, at least for Wildcard, right? It's Troll. If he can lock onto Morphling, get some roots, maybe have a Skadi down the line and a Basher, then you lean on your Shadow Fiend to maybe pressure other heroes. I could see a world where Wildcard can overwhelm the fight, especially if this Nature's Prophet doesn't itemize to become a core, to become a right clicker. Then it can be a very difficult game for Shopify if it's Morph versus the world on physical damage. So I'm really looking towards Saberlight to cushion the fact that this Morph like I mentioned, that 1v1 duel, it can be a little bit difficult.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, circled run out perfectly here by Shopify Rebellion. Alone and MSS still hanging around each other. Instead, they're going to find Sammy, who does tank the gank for now, but can Alone and MSS get out of there? It seems like they should be able to just avoid being spotted here by Shopify, but the line is still being drawn, and Crit is still running right towards them. Alone, they could try for a kill attempt. Here's Crit. There's a Requiem with the toss back, and they will find another. The old alley-oop, but here comes Saberlight. Immediate rotation out. Arbit's there to back him up. Alone does BKB TP, and he barely makes it. Woo.
He just dips out. But no, I still feel like MSS and Alone, they are the ones just making the really cool moves on this. And like, if you look at the net worth, I don't think there is a single timeline where I would have ever said that after this first 8 minutes, Shadow Fiend and Troll would be at the top of the net worth.
Yeah.
I honestly, with the teams that are playing, the way that the tour's been progressing, I couldn't have seen this coming. So this is commendable and very much MSS vying for an MVP. If they were to win this, I don't want to get carried away. Don't want to pull an MLP where I see they're coming back and then 2 seconds later they die. But this is honestly, MSS is really putting in a shift right now to keep wildcard in this one.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the funny thing is about wildcard is against the, I don't want to say the worst teams, but the arguably not better teams than Shopify, they tend to lose pretty quickly. But against Shopify Rebellion, they're putting up a huge fight.
I mean, there's a classic thing in 1 second. Let's just watch Sammy Boy die again.
Yep, that's it. Babby soy moment.
What can you do? There's a classic thing with these teams that are newly formed stacks that they play to the level of their opponents. Where like against some Shopify TSM, whatever, like Nouns, they'll give them the prestige and they'll like, put their heart and treat it like it's some TI qualifier. And then when it's some like random miscellaneous NA team, especially the ones that like jump up and down from Div 2 to Div 1, I can see some wildcard style team being more relaxed, getting slapped in the face in game 1, and then not being able to recover mentally, or at least the new stack doesn't have the formations and the understanding as a team to be able to like cleanly recover, right? So
right.
Yeah, I can see them playing for their opponent. What is their record right now anyway?
Top lane, toss Requiem once
he's
again.
done it again.
Oh, this is fantastic play from MSS and Alone. And you've already said it, but these guys are literally just carrying the team.
Just say it again.
They're carrying the team.
They are. I mean, I remember last tour, there was a game where it was, I'm pretty sure in the green room, Fear Panda, they're gonna chuckle. Maybe they don't, who cares? Dendi and Moose. I remember having to listen to a game where you guys were going, Dendi and Moose from Bait. They're carrying the game. This Witch Doctor and Dendi and Moose. Yeah. I feel like I'm just doing that now.
You are?
I'm just saying, MSS and Alone, they're doing it, But that's for anyone who watched Tour 1 of Div 1 NA Dota.
Oh, plenty of people watched that. Don't you worry.
Yeah, it's true. Dendi and Moose.
And that was a great game. I still remember that game.
Yeah, it was the Witch Doctor mid. I think it was the first Witch Doctor mid.
I talked a lot of trash when I saw that draft from Bait. A lot of trash.
Was that during the draft, off stream or on stream?
No, both on stream and off stream. And as usual, I ate my words.
It happens. It happens. Who did you predict to win this series?
I mean, Shopify. Not even.
Why the fuck are you laughing? Come on. Show some respect. No, I'm joking. I put Shopify too. But even though, the net worth is slowly building up, sure, it's helping that Troll and Shadow Fiend are keeping them in the game regards to net worth, but this Snapfire has just become a support. Like Crit and Fly, with the way this game's going, have the potential of overtaking the Snapfire, the offlane Snapfire, and that will make late game clutch choices very difficult. And the fact that Lil Nick, his second item after Greaves, is a 4-star. It's not like it's some BKB, some AG, some like big ticket item. It really is just, I'll buy something, and I'll hope to throw out a kisses. I might 4-star save you, and it will be very difficult. So it sounds peachy at the moment, but yeah, Shopify shouldn't be too dissuaded by how the overall game's going. Just need to respect positioning, especially with a Yuar that has happily caught up. Where actually is he going after?
Daedalus.
No, the Yuar, mate.
Yuar? Oh, sorry about that. I have Skadi.
No, I was honestly about to cry. Like, on stream, if I saw BKB Daedalus on Troll. But no, this is really good itemization from the Troll, specifically. Already mentioned before, the Basher, the Skadi. He will happily, if Morph waveforms in, get on top of that and lock him down.
I'd hate to say this. He changed the Lincoln Sphere. I mean, you made a great point, T, but...
No, I mean, that's fair. Oh, well,
what can you do? Mid lane.
Not by Skadi, I guess. Okay, to be fair, he's respecting the Ags pickup from morphing, right? So I can see a world where it's cool. Oh, let's see if one smoke can connect on wildcard. If they ever can connect, Roshan, actually it's a 2-minute respawn. It's quite some time.
It is. Nevertheless, both teams have smoked up. They don't know what the time is, so they want to go for the fight right now in case it's an early respawn timer.
Jesus Christ, how many wards are in this area for wildcard? They've got the high ground, the low ground, both sides of the river. They've got the fucking kitchen sink of vision thrown at this area. They want to win this fight.
Zip in. Abed, you're going by himself. The global silence is there. They want Sammy first, and they've got Sammy alone. Also caught out, but they seem to want to try and pick off MSS on the Tiny. And MSS is gone as well. He shows up, Requiem pop, but nothing's working. They miss everything.
I just think it was a little bit poor positioning from Sammy Boy, right? You've got all this vision, all these wards out, but you're standing in the middle of the river. You're allowing this smoke to break and then you to be revealed straight away.
And he just bought back. Can't really afford to die right now, so he does back off with his team. Luckily for wildcard, though, again, Roshan's going to be a bit of a later timer. Still about 1:15 left for that one, so they're going to be just fine to reset and have another shot at fighting for Roshan.
I mean, there's no global, right? So 70 seconds. They need to try and take a fight now to get the respawn times going.
Yawa.
He's got BKB, though.
I mean, does he?
No.
Oh, boy. He has no buyback. Lil Nick also caught out. Glimpses there on Saberlight. It doesn't
Sammy Boy
matter.
as well.
In fact, Sammy. That's a dieback for Sammy. This is worst case scenario right now for wildcard.
I mean, you can have as many if I can put my teeth in, you can have as many pickoffs as you want in the game. You can have as many tiny plays that enable the Shadow Fiend. But when it comes down to Dota, it's the team game. It's the fundamentals. And for wildcard, they had the vision. They didn't have the positioning. And Shopify punished it with ease. And now they sweep into mid lane. They're taking tier 2, pressuring top tier 2. This 2k, 4k gold lead that Shopify's had for like the last nearly 21 minutes finally has broken into some 13k gold lead. This should be the next Roshan secured for them as well. And if you're wildcard, I'd argue you need to... I feel like we've had 3 or 4 smokes that have been... They're smoked up, and now nothing's happened. And if they can connect on one smoke, get one Aegis, get something going their way, momentum might be able to push them through into something, but it could be a little bit too late. Against this lineup of Shopify, you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile. They're going to sweep across the map and go pick off to pick off with Storm, Nature's Prophet.
I mean, this Roshan is, they've missed the train on this one. Arteezy, he'll take the Aegis for himself naturally. I believe he also took the shards for himself, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, absolutely greedy from a carry player, but what can you do?
Pretty standard. So Shopify, immediate smoke up, heading towards the bottom side of the map where they will find MSS and UR, but they do back off at the right moment. I believe the wards did spot the smoke anyway, so...
Just want to give you a quick update on the net worth situation. Tusk has overtaken the Sapphire.
Oh, excellent.
Fly is currently 1,000 gold away, so let's see if we can get him over the line. And yeah, incredibly rough for Lil Nick. Like we already mentioned, the overlap of Shadow Fiend taking triangle from Troll. On top of that, there has to be an offlane here in the mix as well. So Lil Nick really had to bite the bullet on this one and just take a fat L so that both of his cores could recover their game.
He's done his job. He's done his job, but now can Yawaran alone finish the job here for the side of Wildcard? Because they are 18k behind, and that's a much bigger number than it was. Aegis down, and high ground might be incoming from Shopify Rebellion very, very soon.
I mean, there's no reason that they have 2 options right now. With Aegis, they can either poke tier 3, force all of Wildcard back to their base, and then look to maybe smoke back across the map and go for pickoffs. Otherwise, it is just be a ball that just moves together and just does whatever they want. And currently, they're going for option B, which is little ball, farm up the Skadi on Arteezy, and then look to make that high ground play.
Yeah. You still have some decent high ground defense here from Wildcard, right? Like the toss into the Requiem plays we've seen so many times here from MSS and alone could kind of make it so Shopify do get forced back. But, oh, here we go. Crit, you talked about the net worth he has. He's got a full Ags up now, and this is where things get very, very cheeky for Crit.
And he's got the Psychic Heck ban as well, so plenty of ways to not have cast range issues.
Delicious, here we go.
Oh, there's the kick.
Yeah, there's the kick indeed. Alone, Global Silence, gonna make sure he cannot Requiem his way out of that one. And oh, you are? He's jumped in. He'll BKB up. Static Storm drop, but Arbed's got the BKB. He could not care less. Yua's forced the battle trance, but he's trapped in the Sprout. He can't move. Oh, it's just too much. That was too painful. GG is called.
I mean, yeah, it has to be G here. They have the AC. They have They even have the 34-minute Blightstone on the Furion still. They could do anything they want. So yeah, I respect that GG from Wildcard. And unfortunately for them, honestly, a pretty cool like mini comeback in regards to some individual players making some clutch plays. But when it comes down to it, it's all about the team choices. And TSM not playing this game, Shopify Rebellion, see, just testing myself there.
Yeah.
Just knew how to do it, right? They just knew how to make the correct smokes. I think Wildcard, they make like 4-5 smokes in a row that just do nothing.
That is indeed true. T, I'm going to ask you before we do head back to the panel, like game 2, draft-wise at the very least, what do you want to see Wildcard change? What was the, not mistake, but what's the change necessary?
My unfiltered opinion would be pick heroes that don't require as much teamwork. Because
Okay.
I'm not seeing it right now. So I'd rather have stronger lanes that can maybe bully a bit more. And then from there, you have that kind of grouping potential. Because when you're picking these like intricate heroes, I'm not seeing the team level of execution to actually get them through the line. So yeah, maybe draft a bit simpler. Like, it's rough to say, but I guess maybe, yeah.
Well, you know who does have teamwork? Our lovely panel. Let's throw to them and see what they had to say about game 1.
Blimey, positivity from Mike. Wow, what a lovely rare treat. And, well, Wildcard didn't quite put it together here in game number 1, but they gave it a good effort. Honestly, there was some glimmers of hope there from Wildcard, which I maybe wasn't expecting. But overall, Shopify were the ones to bring it home. Firstly, though, you know, what were your highlights in this game? Did you like the tiny SF combos they had going on?
I did like it, but I did want to see it a little bit earlier because, like, one big highlight for me was, like, Wildcard alone had a great laning stage, and then Crit just destroyed it. And meanwhile, MSS, he was prioritizing helping Little Nick a little too much in the side lane there. And I feel like this game could have been a lot more simple for them. We could have seen better plays from Alone and MSS's Tiny if he had just a better laning stage as well.
Yeah, they were a bit limited on the side of Wildcard considering they sacrificed a lot of heroes for early fights, which means that they're going to be farming less, allowing Artesia to get exactly what he wants out of this game, get ahead of his opponents to get that farm for himself. And it did unite Rebellion that, okay, we actually need more heroes against them to answer. It worked for a while for Wildcard. I think those were the glimmers of hope you were talking about, that they were able to mass up the numbers and win a couple fights. And Alone was looking pretty good on the Shadow Fiend, not going to lie. He did die 8 times this game, but taking that out of account, I feel like this was a really good
Thanks,
performance from him.
Yeah.
Honestly,
a lot of them were early game, of course, right?
Yeah, in that early game, Crit just visiting the middle lane and just basically sitting on the guy. He apparently made a very comfy seat. And then the end here also kicking him out of the base on Crit as well, which was just, I mean, it's kind of sad for Alone that like his game started with Crit killing him, it ended with Crit killing him.
Yeah, and I think one thing for Wildcard that was a little difficult for them is they couldn't really find UR's place in this game. Like, they picked the troll for him. It's a late game carry. It's pretty greedy, but you already have the SF. They made some good plays with the SF with the Tiny, but at no point did it feel like UR could join the game. And meanwhile, like Artesia on the other side at 7-1-4, UR 1-5-2, kind of shows a big difference in kill participation. And this wasn't a game where Abba just took over the game entirely. Like, he was shut down more than we normally see him shut down.
He was, yeah, for sure. He, you know, sometimes been a little bit too far, but Wildcard always ready to punish. And that's what happens when you're playing against Tiny and Disruptor, right? Like, these two heroes pretty good at catching you out. Alone, you know, finding some kills here and there. You are just constantly hitting creeps and getting a decent amount of net worth. Little Nick, though, literally never coming online. He did not have a game on this Snapfire. I mean, was he shut down early, or was it just not the game for it?
With the Snapfire, I feel like the game plan was exactly how I thought it would be. They can get the Snapfire early into fights. Sadly, the Mortimer's Kisses damage that he was able to apply was the only thing we really saw him do in those fights. We didn't see like aggressive positioning to get good scatter blasts out. They were not like always there because you're playing a 3, you want to keep your distance and watch the fights more carefully. So he would have an okay performance, but still a bit below that. I was waiting a bit more. But then again, what can you really do? This was a difficult situation to be in to start off with for Wildcard.
Yeah, and very hard to land a Cookie Stun versus Storm Spirit and a Morphling and a Tusk. So you have like kind of 2 targets-ish in a Silencer and a Nature's Prophet. But even those guys, their positioning is very hard to predict in a fight. So good luck landing those on the Snapfire from behind, as you just don't really have the positioning.
Never got the combo that they wanted, which was spit the Shadow Fiend into Requiem, and they never got to do it.
Yeah, that never came online, unfortunately. Lil Nick was nowhere near an Axe. But our MVP for this game, number 1, is going to be going to Arteezy on the Morphling. Yeah, the crit did great. He shut down the SF and got that nice kick at the end. But our big boy carrying it up on Arteezy. I mean, Phil, what did you like?
I mean, I like how he used his farm to join fights as well. He wasn't just AFK farming, hitting creeps, and all of a sudden came out like super strong that you couldn't deal with him in Aegis. He was joining the fights early on. He knew what fights to go, and I think more than anything that he did super well, he avoided ganks. We saw time and time again where he was just chilling in the trees, knew something was going wrong because he had a good game sense of what was happening there, and I think that cannot be underestimated.
Yeah, it's like so many times in that top lane, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Just sitting in the trees, loving
And the
life.
bottom lane, he just knew every time he was getting ganked, and that's why he only ended with one death, which was, I don't remember exactly when that was, but it was probably in a team fight. Oh yeah, I remembered. Sammy Boy tipped him for that death, so I do remember
the
that.
tipping game. Yeah, exactly. Like one thing that you can take out of this is we've usually given MVPs to Abed for a reason that he's been so stellar, but this was what Wildcard managed to do that the other teams haven't so far, shut him down. And Abed would do a great job despite being in a bit of a deficit because he didn't have the damage to kill the heroes that he wanted to, but he's drawing a lot of attention. He's drawing out the fights for long enough for Arteezy to show up and get those kills, and also for Saberlight to position himself aggressively. So I think he also did a great job, but obviously Arteezy, carried it out in the end.
Yep, I mean, that's always the double threat coming out from Shopify as well, right? You're always worried about Abed, who always has a good start to the game and always starts running at you, and they're like, oh, finally, we were able to deal with Abed, and then Arteezy says hello and chops your head off, and that's basically what happened in game number 1. So we're going to throw it over to a break, after which we shall be back with game number 2 of Wildcard Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion. We'll see you in a minute. It's game number 2 here in the NA DPC as Wildcard try to live up to their name versus the side of Shopify Rebellion and get themselves an unexpected win. But game number 1, it just didn't happen for them. Guys, in the throw, T. Gabner was saying that he wanted to see a way for Wildcard to simplify their drafts. What change-ups could they have made to make that happen?
I mean, I understand like where he's coming from by like wanting a more simple draft, but I feel like if you play something simple and generic, you're just gonna get outplayed every step of the way. I feel like they do need to do something crazy so they can actually just like not play in their comfort zone. I think this SF like could have worked really well, and in fact, a lot of ways did. And I think them shutting down Abed, I mean, I guess quote unquote shutting him down. He still had a good early game because of crit. Maybe shut down Abed and then also shut down crit. If you can do both of those, I don't really care anymore what heroes you have. You're in a better spot than every other team out there. So maybe get in another game like that, get into a crazy late game scenario like they did versus TSM, but they need to get there first. And I'm afraid if you don't win your lanings against this team, you're not going to get to that late game.
And how do they improve on the laning phase?
Well, I was going to follow up on Fear.
Yeah, go ahead.
But talking about the laning stage, I guess one of the most important things is actually pull out stronger from that Lil Nick lane. I feel like if they can get more impact from him, they can also unite more heroes onto the front and just build from there. But from Fear's thought about the kind of ideas, how can they get themselves a better game in general, is if you do shut down Abed and crit, you buy yourselves valuable time in the mid game. You can either farm up, get to the next big items, approach those fights in the way you want, and even get like warding in an area where you really want to fight next time. Now I actually liked when the casters pointed out the warding at that current moment. Was like, damn, there's a lot of Roche wards here, which means that they want to play in one particular area of the map. Rebellion knows that as well, that they're most likely looking to either contest or take it themselves. So you want to have opportunities, but you want to have a lot of different options and possibilities. So winning into that mid-game session, or at least that area of the game, you will have a lot more free reign.
And like we saw so many rotations onto the mid lane, did you want to see that match from MSS, or did you want to see maybe Alone playing a bit more cautiously and not giving them the opportunities?
I mean, that's the problem, is if like you just play cautiously and give Abed a free game, we all know what happens there. So like Lil Link kind of got sacked anyway at the end of the day. He just got outplayed in that laning stage, and you should help mid. That's basically what I'm getting at. Just help mid, because like if you're gonna lose your lane anyway, you don't want Abed to have a great game. Your whole core of your strategy is shut him down on the laning stage, and you fail to do that. It's not great for you. And they got a little bit lucky in this game. I want to say lucky, but like Abed was going really deep and kind of died a few times where maybe he didn't have to, because at one point Rebellion did have like all 3 cores on the top, and they just brought numbers. They brought numbers on Wildcard, and they did stop them, but it kind of was like it wasn't an unforced error there for Rebellion. They didn't have to make those mistakes.
And that's a scary thing as well, because, this wasn't a clean game from them, and they still absolutely trounced them. So game number 2, if Shopify improved from game number 1, then it might not be close. We can throw up the draft now, as we do have that going in for the bans of number 2. But I did want to ask one more question, actually. When it came to Arteezy, we did pick him up saying he was able to avoid the ganks. Is there a possibility that Wildcard was any way to make your ganks kind of quicker, or maybe, more subtle, so that you could catch Arteezy off guard?
Yeah, I mean, I could start a whole seminar if you want, but it might take a while to like
I would love that.
How to make a smoke gank connect.
Nice.
I mean, I could do a very short and simplified answer. They made them too obvious by bringing too many people without showing enough heroes in the lanes. Like, you have to like kind of like call their bluff. You have to show maybe your troll farming, maybe +1. 3-man smoke gank, I think, is a cap in the early game. If you do any more than that, or if someone's just sitting in the jungle off the map, Arteezy is going to be understanding something is going on.
Well, I've one hope you do release a series of seminars called Fear's Only Plans. But let's get into the draft for game number 2, as we start things off with a Beastmaster and an Enchantress from Shopify Rebellion. So gone very much for the summons this time around, and Wildcard will get their hands on that Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, that is the one successful hero Yawar has had so far. He's played it once out of the 2 in the team total. So he's got that 100% win rate from 1 game. Not much of a stat, but in case of Wildcard, it actually is. So they get themselves the carry hero that is very looked at in this particular NA meta, you could say. Furion first phasers are always out there, and I'm happy they got it. But Rebellion, Beastmaster being covered up with the Enchantress, we already know the basic idea behind this. We protect the Beastmaster, the Enchantress pick up there. You've got a pretty solid lane in a sense, but now you also have ways of approaching this Nature's Prophet. You have the extra creep you can also enchant on the side of Enchantress, so you have a lot of different units you can throw in, providing you more vision, providing you more gank possibilities, and also potentially if he gets a Centaur, you get an extra stun. So you can lock down this Nature's Prophet before he gets to play.
Yep, and I don't know, is there any chance the Enchantress is going to steal a Treant early on, or is that not really worth?
Depends on the laning matchup. We don't even know where it's going to lane right now. It could be in any position, but we haven't seen Enchantress yet in NA. I know this Beast Inch was very popular in the China region right now.
Yeah,
they're
they
playing
love
it a lot over there. So Rebellion, you know, they're keeping their eyes on every region. They're like, their goal is to like go to TI, win a TI, and they're not just like honing in on this region. They're looking at all across all regions, what's good, what they think could be brought to this region to get them more wins because they need the wins. And they've deemed that this Enchantress is a good hero, especially with the Beastmaster as an opening. So I'm curious to see how they're going to use it and bring it to this region.
Look at Arteezy's name. Of course, he's been looking over at the other regions.
Yeah.
Wildcard, though, I do like this opening. They got Prophet and Pangolier, you know, lots of brawling, lots of fighting, lots of map pressure coming out from these two heroes, and
Lots of chorus, which makes it so you
yeah.
generally lose your laning stage if you do this if you're first pick. So that's the only concern here, that they might.
That is true.
They might get counterpicked on, well, 2 lanes, potentially 3. I think they picked this Beast as a response to the NP. Enchantress is a hero that can just protect the Beastmaster, but from what I've seen in a lot of matchups, like this Enchantress doesn't really shut down the Beast anymore. With the build being max axes, with the mana boots, like it's not a huge threat, but it can be something in the laning stage that is very powerful, and you can take a Treant and send it on the, if you are in the safe lane against NP, and that's not a bad thing to do either.
Yeah, not necessarily.
So one thing I want to mention here is that like picking up this duo has forced them to ban out both the Bloodseeker, because we know that Shopify love playing that, and also the Storm Spirit as well, because it's pretty strong against Nature's Prophet. Does mean the Primal Beast has gotten through though. So.
And Ember.
Yeah, Clockwork ban, Primal is open, yeah.
I imagine Rebellion just go ban and to pick Ember. Or they could just pick their support here, but I think they click ban, go into Ember. Because it's good versus both those heroes.
I want to crit Primal.
You might get
contest
both.
you, because I'm a fool.
You could get both. Who knows?
Maybe.
I mean, I think them picking their support here is fine, because there's no way Wildcard's taking Ember too, right? But it really just comes down to like how much you can get by saving it. Maybe they won't pick a couple extra stuns, which would be good for it. So there's no downside of them picking their 4 here either.
Yep.
So it does kind of show that we have seen the Fly Rubik, but most likely it's going to be the Fly Enchantress. And I think there's something up with this Inch. I don't think it's as simple anymore as we're protecting our Beast. I really don't think it's that simple. So I want to see what their plan is and like what their idea is behind this hero right now.
There's some shenanigans afoot, some scheming going on.
I mean, we've seen so much Beastmaster and nobody picked Inch a single time to counter over the past like 6 months, I want to say.
It's funny, like NA, there was 7 bans, 0 picks, but in general, the whole DPC, there's 54 Enchantress picks, and this is our first.
Yeah. I mean, it's obviously a strong hero. I don't know why we haven't been seeing it in this region, but it is very strong. Also, as an answer to the Beastmaster usually, but we just haven't been seeing it. But Boca in the China region keeps going for this kind of pseudo carry build where you carry from the position of 4.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I'd love that this game, honestly, just because you're playing against a Pangolier. It's kind of not that great against the Impetus, because obviously you just can't hit him. But, you know, it could still be an option if they want to take it down that route. But we'll see what their plans are for Shopify Rebellion. Meanwhile, Wildcard, they're going to go with the Treant Protector and the Snapfire as their next 2 picks. So this is like a very old school duo. Nice little combo between the 2 of them with the Overgrowth into the Mortimer's Kisses. But is it enough to win their lanes?
The curio that I have right now is this is probably one of the first and only games in the all NAD PC where you pick 2 supports on the second phase double pick, because this is pretty sure the Pango is going into the off lane, as Lil Nick's the only one who's actually played it. I don't know if Alone does. And
I'm not sure if he does.
And
actually.
the Nature's Prophet is the one that's being flexed between Lil Nick and Yawar. So I don't know if this really works super well. The Treant Protector at least helps out a little bit against the physical damage the Beastmaster and the Inch are going to be applying with not only right clicks but the whole zoo. So Treant allows you to fight a little bit longer. And then you have this Snapfire whose role is somewhat the same, but I think they realized that they couldn't get the Snapfire's impact in the way that they wanted in that game 1, that they probably wanted to build the draft around, maybe not around the Snapfire, but how does the Snap kind of align with the rest of the heroes?
Seems like comfort to me at this point. I mean, it's pretty good versus the Beast as well. You can drop some stuff down. I mean, I did not get my Ember Spirit. I either got the other Fire guy. You didn't get your Primal, but you got the highly intellectual man instead of the dinosaur. So
Very similar.
very similar type of role. So, yeah, I mean, I guess that's interesting to see that Lil Nick could technically play the Pango, and he normally does. But I find Pango to be an incredibly weak laner.
Yeah.
In the off lane specifically. He's pretty strong in the mid lane. And you're going against Rebellion, who has... I'm going to say they have the strongest safe lane in the whole region, right? So if you're putting a weak hero against the strongest, like, carry slim 5, like, lane, that doesn't seem like a winning recipe to me. Not especially if you got last pick here on Arteezy to kind of, like, counter pick this. So a little scared if that is the case. And if you don't play Pango, I'm in the mid lane. That's really bad this game because Pango is considered one of those heroes that's actually okay versus Batrider. Can do well. That's why I was thinking Ember might be better because for sure it's mid Pango. Nobody plays offlane Pango anymore, but Lil Nick does. So that is very true there. And I think they are going to shove him probably into that offlane situation. I don't know. I really hope he plays his Pango mid because like if they pick something else to counter the Bat mid, what is the purpose of like what they're doing here?
Yeah. It's a concern. It is a concern. I'm kind of agreeing with you in that regard, but I can see them maybe getting away with it on the off.
Nah, you're versus Ench already,
Yeah,
strong
exactly.
laner. Arteezy hasn't even shown his hero yet, and
Even-
there's like 101 heroes he can pick that beat Pango. That hero's just that weak on the side lane right now. So, I mean, good luck, I
Yeah,
guess.
he's only played it twice this year, so there's a possibility he could, but he hasn't played it yet so far in the DPC.
Right.
Well, final bans coming out from both these teams. Shopify going to choose to get rid of the Leshrac. They know that Wildcard need a punch from this final pick. Meanwhile, Wildcard, they're going to get rid of those hard carries, which Arteezy loves, the Morphling, the Naga Siren, both taken out of the equation. So maybe a possibility for him to go for something similar to those two. Maybe something like the Terrorblade could be an option for them.
I mean, he has last
They've
pick.
got last pick,
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, he's been last picking for years on this team. He's, like I mentioned before, he has a very big hero pool.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm sure they're not afraid of like whatever's left in the pool. They just want to see what's going to happen first. Just like I want to see what Wildcard's doing with this. Is this Pango mid or is it going to be the offlaner? What other options do you have for like this mid bat? Like the Queen of Pain is one people have liked historically. You could throw bat and carry, I
Puck
guess.
is banned
Okay.
already, yeah.
Yeah, Puck is
That's a
banned.
weird ban from Shopify.
Yeah, that's probably because of the Pango flex or the snap mid even, which could potentially be an idea. But you're absolutely right about Rebellion's last phase. They have so far never picked the same hero twice. in the
Yeah,
last phase.
it was like that at the
10
major
unique,
too.
10 unique picks, yeah.
So it's like he always gets the last pick, and the later you pick, the more intricate you have to get of like what
Yeah.
you're gonna pick, right? And now we get an NP, so it is gonna be the Pango mid, and we're just gonna have an offlane NP and Drow carry here.
Okie dokie. Do you like it?
Do I like Drow here? No. Not
Okay.
yet. Not yet. I think
Unfortunate.
first Bat Rider is very difficult. I mean, Drow's never terrible in my eyes. Like,
Yeah.
if she always gets farmed, she can do her functions. She's a ranged hero, but like, they have a lot of ways to deal with this Drow right now. Like, telekinesis is super long range. You can get some Enchantress creep that's just going to run at you from behind. It's
3
super
potential
annoying.
blink builders.
Yeah, Bats. He loves playing versus these range type of carries because he can just go past all pathing. So I'm not sure what Arteezy's going to pick for himself here because he does have. It's not a free pick type of game where, like, of course, if you do want the TB or something, if there's Drow, you don't want that. You have to deal with the NP in the lane. And Illusion heroes do sound okay, but you are versus Drow, you are versus Pango, so they don't sound amazing anymore. I would want to
like
go.
Spectre.
Yeah, Spectre sounds really good as well. I think that is something they
Spectre
could go
for-
for here. That's very fast, gets on top of NP, gets on top of Drow.
Not
You don't
gonna
really
lie.
answer the Pango in any regard, but
I like
that's
Lena.
fine.
I like Lena, but
Ooh,
Phantom Assassin. So yeah, unique number 11, basically.
Look at him, look at him.
Last
he's having a giggle. Pulling out the Phantom Assassin. Have we seen this in other regions at all? Or?
I saw Sumel played on Enigma Galaxy once, and they won.
7 picks in total.
Okay.
And it was in a similar scenario, I think, versus NP and also versus, not Drow, but I believe a sniper. So they wanted a hero that can get on top of the back line. We suggested Spectre. This hero basically does the same thing.
Yeah, technically it does. And you also have like this quick jump at you hero. Now they made it into 4. They can run at you at any particular phase of the game, basically, and it gets worse and worse the further it goes for wildcard. So your scaling has kind of been shut down with this PA pick, which is I really like the idea that they went for this.
Alrighty, well, I would say that this kind of feels very well put together from Shopify Rebellion. A draft they can dominate with. Can Wildcard get out of their lanes and fight Shopify Rebellion in the streets? We're going to find out as we move into game number 2 with MLP and T-Governor casting the second match.
Game number 2 here between Shopify Rebellion and, of course, Wildcard T. Wildcard, it was a close game, game number 1, but they ended up kind of dropping the ball. Well,
Yep.
what are you thinking about these game 2 drafts?
I think they've left the ball on the floor for now.
Oh, no.
And maybe in the game, Shopify might kick the ball themselves and then maybe they catch the ball. But right now, I think after these drafts, the ball is very much on the floor. I think Shopify have a really nice kind of layered draft to deal with wildcard. I think his Batrider pick on pick 18 or whatever just punishes everything before. They also picked Drow after, where Bat naturally kind of thrives against his hero. Plus a PA that we don't see too often. I think in China, we've seen it a couple times and it has looked situationally scary. Some games it's been like, why are you a PA? And the other games it's like, damn, it's Battle Fury, it's Deso, it's BKB Ags, like it's destroying the game. We actually saw IG emo play it. He went a 30-minute rapier.
Whoa.
So he went Battle Fury, Deso, BKB into straight rapier, and then he finished the game like 22-0 and didn't die. So if Arteezy doesn't, top that,
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, Emo did once upon a time in IG the whole question mark shenanigans.
Oh, it's beautiful.
If Arteezy understands that this game exists in China, then maybe he wants to get like a 27-minute rapier and just one-up him. But yeah, I really like Shopify's lineup in regards to the fact that they do have like early game aggression. Bat can obviously bot some to Beastmaster summons. The Ench summon, there's a lot of just forward-thinking aggression that should secure PA the natural time she needs to farm up, which is often around about 17 to 20 minutes.
All right. Let's see how it all pans out. I'm personally very excited because I just don't get to cast PA very much anymore, and I feel like this is one of the more fun heroes to get to watch.
Oh yeah, you're like what player are you? When you frequent the pubs, are you a support? Are you a core?
I'm usually a pos 4, I'd say is my best role.
Okay, all right. I was waiting for you to be like some carry player.
No.
Okay, you were taking notes or something. All right, fair enough.
But I'm a fan of the RNG. See, I've been spamming Spirit Breaker quite a bit.
I haven't played it recently, unfortunately. I haven't found my fix of the cow, but I'm happy that you yourself are thriving on this majestic beast.
I'm an enjoyer.
No, that's good. It's a great hero. Some of these teams actually do pick it up occasionally. It's a fun little pick up now and again. Unfortunately, not in this game.
Yeah. What can you do? Fly?
3 bounty runes to wildcard. There we go.
That's a start.
And maybe even a kill on fly. But they don't have Leech Seed, they have Nature's Wrath, so no continuous slow onto fly, hence he shall survive.
He certainly will. He'll have to make the TP back after healing in the fountain, but he'll be just fine. Let's start with the mid matchup. You've got Arbed here on this mid Batrider against Alone on this mid Pengalier. I mean, I dare say this should favor Arbed, but you do have the kind of the escape here from Alone, right, in the swashbuckle.
Yeah, the key thing here is Alone, he starts with the stick. He's going to be able to spam out the lane with levels, but for Arbed, there's always outplay potential, especially when you get maybe level 2, some flame break, do some damage. Maybe if he oversteps or Alone wastes his mobility spells, you can then of course catch him with some firefly damage, fortify your creep wave, go on the tower. So I think for Alone, even though this is a survivable lane, it's more about don't give the opportunity for Arbed to just propel his game, make it insanely good. So Alone just needs to survive, farm as much as he wants, but don't feed to Arbed. Don't give him the 1v1 outplays.
Yeah. Always a necessary requirement when you're playing against Shopify Rebellion, that's for sure. What about those side lanes? Like bottom lane, you've got Arteezy and Fly against MSS and Lil Nick. Or Arteezy, already getting aggressive here. MSS will be able to stick charge and be just fine. But should this go the way of Wildcard, this bottom lane, or do you feel like Shopify have got this one in the back?
I think this is a very strong lane for Shopify because Fly already with the enchant, he's taking over some of the treants from Nature's Prophet. So he's able to just kind of mirror the fight. Of course, his treant is a little bit strong with the extra, damage, a little bit more HP. And every time MSS steps up, you see here, level 2, boom,
Very
dagger
nice.
and blink. And this will be the entire theme of this lane. MSS, as soon as he steps up, slow into dagger, they've got a Blightstone, these heroes are going to fall. So I think this is going to be a very strong safe lane for Shopify.
No, I mean, you're certainly right here. Arteezy already off to a fantastic start on the PA, and this is one of those heroes you don't want to give these good starts to, because if he gets a quick Battle Fury timing, the game just snowballs out of control. And, well, we should have a look at the other lane as well. Yua, he's going to be up against, rather with Sammy, and they're going to be up against Saberlight on his Beastmaster and Crit on his signature Rubik. I feel like every time I cast a Crit game, I'm saying signature something, because this guy is just good on every hero. But this top lane, do you feel like Yua and Sammy should have a good time, or is it Shopify favored once again?
This one should be a good lane for wildcard. Not saying they should crush it. I mean, Tree Drow is a very, very strong lane. But these Beastmaster lanes, especially when you have a pos 4, or even the Beastmaster himself, when you send the board to the Ancients, you see it already now. The Radiant Ancients, he's got the board there, ready to make his own stacks. Beastmasters, even if they're killed or he's pressured in lane, they always find their comeback farm. So you already see Saberlight, he's microing, stacking up, even getting the double stack here in the triangle, and yeah, doing pretty well.
It certainly is.
So it's like, even if they're against a strong lane, Crit just need to stop pulls, inevitably get the lane pushed in, make your stacks up. Shopify will find the farm no matter what.
Oh, Crit maybe caught out a little bit here on the Rubik. A little bit aggressive, does get the lift up and back towards the wave Yua. Saberlight even jumping in to help out with the wild axes, and it seems like Crit is going to be able to survive another day. And of course, you've got to be very careful of these wild axes. They do stack up quite quickly. Meanwhile, every other lane going pretty calmly for now. It seems like the mid lane's fairly even, and the bot lane has slowed down quite a bit, though Lil Nick is CSing very effectively so far in the Prophet.
Yeah, it helps that the lane is under tower. The fact that the pool camps are blocked up right now, so the lane just getting shoved in, Lil Nick under tower with the bonus armor is going to be pretty happy here. And I think, honestly, now that I see these Beastmasters make these plays more often, I just feel like teams should be looking to make a smoke early on and get a sentry on this ancient camp and top side of the map. Like, when these games are chill, it's so easy for Beastmaster to stack without any pressure, without leaving lane. And it's surprising that we haven't seen the meta shift against Beastmaster, where they are looking to take away that jungle efficiency.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for Wildcard, they have like no heroes to invade and actually take the stacks. Like some Pango swashbuckle, like,
Yeah.
is that really gonna cut it? You might, snipe a couple away. Some Monoma Kisses, that's not happening until like minute 10, so if Shopify want to take the stacks early on Beastmaster, or even Arbed accidentally stumble his way there and yoink them before Beastmaster, that would be big grief, by the way, just to be clear.
Oh, absolutely.
If Arbed did do that. Just to give context, it's Lil Nick actually, he's going to TP out first. Quite a long TP, and nice cookie to keep him alive there. But yeah, the reason why it's going to be grief if anyone takes the stacks from Beastmaster is the build shifted, where Beastmasters now go mana boots to enable the axe spam plus boar spam to stack, and then you go Dominator from the stacks, basically. It like propels you back into the game after going for a very lane spam build.
That makes sense.
Thanks, mate. I just said a lot of words. I was kind of hyped for a second. I don't know why.
No,
I'm burning the midnight fuel here,
You had a very good explanation. I did not even think about the arcane boots kind of factoring in like that, but that makes perfect sense, Mr. T Governor.
Oh, thank you very much, My Little Pony. Mike. That's a 2-year-old joke for sure. I brought that one back.
I mean, it's been like 5 years now for me, so it's been a very tough time, let me tell you.
Oh, Darren, you're doing great, mate. You're doing great.
Thank you, sir.
Darren, you actually know Gabe. He does like that.
No, I'm sure he does.
Yeah,
I'm sure he does.
There's a news article I just got shown like 2 days ago. It's kind of hype.
Looks like Little Nick's left the bot lane. Looks like he'll just go to the jungle instead, as mid lane, few rotations for the 6-minute power rune timing. He's going to be top anyway, so a bit of unluck from the side of Shopify as Alone, or rather bad luck, as Alone is going to rotate.
And this is not what you want from your Nature's Prophet. Don't forget, remember the last game when Saberlight played his Prophet, right? It was lane was secured, Crit makes plays, Nature's Prophet just farms, TPs to engagements. But now, sure, Alone has Invis ruined his way to top lane. Saberlight trying to block away, but no, he's going to get caught. Nice rotation from Alone, but already I'm seeing some absolute misery happening from Lil Crit's jungle shenanigans.
Absolutely, as Crit should go down as well. A very impactful rotation from Alone. Though Arbed does show up now, you really haven't got much mana available on this Pangolier, so we'll see if he can try to find a way to survive, but now he does have enough for the swash. So Arbed gets tipped by Sammy. So Alone's going to go for the TP out. Oh, he's not going to make it.
No.
Oh, preemptive tip, and Arbed tips it back.
Yeah! That was a banging tip from Arbed. That is
That's a Bammy Soy moment.
I mean, he will be in absolute despair mode right now. Bossman's getting all confident. Oh, look at my mid lane. He just survived this gank and whatnot. Look at your fail. Bam, you die. I love the fact that was a nice little tip back. You know, sometimes teams, they don't want to tip and join this, they don't lower themselves. But no, I'm very happy the fact that Albert tipped back.
So if you meet Arbit in person, I'm not sure if you have, but he's a very quiet guy, very shy. In fact,
Yeah,
I
he
would
is.
say.
Yeah. No, I'm a very awkward person.
No.
I don't really, if I see people at LAN, I don't instigate conversation. But
Right.
I've seen Arbed from across the hallway, and he also gives me the same vibe, where he just keeps to himself, and he speaks through gameplay and tips.
He is very loud when it comes to the game.
Yeah.
Let me tell you. The tips, the voice lines, he is not shy when it comes to Dota. That's for sure.
And it's good to see Wildcard actually did block up the Ancients. So I was trying to do some stuff here, and Fly, after nearly 2 minutes of annoying this Wildcard bottom side of the map, he does finally go down.
Very nice. Alone finally able to punish him on the Pengo. So, Alone feels like he's doing so much work here for the side of Wildcard already on this mid Pengali. As they might even infiltrate this Radiant Triangle. Now, the stacks are there. So they'll get the info. Now, you already pointed out, it's going to be pretty hard to take the stacks away from the side of Shopify anyway. But maybe if MSS can get that early level 6.
Yeah.
He's already level 5. He's close.
But the issue here is, Wildcard, when they made these moves, naturally, when you shift heroes around the map, you put your pos 4 to greed up, right?
Right.
And that didn't happen. MSS had to help out Lil Nip because Fly was invading the jungle. So you've had this awkward disconnect where if MSS didn't have to help Lil Nick, he would be AFK mid. Alone would then be able to then go into the triangle with a level 6 snap. But that didn't happen. So now it's just complete free farm. Sammy Boy optimistically, as a Treant Protector, level 5, did try and walk in by himself, but...
Nice Gus, though. Yuan does save, and now a very nice cookie from MSS, but you don't really have the follow-up yet with the
Alone's
Drow.
coming.
He is indeed.
Misses the swash.
He does. Saberlight in trouble. Alone. Doesn't have the rolling. No, he does now. It just came off cooldown. So Fly will go down. Sammy does die. Saberlight still in dire straits as he's also going to drop. And now Crit, who's stuck around to try and help out, is maybe going to drop, but they missed the cookie.
This is real awkward, boss. If you look towards that stack,
Uh-oh.
Saberlight didn't even finish it.
Oh, no.
He was teasing it with the axes, but then he just started chasing Sammy Boy. For some reason, Sammy Boy's aggressive posturing actually stopped the stat take, and I've not really seen that before, but no one's actually clocked how low this stack is. When Alone walked through, he didn't see it because of nighttime vision. And same thing with MSS. If any of them saw this, they would have happily just thrown a couple spells and taken it.
MSS literally missed it by an inch. Arbed, he's going to find Alone, speaking of the devil. Lift this up, Alone, still can swash away, so he'll be fine. Flamebreak is there though, Arbed still chasing him down, eventually might find the kill. One more hit will do it, he does, but now the cookie to follow up. Won't matter though, Arbed able to walk out of there, and that is so unfortunate, man. He was literally a couple frames away, or rather a couple pixels away from being able to spot out those stacks. But yeah, he just doesn't see it, and well, there you go. Shopify, they kind of get away with murder.
And now Fly just walks up and yoinks it. He's like, I'll take one creep, all right? Oh, God. I'd be interested to know what the call was from Shopify in that scenario, because it's you're taking the stacks, but then you see a tree, so you go for the fight. Of course, the fight breaks out, but to not go back and even take it, maybe they're going to try and distribute the farm elsewhere. Because Saberlight is able to free farm top now, because he hasn't been outed from the lane, maybe they are just going to, you know what, let's give it to RTZ down the line. Who cares, The game's already got weird. Let's not do it. But I still feel like this should just be Beastmaster at least getting to his Helmet Dominator. He would have it. He would actually have it by now if he farmed the stack, basically. Yeah. Does he need it right now? I'd argue not, because he's taking the tower. But
yeah,
again, it feels weird that they haven't just secured it. But alas, doesn't really matter. They are slowly building their normal lead.
They certainly are. Things are going very, very well here for Shopify once again. And, well, here we go. Now he'll go back for the stacks. At the very least, Wildcard, they do secure the bottom tier 1 tower. So it is, I'm not going to say a much more even game, because we're not going to jinx it. But
you're getting close, you're getting close.
Close. But they have taken a tier 1 for a tier 1. So, equal kind of trade going on across the map. As, well, Shopify, they'll hang around that dire jungle now. So Wildcard could try and see if they can find RTZ. But Fire's in a very nice position to tank any kind of incoming gank.
Yeah. No, really nice positioning from Fly. especially at this point, it's like your triangle is getting farmed by your Beastmaster. Your PA needs to farm this like awkward no tower area of the map where you don't really want to TP to your offlane tower to help out some PA. So yeah, Fly utilizing this enchant, farming up aggressively in Arbed. He's having to farm the real awkward part of the map, and Sammy Boy, I
mean, Arbet's caught.
I mean, it is a kill. It is a kill. Not offering the high five, that is actually quite, where's the gentleman nature of the game? And even your War jumping on the tip train too.
Yeah. I
mean, you got to do what you got to do, right? What is it? Wildcard currently sitting at 0-4. They lose this series 0-5. Felt and Dogchamp sitting at 2-3. So likelihood of tiebreakers is pretty rough. So this is, I would argue, maybe even do or die for Wildcard to dictate their own fate for their Division 2 lives.
Absolutely.
So every tip really matters to hope sway this one.
Yeah, they're picking on the guy that they think they need to pick on, right? Like, they just want to shut down Arbed. I mean, we say it literally every game we cast a Shopify in every panel. It's like, just do not let Arbed have a good game.
It's like the bingo card. Will Crit pop off? Will Arbed get shut down? Arteezy has found his farm. Will Arteezy use BKB by himself, farming aggressively? What else can I say? Is there anything else you want to put onto the bingo card?
Nah, I think you've got it pretty much down.
All right, chill. Thanks, mate.
Wild card.
It's a wild card smoke again.
I mean, Arteezy, he senses it. He's out of there. They could not catch him.
It also helps with the blur, the nice buff in 7.32E. I don't know how much you lads spoke about it in NA, but reducing that, dispel radius on your blur, it really does allow you to pretty much be next to the guy before it breaks. And especially when you go into mid to late game, that extra decreased 200 range, it is so good when you're able to basically face check high grounds, understand everything, and perfectly decide who you want to go on. So that was a really big kind of, I guess, sleeper buff where not a lot of teams have really been rushing to play PA, but once you feel how nice it is, it's a really good change for the hero.
Oh, absolutely. Mid lane. Saberlight's going to try and force this in, but there's a big rotation from the side of Wildcard. He does run the White Ray, though. Kisses are committed. Crit, he might die for this, and it looks like he will. So Wildcard, they'll get something. In fact, now
nice
they'll
sprout.
nick. That's a great sprout out. They block the staircase. Saberlight, he'll go for the roar onto the Pangolier, but he's been slowed up. Surely no way out of this one. And Wildcard, they've done a fantastic job of catching these two out.
It's like the previous game all over again. You get to this post-laning stage and Shopify, they like to throw a couple bodies around. And, are they going to get him too? I mean, they have Diffusal, but no, very quick on the lasso and instant death.
Absolutely.
Where's the tip, Sammy boy? I don't see them. I don't see them. I mean, look at Fly. He's not fucking tipping, is he? Look at him.
No.
You think Fly's tipping alone now? It
No.
would be amazing if he did, though. That would be perfect replays and highlights and whatnot.
He's a man of business, Fly is.
Oh, of course he is. Look at him. He's busy playing his own little mini game of yoink the creeps and farm.
There's your Battle Fury timing as well on Arteezy now.
Straight into Roshan, yeah.
I mean, why not? You've got the Orb of Corrosion up as well.
No roll for 20. This is... You've got... the key thing is you've got things to tank the Roshan, right? You've got the creep from the Enchantress. You've got Enchantress herself who can body it with Untouchable. And, yeah, like you mentioned, you have the Corrosion. Plenty of ways to take this. And for Wildcard, they're showing some motions of aggression. And this is the type of lineup that if they themselves get a pick outside, they could easily go in there, right? You've got the tanking abilities of Nature's Prophet. There's no Little Shredder yet, but Wildcard easily could have gone Roshan. So, yeah, Shopify respecting some potential plays Wildcard can make, and yeah, they'll just go back to farming.
Absolutely. 3k advantage now to Shopify Rebellion. That mid-tier 1 tower.
Yeah.
It's being eyed out.
Little Nick went to half HP from just one combo from crit.
That's Rubik for you.
Yep, the old Scatter Blast plus a Fade Bolt. Rubik's been losing some popularity in other regions. It's been kind of fallen off a bit, but when you get the right spells and you just push out the waves and get fat, Aether Shard Blink, you can do wonders.
Yeah, I think Rubik's one of those heroes in a good spot, right? You don't want him to be completely busted, but at least in the right niche kind of game, he's still very fun.
He's just a very flatline hero, now, at least now. These big AoE team fighters are falling off a little bit. Is Jawar dead?
Tips out already from Ahmed. He was waiting. I love these kind of games. I love when there's bad blood in a game. I don't know what it is, but it just makes me so happy.
The best thing is, it's not bad blood. It's just the Dota beef of the game. You
just
know?
trash talk.
Yeah, exactly. In the moment, you're I want to get that kill. And crit, he's also going to probably get killed off here. and maybe Fly too.
I mean, the heal's there. They're having a bit of a rough time with him, but yeah, they'll get him. Very, very nice. 2 supports going down for the price of Yuwa.
Meanwhile, but look at the micro from Fly. He just dragged mid-wave all the way through to the top lane towards Saberlight. So luckily it is a tier 1 tower for the side of Wildcard. There is no backdoor. They can just take it. But just even in the moment of death, Fly is making these small plays. But down the line, if this was maybe a tier 2, that would have been a defended tier 2.
That it would have been.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Arteezy. It's on the hunt right now, it seems. Gonna find Sammy. Should be a nice easy kill if he can get an actual crit going. Sammy, there you go. Overgrowth committed though. It's been a little bit too late, so Arteezy now the one in danger.
He's got Aegis, mate.
Yeah, he does have Aegis, but they've got a Diffusal Blade to slow him up, so he might at least lose his first life. But Arteezy, he's feeling confident. They've got the Dominated Creep as well. The body blocks from Saberlight. There's the dagger out alone. He's all right. Arteezy, oh, nice juke out. Won't die to the kisses as Alone still will go down a crit. Now that's some teamwork.
This Alpha Wolf still just going in. All right, nice cookie to get out, but whew, just a chase down. And yeah, normally that's where Arteezy kind of maybe trades off the Aegis, but he is so big in this game. Just hits 10,000 net worth at the 18-minute mark. Aegis still to boot, rushing the Aghanims actually, so yeah, he's looking pretty good. It's going to help as well because now with the Ags, the blur will dispel, of course. So against Treant Protector, if he gets overgrowthed, quick little blur, boom, back into the fight.
Easy.
And on top of that, you just, get kills, keep fighting. Feels real nice, especially when you're playing an active game. And he clearly wants to play an active game. There is plenty of damage and forward-thinking heroes on his lineup to go for this build. But it's a build that relies on his team to kind of get him over the line, right? It's some bat, some beast. They need to kind of just set up the engagement correctly. So Arteezy's like, yo, I'm going to ping-pong around this fight with my Ags.
Dire's top tower.
Oh, Arteezy, Saberlight, they're sneaking him from the rear.
Crick might go down again in the mid lane. He's died a couple times now.
He will, but they've got Lil Nick. The Prophet's been caught out. Axes are there. Nice TP, but the Roar is committed. They will not allow it. So it's still a great trade the way of Shopify Rebellion as they're looking towards that mid lane. Arteezy just jumping towards the creeps, making sure Yuwa gets nothing for his time. And I mean, with the Aegis up, they're still very confident. Confident enough, in fact, to try and go after this top tier 2 tower. And I highly doubt Wildcard can think about stopping them.
Yeah, Wildcard's lineup is not very good at defending towers. Even though they have Pangolier and Treant, the rest of their lineup doesn't really want to collapse on these engagements like this, especially against Division of Beastmaster, the BKB of Batrider. This is now very much a very hard map for Wildcard to play, and they need to try and get whatever they're given to them, because this is the timing for Shopify to do whatever they want. You got Helm of the Overlord on Beastmaster, the Ags just complete on PA, and again, whenever she gets a kill, that will refresh her abilities. And yeah, she's going to be incredibly potent. And these backline jumps, like Nature's Prophet, he doesn't want to get hit. Like, he's going Ags into Maelstrom. Like, he's not scaling to survive, and Alone is also not surviving in the bot lane. Psych, I just lied.
Yeah, they had Lasso, but they got a little bit greedy for that. Alone, he'll blink away and TP out. He's all right. Oh, a little bit greedy with the skill usage there, so they will pay for it. Alone able to get his way out. I mean, Rolling Thunder's down for another minute, so maybe you could try to make another play?
Yeah, I mean, I like what Arteezy drawing on the minimap right now. He's saying, I push in bottom, you sweep towards the triangle, we'll kind of meet up there. If they come, we fight. If they don't, we'll either hit tier 2 or smoke again to top. And yeah, it's just kind of nice movements from Shopify to close out the map. This is a little bit different from the previous game. They kind of stalled out this 2k lead. Wildcard did a pretty good job, but this game, no, it is a slow and steady gradual build-up for the side of Shopify.
Oh, it's so scary as well, because Arteezy with the Ags up now, this is where things can get really, really, really crazy. In a big team fight, he could just clean up everything. And here we go, Alone. Bottom lane. Roll-up is there, but he doesn't have the actual Rolling Thunder. So the chase will be ongoing, but Arteezy backs off as now the grasp is out. Overgrowth rooted up. They've still got Arteezy held down. They'll go for crit first. What do you do here? They'll go for the fight. They'll go right onto Lil Nick, and he's already gone. Sammy, though, he's on the chase with Yuwa, but the PA, no, he does go down. MSS able to pick him off. This fly from the back does kill off Sammy, but it's still a great fight for the side of Wildcard.
Yeah, just a little bit of misexecution coming from Shopify. Like, you've got Crit kind of jumping in, he doesn't hit the lift, and then he gets a little bit of maybe fog. And yeah, from that point, it's just you're in a little bit too deep. And yeah, wildcard, they bring the necessary numbers to punish them. It's not going to hurt the big picture game plan of Shopify, but it's more in the back of their minds, maybe they shouldn't make these plays. Like, again, this is a game where your cores will outscale. You should be perfectly fine. Just don't give wildcard that one opportunity to group up with confidence and start making something happen on the map.
Die jungle again. Rotations incoming. MSS. Not spotted. He'll be okay. It's like wildcard not really wanting to deal with the Batrider. Will back off though. You are mid lane. Not going to be too open. He will back off the right moment. Bit of a fear though now because you have the blink coming out on Saberlight, right? So if you're this Drow, you do get a little bit more concerned as time goes on because Saberlight can just jump the back, and with a PA against you, you're going to have the gap close all of a sudden to deal with UI every fight.
Yeah, I think for Drow, at least in this game, you kind of... He's already going for it, but he needs like a Shadow Blade. Because then you're playing on, do they have detection? Are they going to be a little bit greedy? If they don't have detection, PA blinks in, Drow disengages, you do the turnaround, boom, they can get the kills. Because sure, Drow, if you can keep PA distance, you get some marksmanship procs, you actually get to right-click, maybe you get Silver Edge yourself.
You are.
You can kill him off.
Lift is there. Lasso to come as well. Saberlight gets the roar off just in case they needed it.
I mean, if you can distance yourself, but I mean, if Arbed's just on top of you, then yep, it's gonna be a rough one.
It certainly will be. Is they running right towards Lil Nick?
Oh, okay. I mean,
I think they
Nick,
had some vision.
Lil Nick's going for a very optimistic build from the offlane Prophet. The game is rough, and he's decided to go Ags into Maelstrom.
Okay.
It's very much a let's not fight them. Let's just split push for a little bit longer.
Right.
I don't know if that's the perfect plan against the Prophet, against the PA.
Alone.
What's happening top?
Alone's being hunted right now. Teezy's gonna find him. TP away.
Disarmed.
Yeah, he's alright.
Again, not offering the high five. Again, I'm surprised that wasn't a Sammy Boy tip, but you know, maybe he's run out. Maybe he's commanding his team.
I think he's run out.
There's not a lot of shot calling to do in this game right now, so
No.
maybe he's like, yo, Alone, use your tip.
Well, Crit picks off Lil Nick here in the mid lane. Alone. Rolling Thunder is there. They'll find Crit on the Rubik. Meanwhile, Saberlight on the left side also caught out by the overgrowth of Sammy. And they're going to find some decent trades here. Crit is still going. They will finally take him out. But it's definitely a nice fight for the side of Wildcard. A 2-for-1 trade. You lose Lil Nick, but you find Saberlight and Crit for your trouble.
Yeah, I think Shopify are just being a little bit relaxed in this game, I feel. Like they are just kind of throwing bodies randomly. Like your RTZ spending time top lane. You're doing some stuff in your own jungle. Meanwhile, you know, Saberlight's off by himself getting some kills. I think you know, Bob might have some stern words after this game. It's like, guys, please, what are we doing? But no, it's like the kills feel nice, but it's more... It's not building a lead. Like, if you look at Networth, it's still from 6 to 8k. Like, they're throwing away some big core kills, but, you know, Wildcard, they're not really clawing themselves back in. This is a smoke that, if they kill Arteezy, Roshan is up. Like, these are the motions that Wildcard need to make if they want to get back into the game. But
Arteezy, gusted up.
look, there he is.
No BKB available right now.
That's the blur change.
Yeah, he's just blurred up.
He's right there.
Oh, Alone misses.
But see, they were literally on top of him.
Oh
but
my
they couldn't.
God.
They weren't there long enough. They went inside the radius, but not stood there long enough for it to reveal. So
That's a big change.
it's real sad for Wildcard. That was a patch ago, probably dead, mate. Probably dead.
He had no BKB.
He had no purpose or reason to be living there.
Oh my goodness.
It's quite, yeah.
Well, he's got a Deso now.
I mean, Shopify also are smoking up. And yeah, with the Deso, kill into Roshan, this is Shopify's big window. Wildcard have to respect it. And Sammy Boy,
Goodbye, Sammy.
farewell, sir.
Well, that's one. They want a bit more, it looks like, because Arbed's found a few targets. Rolling Thunder is there. They are going to get the Batrider first up, but the cavalry is incoming.
Nice CC.
Arbed, he's dead. Saberlight, he gets the roar off, and now the rolling cube coming out from Crit right onto you up, and a nice Hurricane Pike. He gets to the low ground. He's all right for now as Sammy with the overgrowth going to lock them down. Can they turn this one back around? It seems like they can. Arteezy's down. The whole team is gone. Wildcard, they're onto the Roshan.
I mean, I didn't see that one coming. Again, Shopify, they're just overplaying their hand a little bit. They're throwing in. Of course, Arbed picked up at the very start, and when he goes down, if you click on him, he had BKB available. He had pretty much everything to his name, but we're going to see the replay here. So Arbed dies at the very start of the fight, and it looks like Shopify can still somewhat take this engagement just because they're double jumping this Drow, but the way that Yuwa is able to, one, force staff, get 4 staff down, then Harken Pike away, they see he's TPing, quick cancel, and then gust back up to the high ground. So really nice stuff from Yuwa. A little bit unlucky, I guess, for RTG not to hit the crit. And they're like, boy, we just did it. And again, I did also promise this for, Natty, she's watching, so big shout out to her.
Shout out to Natty.
I'm sure she's thoroughly enjoying this game. This nail-biting game 2 of Wildcard vs Shopify.
Yeah.
And yeah, back to our normal scheduling.
Absolutely. I'll tell you what, that last team fight, props to Sammy as well. That's a huge overgrowth. Without that, it feels like there was no chance of fighting back.
And this is where I hate how he uses tips. Like, that's the moment you tip. That's a bank. That's a good thing. That's a good spell. But instead, he's wasted it on these meaningless early game shenanigans. And yeah, it's just undervalued in the tip game. But he's going to die once again.
The saddest part was nobody tipped him. They all tipped Yuwa.
Look at that. Oh, you're not tipping him for that either, are you? How's that going to break your opponent?
Oh, here we go. Shopify, they don't care about what happened last fight. They're just going to go again. They know the Treant's down. MSS alone, they're trying to run. Arbed is right behind them, and the lasso is going to catch him mid-rolling thunder. Roar is out as well. He's going nowhere, but the kisses are there to back him up.
Oh, PA!
Arteezy! Oh, no, Arteezy!
That was horrendous!
Arteezy, buy a BKB, please. Enough.
Yeah, but buy a BK...
PTSD kicking in, T-Governor.
A little bit. Yeah, I mean, first of all, he's not a ranged hero.
No.
So you roar the Pangolier, you're not going to do any damage to him because you're just going to get constantly mini-stunned by that spell, by the Rolling Thunder. But, like, you have the cast range and he's like, bonk, into... wait, bonk! And then it's just a massive fury and dead. That was a hysterical death. That honestly could be top 5 lifetime deaths on Arteezy. Like, no cap. Like, easily. I don't think I've seen a worse death from Arteezy in the last year. That was incredible.
That was bad.
That was incredible.
Shout out to him. We love you, Arteezy.
No, I mean, I have no complaints. That was amazing.
Oh, it was amazing. It really was.
Like, once he buys BKB, Pangolier's dead in 2 hits. Like, there's no jokes about it, but...
Oh, Sammy loved it. Oh. Anyway, moving. I mean, 1K advantage
No,
for
maybe
Wildcard.
we get that again on a replay, actually. Wildcard isn't winning a lot. Maybe this is their one win of the tour. They get, like, this comedic death. I'm just going to test if production would actually want to run it again. I don't know if they have that, maybe they don't want to do that.
We can do anything here, Tegan.
I mean, can we?
We could.
I mean, I haven't seen it fade to replay yet.
No, it hasn't.
I mean, maybe they're teasing it. Maybe randomly in 10 minutes' time, we'll just get a no-context RTZ death replay.
Smoke on smoke scenario, but Arbed, he's found Lil Nick. It's a nice start. Alone's going to move in, but he's stuck in the Roshan pit. He'll be okay now. Lil Nick somehow still alive, still surviving. They'll finally take him down. They'll also commit the roar onto Alone, but it seems like Shopify are the ones that need to back out of there. This is not the team fight. Saberlight's melting. Saberlight's gone.
Oh, RTZ's in now.
Oh, he is. They find the Aegis. Arbed picks up a double damage in the meantime. MSS, no, he wants Alone. He wants the Pango, but MSS is going to be the real target. He's gone. Hawk dive out. Alone's caught. In fact, they even caught Yuwa. Revenge is so sweet for the side of Shopify Rebellion as they get a full team wipe.
And this is how they should have been taking the fights for the last, 6 minutes. It's, the constant jump onto Drow, don't allow her to position and right-click, and then get RTZ to jump in and out of that fight. When he jumps in and just gets 100 to 0, of course the fight's going to be bad, but that was the perfect demonstration. Fight in the low ground, have high ground vision, jump to neutral, creep to jump back in. That's why Shopify aren't backing down, because they know that the fights they're losing, it's not because Wildcard's making these incredible plays, it's because Shopify are just blundering their lead. So I like the fact that Shopify are just playing with that resilience and just going again. It's what you see from the top teams from the region.
Yeah, I think you might have had a fair point earlier, though. I think Bulba's going to have some stern words for the boys after this one.
No, a couple for sure.
Yeah, we'll check the interview. He's always pacing behind them. We'll see what his face looks like.
Maybe you just get Bulba for the interview, actually.
I mean, we should.
And then you get a highlight package of, did you enjoy RTZ's Pango death?
Yeah.
And then Bulba will be like, I fucking loved it, mate.
Should have chose Storm.
Look at RTZ, these little shenanigans. What's this about, boss?
He's having too much fun. You can't just give this guy PA. Hawk dive. Sammy. Oh!
Ooh.
That's a big dagger.
If he had BKB, he's going. He's going.
Yeah. But just like my pos once, T, he never does.
Your pos ones are still jumping on that pangolin. They're still stuck in that timeline.
Yeah. Here we go again. Five-man spoke up wildcard. They're going to try for something. I appreciate the fact that wildcard also aren't backing off. Like they still believe they're quite strong. And to be absolutely fair to them, they're only 5k behind. It's not really too much to write home about 32 minutes in.
Positioning is key for them. If they can get drown position, they can honestly win a fight.
Yeah, Saberlight's caught out. That's a big target. Saberlight, he is down. No buyback available. That was in fact a dieback, I believe, from that last team fight. Is everyone else from the side of Shopify do get out? And sadly, Roshan, it's still quite a while away from being available. So you get a kill, but nothing really else going to come out of this, I don't think.
And you know a game's getting funky when, you know, Crit is able to beat a record. It's the most deaths that he's had so far in this tour of the DPC. I think his previous death record was around about, I think, 8. So now him hitting double digits, it's again, normally he's a very stable 4. He doesn't throw away these cheap kills, you know? So this is getting a bit weird.
It certainly is.
And wait, what's the... Okay, BKB
There we
online.
go.
There we go. We're back. We're back. So now for Arteezy, at least, he does have the comfort of not really caring about anything on wildcard when he jumps in, unless there's some weird like disarm proc into blinking. I feel like in other regions we've seen Pangoliers go for Halberd. I honestly would love to see a casual Halberd available to annoy PA a little bit, but again, it's not there right now. Respect the BKB. Shopify are very strong, but they're not aware of it, right? So
No.
they are kind of smoked up as if he doesn't have BKB. This could be quite the surprise.
Speaking of Arteezy,
He's just,
look at this.
mate, just get out of it. What are you doing?
He's hunting.
I mean, he is hunting. I mean, he's got BKB. The only thing he's scared about is jump in, get killed, TP out, get overgrowthed. Sammy Boy does have a blink, though.
Radiant's bottom
Blink
tower
shard. So there is some... I mean, there's an option where Arteezy does overplay his hand.
He's still hunting.
All right. Do you think he's going to... Okay, quick bet.
This is an EE moment, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like a 50-50. Does he get kill, get out? Does he get kill, but die?
I think he might get the
Or
kill.
solo rampage?
Yua's been jumped, but he does have the Hurricane. He's all right. Abed, gonna intervene as well. We'll find Sammy on the tree and protect us. They'll try to burst him down. Taking a bit of time, but they'll eventually get him. Entangle's there from the Wrath of Nature, but not gonna mean too much. No backup, so they'll find Sammy. That'll be enough for Shopify.
And no buyback. And he's dead for 40 seconds. Roshan's up in 12. Will be quite a healthy window in which Shopify can just swiftly go there if they were to scout it. They currently don't have a Ench creep there or a Hawk. So they aren't going to be that aware of it unless they just want to throw a body in there quickly.
He's still hanging around this damn dive base. Like
I love this playstyle, but I also hate this playstyle. You know, it's like really fun to watch, but it's like, if I was on his team, like, bro, man, come on, we're in the lead. Like, do we need this pickoff? Do we need it? Can we not just go Roshan? But on the flip side, it's like, he gets the kills. It's like, hell yeah, let's go. You know?
these pos ones, they're the main characters, always. That syndrome. Roshan, it's a long time, 2 minutes away.
I mean, during this downtime, this would be a really good moment to watch that Arteezy death, just saying.
Alone. May not be so much downtime here for him. He'll go for the roll-up and cancels his own TP. Rolling Thunder stolen here by Crit. And Alone really should have no way out of this.
He has Blink.
He will blink away. Fly will see him. Alone, he's all right. Bit of four-wheel driving never hurt anyone.
How about now?
Radiants are scanning.
See ya?
Arteezy.
Oh, that's a nice ward to be able to find the pickoff.
And now with the Rolling Thunder, he's just kind of perma-stunned, though. He does get the BKB off, tries for the TP play. The crit's coming in, Arteezy.
Oh,
He'll find him.
it's
Sometimes
the
you get
1-by-1
lucky.
death. No.
Sammy.
Oh.
Abed, overgrowth, lock him down. He'll refresh. Abed perfectly fine to turn back around. And now
Stolen
the
overgrowth.
stolen overgrowth. Oh, Crit locks him down. And here comes the cleanup crew. Shopify will move in. That's 3 down for the side of Wildcard. Can they capitalize?
I mean, yes, 100%. Top lane is going to be an absolute freebie for them. There is no way Drow by herself can stand her ground here. With all 5 allies on Shopify, multiple blinks and forms of jumping on top of her, it is going to be a difficult defense. For Wildcard, sure, the net worth doesn't feel great, but again, the draft to Shopify has multiple forms of jump, and Alone, he's going to do his best to annoy, to disrupt, to delay, but the inevitable is coming.
Certainly is. Arteezy, though, still kind of being focused here. Is getting quite low, but pops his own BKB. Wobbling strike out as Abed. Lasso does connect. And Alone, he does have buyback, but he doesn't have his team yet.
I mean, they've actually done a pretty good job at least defending their axe here. Like, Alone, he sacrifices his life. No one has to use buyback just in regards to Lil Nick, but yeah, I honestly didn't expect Shopify to hold their resources for that long to give wildcard kind of defensive options. And Roshan has just respawned and scouted out by the Hawk.
Beautiful.
Absolutely beautiful, as you said. Pango does a buyback. How long for Rolling Thunder? That should be 15 seconds. So, yeah, wildcard, taking over the outpost. We'll be able to buy back on the Pango, but it's already dead.
Oh, Acceptor. Oh, he buys back as well. It's too late. They're going to try and move in, but this isn't the timing. Though Arteezy, he's dropping a little bit low. Crit's already gone. They might need to retreat out of here. As Wildcard are trying to follow up Arteezy. He jumped back in. He went for the team fight, and he's already lost the Aegis, but at least they do find Yuar. The Drow is down, and now they can move in. Wildcard, they're still going to try without their carry, but it's looking like a very tough fight. But Alone, look at the control. Oh, Alone is just putting the team on his back. As they do take down the POS1 PA a second time. They'll even find Fly. Wildcard are still in this game number 2. I can't believe it.
They're just throwing bodies at the right time, at least in this regard. And yeah, for Arteezy, he had to BKB earlier, so it was a little bit on cooldown at the start of the fight. Sure, he had it at the very, very end, but he was already low enough HP. And sure, I mean, Shopify, honestly surprised these events are unfolding.
Saberlight.
Alone's doing God's work right now.
Little Nick, he'll go for a bit of a chase.
Doesn't have detection yet. Oh, and he's out.
Oh, unlucky. Still, mid lane, who have they got? Abed, he's trying to go for a lasso. You are? He bought back.
He's got Shadow Blade.
He's going to be all right. Abed could not finish the job off. He had another lasso. He refreshed it, but he could not get within that Shadow Blade range as
if he can get
Abed.
him.
Oh, nice stun from Alone.
This is
Let
Gem.
me
If they
lock
get
him
him
down, Abed. How do you get out of this one, sir? He surely can't. He'll get knocked onto the high ground. Abed still has a way out. Full start from the low ground, but no, he's gone. No buyback available. Wildcard. Suddenly they have a shot on high ground.
Alone is pulling an absolute shift in this game. What the hell?
It's incredible.
He's 9-6 and 15, but it feels like he's 21 and 15 of how he's been playing in the last couple of minutes. They recover the gem. They instantly take away the Aegis. Again, Shopify, they're just chilling. And because of that, they are giving windows to wildcard. The graph, it's not as clean as you would expect from like a Shopify game.
This is a real fun game to watch. Like, even though it's still a 13k advantage to Shopify, it just doesn't feel that way anymore. Now you've got the gobble up as well in MSS, so even more kind of outplay potential here from Wildcard.
Yeah, and Crit, he had the axe from the previous Roshan, so if the game can stabilize, they have the advantage in regards to that. And
Massive.
I mean, I feel like we've been saying this a lot. Sammy Boy, he's been picked off.
It's classic.
Wait, who's got more deaths, Sammy Boy or Crit? Quick guess, go. You're not allowed to check. Okay, Sammy. Sammy has 12. Crit has 11. Woo, woo.
Easy win.
Good job, mate.
Alone. Rolling Thunder is going to be... No, it's Shield Crash stolen by Crit. So you won't get that lucky this time around. Alone is going to be able to escape. Does have a double damage room bottle up as well for the next fight. Now even a Silver Edge available on Yuar, so you've got that break potential against the PA.
It also helps that Lil Nicky. Oh, hold on, sorry.
Yeah. Bye-bye, MSS.
Arteezy's back to his assassin playstyle. I mean, they don't have buyback. Are we going to get another Alone 1v5 base defense situation here, or?
Well, I mean, he needs to, right? This man has just done so much for his team throughout this series, and
I feel like Shopify, they've kind of been chasing wildcard a lot, but if they were able to like relax in this game, go through bot, take this bottom tier 2, force this Nature's Prophet to stop farming, because we haven't really mentioned Lil Nick too much in this game, but he's been like low-key just farming up and recovering his game. Like this Maelstrom purchase, I was worried it would be like the end of them. Like if Shopify played a clean game, I feel like going Ags into Maelstrom on off-lane Prophet, when your team's struggling, like you're not really enabling anyone. So on the flip side, because Shopify have made these mistakes, he's got a hearty amount of items. Like he's becoming quite a threat. He's got the AC, he's got the Gleipnir, he's got the BKB. But again, it's still a 15k gold lead. It's still very much Shopify's game to lose.
it certainly is. Arteezy was in the base once again. Does Blink strike his way out. Looks like he wants to try and have the Abyssal Blade up before he does get going any further as Arbet picks up a very late blink timing. I mean, why the hell not? He's had a few issues landing the lassos onto Yawar now with the invis.
I mean, he went, what was it? He went 4-star Refresher and Octarine before even entertaining the Blink Dagger.
Yeah. Now he's got it up, so a bit of a surprise reveal incoming here towards Wildcard. Sammy, maybe the one to get caught out again as... Oh, they will spot him out, I believe. The pings do come out.
He has Blink, though. Should be fine. If he wants to use it.
The units are still chasing him. He's all right. He'll blink away, but Arbet...
And walking back in, though. He stutter stepped back in.
He certainly did. And he's gone.
No
Meanwhile,
buyback. And top.
Oh, top lane, Lil Nick's gone. No buyback available. Not like this. This can't be how the game ends.
I know they're down by 18k gold, but like they've got to a point, they've itemized in a way there's like the comeback potential. The clutch plays alone has been making back-to-back clutch plays, and unfortunately these pickoffs just are not allowing it to feel like that momentum is even brewing in any way.
Here we go again. He's going to have to try. Nobody around the base this time around. They'll play it very safe, Shopify, respecting this Pangolier. And now you're without Rolling Thunder. So how do you defend is the question. Is they are going to lose their top lane of barracks. Only one left down on the bottom side of the map. And, well, to be fair, they do still have a tier 2 tower.
They haven't taken it, and that's what I mean. When Shopify, the fact they haven't just spent a minute of their gameplay to go bottom, take tier 2, this would have been them instantly knocking on tier 3 if they'd done that prior.
Unfortunate.
Very unfortunate, but for Wildcard, they'll be enjoying the fact that they have an extra window to defend. But still, it's not going to feel great. 43 minutes into the game, 21,000 gold lead.
Oh, Sammy, no. He just TP'd in.
Ah, he's got the outblinker. Look at that.
He's all right.
He's just checking his old fingers, making sure he's quick.
Alone jumping in. Lasso's there. Who have they got? Oh, it's Yawar.
Oh.
He's down with that buyback.
Oh, no.
This game is so hard now. How do you defend? Arteezy, he'll go after Alone. He's got the BKB up. Alone can't survive through this one. Alone is gone. MSS is gone. That is going to be GG. There's no one left to defend. And Wildcard, I mean, it was a valiant effort this series. But Shopify Rebellion, they get it together. Another 2-0 victory. But it was a great series after all, T-Governor.
Oh, I mean, it had some ups, it had some downs, it had some Arteezy jumping into Pangolier roles. Unfortunately, didn't get to see it a second time, but, you know, what can you do?
What can you do?
But no, for Shopify at least, I feel like this draft is a draft that we could easily see them playing, like, at a major. It has a nice lot of layers to it. I think PA is an undervalued hero right now. We even saw around that Roshan pit when they were smoked on top of her, she was still blurred, and she was like, you can't get me, and then she just blinks away. So I think PA is a hero that we should see a little bit more. And yeah, even when Shopify make probably 2 game-losing mistakes against better teams, are able to just kind of beat on it back down the lane. So
yeah,
it's good for Shopify, but they do probably need to clean up some of these quirkiness, because that's what's going to hold them back down the line when they progress outside of the region.
Yeah, so I mean, they've got some hard matchups to come, right? Like they've got Nouns, I believe, is their next matchup for Shopify Rebellion.
Oh yeah, I forget. They lost to TSM, didn't they?
They did.
They got to clean this up when they play against Nouns for sure, because those type of mistakes against these, Nouns or TSM at least, that's going to be where they kind of properly. I hope that sounded as good. That sounded good. That sounded good, but yeah, so. I just like the relentless aggression.
Absolutely. I mean, the thing is as well, like our next series, TSM versing Nouns, that could be an absolute banger between these two.
I mean, I hope so. I mean, if it's anything less than a banger, then
yeah,
come on.
Well, hopefully our panel's going to be a banger. Let's throw to them and see what they had to say about this game number 2.
Absolutely, yeah. Shopify with the relentless aggression, smashing down on Wildcard and taking them out in a clean 2-0. Or maybe not so clean. I don't know. Fair, there's a couple of eyebrow raisers there in the green room. A couple of missteps made from Shopify.
Yeah, I mean, we're just playing some Dota. I mean, I think the thing about Wildcard is they kind of make teams look worse against them, right? Even against TSM, they're able to make the games drag out. I think Arteezy not buying a BKB was a big part of why some of these team fights seemed a little sloppy, because like you're really farmed on this PA, but we saw that one moment he goes on the Pango that's rolled up, then Mortimer's comes in. All that net worth went away in like 1.5 seconds flat, whereas Magic Immunity's pretty important, but it was pretty cool. Like the Ags was fun. He did, at some point he waited and learned to be more patient, and that did help him out a lot. But I will say, Wildcard, they're putting up some good showings against some of these top teams in the region.
Yeah, and it's a shame because it's coming a little bit too late. I mean, with this loss, for them to get out of relegation is extremely difficult. It is going to be hard for them to escape it. So now they're in a very difficult position. It is coming a little bit too late for this team, but I would agree. I think we saw, especially Alone, in the past 3 games he's played, has looked just very, very good. It's a shame that it has come this late, and maybe Wildcard took a bit too long to perhaps realize him and start enabling him.
Yeah, going out with a bang currently, if you could say it that way. They're not really being that demoralized in the end, like at least some individuals, but of course as a unit, they're pretty disappointed that this season has not gone their way in any way. Alone though, like you said, I think he's definitely been the player to watch. At the start of the season, I thought Lil Nick might just be the prodigy to watch throughout this tour, but it ended up being, ends up being Alone and might just be the sole carrying force of this team. Can they still fight their way to avoid relegation? It can't be just a one-man show, right? He needs more bones. He needs more flesh around him.
Needs more bones and flesh around him. Yes, he does. Sometimes we'll need a few more bones and flesh around us. Okay, well, I mean, when it comes to outstanding performances, though, you know, we've highlighted Alone. Who else on Shopify were kind of delivering in this game?
I think Crit had a lot of deaths this game, but he also had a lot of good spell steals. He managed to find a lot of farm as well. It's a weird game from Rebellion where you look at all of them and not a single player on their team had like a flawless game, which is very, very rare to say. It was very sloppy on both ends here, very scrappy game. But I think everyone, like, they did the bare minimum of what they need to take this series, I feel.
Yeah, they had to be like a team effort because of all the itemization choices and the poor fights and execution that they had that kind of dragged them down, and they needed to show up for the more important fights. I guess you could see it from the eyes of Rebellion. They still close out the game. They're not still an opponent that it's too easy to take down despite making a mistake or two. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think they all had some great moments. You know, they all had some fluff moments. They all had some very good moments, though. Like RTZ jumping in, I think he got like a triple kill towards the end there. Arbed with some very nice players. I love the refresher BKB on top of the Sammy Void Treant Protector ult in the later parts of the game. Just no hesitation. Just like, I'm just going to use my BKB to purge itself and get out of there. And in the end, it's, I don't know, MVP-wise, you know, there is someone sitting there at the bottom of the list on a hero which we don't really see played so much in NA on the Enchantress, but Fly going 9 and 5 and 14, by the way, on this hero. So Enchantress will be the MVP for this game number 2. However, I think a very, very honorable shout out to Alone as well. Yeah. But, you know, of course, going for this kind of pseudo carry build on the Enchantress with the the Hurricane Pike, that would be interesting, and the BKB, and just getting some spears off. But yeah,
the gem too. I mean, I do think that that's a lot of farm for a POS 5, and I think maybe Fly as well in a game like these. Maybe just leadership is what they were needed to win the game. And I think when things get sloppy, you look to your captain to bring you through like the storm, and I think that's probably what Fly did here.
Yeah. One of the things that I did want to talk about, like heading out and doing some actual, what's the word I'm looking for here? A deep dive to where things looked a little bit hard for Rebellion. Yeah. We have a clip. There was this one fight at 26 minutes that were taken on the dire side of the map where I thought, okay, Wildcard could actually walk away with this game. So what happens basically in this fight is, you know, Rebellion, they seem to get themselves an all right start considering Abed falling. He's drawn all the attention. And Rebellion, look at the low amount of heroes you see on the side of Wildcard. Until Rebellion's completely clustered up, you get a Overgrowth into Mortimer's combo hitting technically everyone in this fight. Yawar's already pushed himself with that Hurricane Pike to the low ground, and he's just had got this free time shooting onto the high ground. No care if he's going to miss half of those hits onto the high ground. Wildcard walk into Roshan. They win the next fight as well inside their own dire triangle, which was basically, where's the PA with the BKB? So that could have been a big turning point for Wildcard that game.
Yeah, but the fact is, the moment that BKB came out from Artis, you know, it did feel like it was doors. Like from then on, winning fights just became impossible because it was a great strategy. And there's always a great mind behind a great strategy, and we get to talk to him. We got Bulba here for the interview from the side of Shopify Rebellion. Bulba, how you doing? How's it going?
I'm doing well. You guys can hear me, right?
Yeah, we can indeed.
Yeah,
yes,
I'm doing pretty well.
Okay, so what I would like to know is, what did you say anything to the team before you came for this interview? Was there any words exchanged before you come to the interview?
No, I came immediately on because I was messaged to go immediately on it or go fast. So I just
Go
got on
fast.
here.
Oh, okay. So could you give us any insight on what you're going to say to the team as a first kind of opening line when you do talk to them?
I mean, what does Fear think I'm gonna? I want to hear what Fear thinks I'm gonna say.
I mean, I don't know. I'm probably going to assume you're going to say something to take the game a bit more seriously. Maybe itemize a little differently on certain carry players.
Well, there you have it.
Damn, the Uno reverse card in an interview. That's new. I mean, as obviously you're the behind-the-scenes guy, Bob, I did not ask about the organization as well, because they're new to the Dota scene, Shopify Rebellion. What are they like, have been like to work with and everything for you?
They're actually amazing. I think it's like by far the best org I've been on, especially the leadership. I'm not just saying that because I'm on it, but it kind of gave me some vibes of like the old orgs I was on, like with like obviously better resources. Like I think when I was on Liquid and like EG a long time ago, when Alex Garfield and stuff, there's just like a lot more personal, a lot more caring. Yeah, and then overall they're like in it for the players, not for like they're really there to help support the teams and the players. So unlike other orgs that I won't mention.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
All right, so I guess my question for you, Bulba, is going to be, obviously you guys play in NA region a lot, but like what region do you look at the most when you're like analyzing replays to come up with new ideas and strategies? I saw like the Beast Enchantress. I saw this one in China. I'm not saying you took it from there, but like what region are you looking at the most when you're trying to like grow?
I don't necessarily look at the regions. I look at the certain teams. Respect. There's like a few teams from each of the regions I think that are comparatively like better than the other ones in the region. I'll just watch their games. I'll see if like they do anything cool gameplay wise, or like I usually, but for like overall like 100% obvious answer, it's like the Europe ones, because also it's like a lot easier for us to watch the games live. Like usually like the NA DPC games are like on the same day as the Europe games, so like the days is like usually we watch the Europe DPC games like relatively like together in the morning, and then we play usually later on in the evening. So it's like watching a lot of Dota and then playing. So playing probably the Western Europe and yeah.
All right, so the next question to be, as the coach of Shopify Rebellion, what do you think you need to work on the most to make sure the team not only makes it to TI, gets a really good placement or win a major?
For me personally, I think I've been trying to work more on like the human parts. I think it's something I was not like amazing at. I had some people that helped me before, like Phil, like the old EG team, but just kind of talking better and like communicating thoughts better. I've like I was like a Dota player for most of my life, right? So and then kind of a fear like the old goon squad we used to have. So like becoming basically more like in line with how to like approach more of like the human things, and knowing what to say to the team at certain times in a better way, which is probably something I was amazing at when I was both a player as well as a coach. So.
All right. Hey, Bulba, I wanted to talk about coaching a little bit as well. So outside of the game exercises and demo discussions, replay discussions, one-on-one talks, how do you build the team package basically currently with the roster? You've been around with them for a very, very long time. Is there anything you've done differently as time has passed?
I mean, it just depends on the players as a patch, like Saber is definitely a lot different than the players we had the last two. And then obviously the other players are pretty similar. The team will just kind of change base players as well as like, whatever heroes we value. I think Shopify is definitely like helping quite a bit in a lot of stuff. Like a psychologist that talks to many of us if we want, and like those the ads that have obviously like with Tundra winning and them having like the sports psychologist, everyone kind of like someone will take something from like a TI victory, and I know like Aoi is their team was talking a lot about the importance of that aspect. So it's definitely something I think I wanted to work on for myself as well as the team. So yeah, just kind of, and then doing a lot. I think we had a lot of good things that we did the last few years too. So doing some of those things as well, and also learning, because there's always like to learn, whether it's like a pro player or coach or like for like all of life. So I don't know if that's like a generalized answer, but yeah.
Well, that was a lot. Thank you a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to pick up on something you said in that, actually. You mentioned that Saberlight was very different to your last offlaner, Nightfall. I mean, that does kind of surprise me because they're both very young and kind of ambitious players. So what was the major difference between the two of them?
I mean, the age doesn't really like change their pretty. Like the personality of the player is like probably the most important thing about them. Like besides obviously how they play in the game. So the personality of him, like that one won't really be dependent on the age. Obviously when you age, your personality will slightly change, but overall, like Saber more of a outgoing, like funny dude. Igor was a lot more very strict, like a big grinder, like very, very focused on Dota all the time. So it's, just different people. And I think, Igor, obviously he had his culture in the CIS teams, and we were obviously, used to something else as well on the team. So it didn't pan out, but I think individually he was good. I think, I think he was overall a very good player. So it's just like, I don't think the age is not necessarily a reason. Like it's just, it's the nowadays the players are different, and it's positives and negatives, in all aspects. Like when you have someone, they're like different attributes that are very good about them and different ones that are obviously weak, and you have to amplify the ones that are good, and then you have to like lessen the ones that they're weak at, or try to lessen.
Absolutely.
All right, one more question for you, Boba. So like over the past say around 4 or 5 years, you guys have been through a lot of highs and lows, but you've had a lot of highs as well, getting a lot of top 3s, a lot of top 2s. I was curious in your opinion, like how come you guys were never able to break into like that top 1?
I mean, there was definitely a lot of ones where it was very close. I think, especially the 2021 year as well as the 2019 year with the Ramses team as well as the Ice. I think, it just comes down to each of the tournaments. I think like everyone, I think I look back and I could have done a lot of things different. For example, between games and stuff like that. I think, there's just. Not fully sure. It's like it's like hard to completely know why we kind of messed up in the finals at those events and stuff. Like
there was like no repeating theme you felt. There's like a new reason each time, and nothing that felt somewhat similar.
It depends. Like some of the teams obviously had some other issues, and I think definitely like maybe the end of it, maybe tensile strength of it. I think like the Singapore major. After we lost the third game versus IG, we fell apart. And obviously I look back and been like, oh, maybe I could have done something differently in that situation. And like, there's obviously like a lot of regrets and there's a lot of like good things. And then you can't obviously harp too much on the regrets of things. I think one thing is like history can kind of, you should try and use history in some way to like fix what you've done, what you've in the past. So I think that's what we're trying to do this year. But probably being mentally stronger at those like up, I think looking back, like I think we all felt like after game versus IG and like that finals, like we had won like it felt very easy to win, and suddenly like happened and we fell apart. So yeah, it's kind of like that was kind of summarizing that year, I think, like for both the finals, because I think we got to the final game 5 versus Secret at one major too. So probably being mentally stronger there in that sense.
All right, great answers. Thank you very much, Bob, for coming to talk to us. It's been some fantastic insights, and of course, best of luck on your remaining series here at the DPC, and hopefully at the major beyond as well.
Yeah, thanks. And I always enjoy listening to Fear. So shout out to Fear.
Enjoy listening to you as well. Thanks for coming on.
you say some funny things, because I'm trying to say sometimes, so it's funny. So.
Glad to hear it.
That's all.
Thank you very much, Boba. Goodbye.
Thanks.
You're a funny guy, Finn.
Yes.
Funny guy.
I'm
Who
known
would
for
have
it.
guessed?
Alrighty, well, that's going to just about do it for Shopify versus Wildcard. A surprisingly exciting series coming out as Wildcard did show up today, but unfortunately not enough to cause any upsets, and it will be the 2-0 going to Shopify. So next up, we have a huge match coming for you guys. It is going to be Nouns versus TSM, a very integral match to figure out the top 3 here in this region. But of course, there is some big news, and that is Nouns are going to be playing with a stand-in. They're going to have Theolicor jumping in instead of their usual position 4-player Lelis. So change coming in for Nouns. Hopefully it doesn't put them off their game too much as they have been on an absolute steamroll so far. But that will be coming up shortly. But of course, a bit of a break before then. And after this series, the leaderboard looks something a little bit like this. Shopify Rebellion now sitting in position 4. With only one loss behind them, which was, of course, to TSM. TSM and Nouns are 4-0 at the moment, but haven't faced each other. TSM did beat Shopify Rebellion, of course, so they've got that win under their belts. Nouns, it's do or die time for them. Meanwhile, poor old Wildcard now going to go join 5-Rat 4-Staff in the 0-5 club.
Yep, it is rough. I don't think they're going to have a lot of chances. Maybe that game 2 sparked a bit of hope, but it was also their opponent making a bit of mistakes that allowed them to get back in. It still didn't lead into anything dominating. So far, 5-Rat Wildcard, even the match between them two might not even save either team.
Yeah, it's going to come down
That would
to...
be sad.
It would be very
It's
sad.
possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to come down to teams just above them. They need to drop both of their games coming up for them to be able to stand a chance of clawing their way out of that place. So it is a chance. There is a chance, but they are relying on some extra things to happen. But yeah, hopefully we get us to see at least a chance for Wildcard or one of them to save themselves in that series. Final lessons taken from the last series, I guess. I mean, was there any blood shown from Shopify here, which perhaps Nouns can use against them when they come to play them? Because that is the next really important match after the next one.
It's hard to tell with Rebellion right now. I feel like as a team, they're starting to relax a lot. And I feel like whenever they're in the lead, they're not afraid to take it that extra step. And it has turned sometimes into, making the games a little more interesting than they need to be. But I feel like that is something they also been kind of needing to do for a while. Like, not just be like this, like scripted in a way, kind of like team that can just get figured out eventually. They need that flair, that little bit of extra like gameplay to add to their style.
Yeah, it's a little bit like they might have underestimated Wildcard a little bit in that game too with those item choices and kind of just playing a bit loose and relaxed. And you can't afford another loss, so those things can come back to haunt you. But, they're still in a pretty healthy situation, still
of
in the
course.
run for the major. So I think they're just going to quickly scrap that fruit. Bulb is going to have his talk and get
Good
the
luck,
boys
RTZ.
ready. You've got 2 series left. Come on, guys, let's push through these.
I mean, RTZ's not going to. He's like, come on, man, I know. Just relax, leave me alone.
Just let me play.
I'm chilling, bro.
Team.
I kind of wanted the end of that interview for Bo to just like take off his belt and then like walk off stream. Like, oh, okay. But no, of course, it's all good. Some words will be exchanged, but of course, we all know it's just Shopify chilling out a bit too much, having a bit too much fun, perhaps.
Right.
But they still came home with a dub, and that's all that matters. We now are going to be throwing it over to a break, but after which we shall be back with the second series of the day. A very, very important matchup here in the NA region. It is TSM versus Nouns coming up in a bit.
Watch more, earn more. Full TV.
First victim. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's
Because you've been very good, we thought we'd fill you in with some break time content. So get us off that second monitor, slide us across to the first, and let's get into it. We're going to be doing the friendship test. It is panelist versus casters. Yet again, I've got Fear and T Panda on my right here on the panel versus T Governor and MLP over in the casting booth, ready to go for this challenge. T Gov, this is your first time. How are you feeling? How's your bond with Mike?
This is my first time I've ever cast with him in person. And it's maybe like my second time I've cast with him in my life. So I'm really ready to be with my best friend here, Mr. MLP. We're going to crush this one.
That's right. I was worried how that was starting off. You know, like he looked very grim, but then he turned it into a positive. So
Yeah.
The old bait and switch,
Yeah.
yes indeed. Well, Mike did very well with his last partner, Sinrin, who he
But
said he'd
still
been
left him
friends
at
with
the end of the day.
for 50, that's what he did.
15 minutes. So I got like an extra 48 hours on him. Let's go.
You do. Alrighty, well, we're going to move into our first segment. So clipboards at the ready as we play meet in the middle in this game. You guys will give me an answer, which is a number without sharing
thanks,
with
mate.
each other. And then the answer will be the average between the two, and the closer average will win. So potentially one of you could really throw this one for the other, which is always funny. So get ready. First question is, Stonebank currently has the highest kills in a single game of the NADPC. But how many kills did he get?
Stonebank.
Stonebank, yeah. What a
Ooh,
twist.
yeah.
What a guy. Yeah, we got to go fast. I'm ready.
Oh, how big
Yeah,
do I have
yeah,
to write
no
this?
messing around.
That's right.
oh no,
guess.
that's a lot.
That's right. We've done it.
Okay. Alrighty. Let's start with the
very ready.
panelists. T Panda.
I went with 19.
Okay, alright.
whoa,
Wait, what's going on here? Phil? What's going on
I was
here?
thinking.
Hold on.
Hey, to be fair,
Turn it around.
all right, my first guess was 18, but I thought 25 in my head.
Oh,
Okay,
wow.
alright.
Okay.
So which one? If I can go with either.
Well, let's see what they answered.
What is this? I'm going to take 18.
All right, you can take it.
Because you
It's
already
fine.
saw his answer after
Rigged
you
game
didn't get
show.
it.
I mean, it doesn't
So
really
good.
matter what his answer is. It's I'm
does.
just thinking.
Well, yeah, okay,
No,
so
for
you're
this one, not really.
18.5.
I don't matter.
Alrighty, Mike, what is your answer?
23.
23. Okay, T Governor.
21.
21. So your average is 22. The correct answer is 20. So
What?
18.5 will just about take it.
Oh,
Thank you for letting me keep my
We should
first
have let him
answer.
go to 24. Yeah, well, that's all right.
Strategy failed.
All
That's
right.
all right. Well, yeah,
Amazing.
We kind of were close. I'm pretty happy with that. Yeah.
All right.
A favorite venue of the talent here in Romania for PGL has been Therme in Bucharest, but it is Europe's largest leisure center. Approximately, how many plants do they have?
Oh,
What?
my.
Oh,
What?
no. Wait, have you been to Therme?
I haven't even been to Therm.
Okay, can I describe what Therme is to him real quick?
No, that's his fault for not going to Therme.
Wow. Okay. All right. How
Wait,
many
is it
planets?
planets do they have?
The
I'll
favorite
describe it
place
to
for talent, and Mike doesn't know.
Exactly.
What do you call yourself, Mike?
Well. I actually do work instead of taking days off. boys.
That's true.
Anyway.
He's just practicing casts every day off. That's all he does.
How many plants?
Okay. How many
Yeah.
plants?
Oh, wait, no.
Who knows?
Who knows? Let's go.
Let's go.
All
Let's
right.
go. Show? We show?
Wait.
Go for it, Fear.
I did 215.
I go 1,000.
Okay. All right. T, Governor.
I did 669.
And 1.5.
Okay. So,
So they have like 1K,
1.5K.
and we have like
To be fair, you probably are
600?
going to
Yeah.
be closer. Yeah.
600-ish, yeah?
Okay. Well, the correct answer is you're both you're all incredibly wrong. It is 800,000 plants.
What?
800.
Oh, they're closer.
So, I mean, I feel like I shouldn't give a point, but the casters get it.
Take it.
Yeah.
Take the win. Take the win when we get it, man. Take
Easy.
the win when we
Take
get
the
it.
win.
Yep.
All right.
Easy.
You carried me on this one with your 1500.
With this lack of knowledge. Next question, short and sweet. How old is our Lord and Savior Gabe Newell?
Oh.
Oh, no.
Don't get it
Oh,
wrong.
no.
Whatever
Don't
you
get
do,
it-
Yo,
don't-
just be
Don't
polite.
guess
you know?
too high.
Can we skip?
I thought he was
absolutely cannot
25.
skip.
What do you mean?
Well, that guess
How old
that
could
then.
he be?
Guess
I mean,
that.
there's not going to be a number 3
right, I'm
in there,
ready.
that's for sure.
Very good. All right, let's go
Thanks.
casters first this time. Mike, what have you put?
I've not wrote anything. Wait.
Oh,
I
come
got
on,
too
T.
excited by my 3 joke.
Speed run.
Wait, hold on. He does wear shorts, but he is also graying. Therefore, he has to be
He's not graying. He's majestic.
He's
Majestic
silvering.
silver.
done.
Yeah, majestic silver. Good job, Mike. What have you put?
62.
Okay, T-Gov.
67.
67. Okay, that's going to put his average around 65. Fear?
59.
59. Okay, T-Panda.
I'm not endangering my career. 18.
Oh my goodness.
What's more important, the game show or your career? Well, the casters are obviously take this one, and the correct answer is 60. So you
there
both
you
guessed
go.
over.
I am
so
so
it was
sorry,
the
guys.
closest.
But we're safe.
No, the 7 years were the additional years at TI. Really ages a man. You know,
of course.
Having to run the show.
TI,
not there,
which
but-
you are not going to next time. After getting a Midas, if you immediately use it off cooldown every time, how many minutes will it take to pay itself off?
Oh,
Why do we have to? That's a
I don't buy
terrible question.
Midas.
Oh god,
How many minutes?
There you go.
How many
Yeah,
minutes?
I'm guessing.
After getting
All right,
it,
ready.
using it every
You said
time
it was
off
a speed
cooldown.
run, so you don't even
Yep.
think. Just do.
Just go
Yeah.
from the heart,
No.
boys.
Yeah.
Go from the heart.
All right.
Okay. All right. T-Panda.
13.
22.
Okay. 22. Okay, so that's going to put the average around 17-ish. T-Governor, what have you gone for?
18.
18?
I went 12 minutes.
Ooh,
brother.
Oh, dear.
I don't
dear.
buy
That is low.
Midas.
That is low.
brother. Okay,
The
no worries.
correct answer is 21.
So I think our average is closer. Yay.
The X-Carry player gets
Wow.
it right, and that's going to
Imagine
be
that.
another point for the casters.
Nah, that's right. Don't
Very
worry,
good.
mate.
Very
We'll
good.
bounce back, we'll bounce back.
Thank you. You're welcome.
All right, after that round, the casters are at 3, whilst the panelists are... No, wait, I've done this wrong. The panelists are at 3, whilst the casters are at 1.
What?
I know. That's a shame. Only one right. But nevertheless,
Don't
you've
worry,
got
I got the
more
plant
rounds
one
to
right.
go.
That's right.
It's all good.
Let's move on to everybody's favorite part of the show, the voice lines. It is time. So you got to decide between yourselves which of you is going to do the voice lines for this. You have to describe to each other the heroes on the sheet by creating a voice line for the hero. And as we said last time, you can't just describe what the hero does. It's got to be a bit more creative than that, but you can use an existing voice line if you can think of one. So, T-Gov.
Question.
Yep.
Are you going to allow Panda to act these out and bang the desk and not do any voice lines?
Not this time. I kind of
Okay.
want to see Fear give it a go.
All right, it's my turn. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
Oh, wow.
So, all right, I pulled out the card.
Okay. All right. Yeah, let's go.
Is he looking
Let's
at them
go
already?
panelists first,
Hey, you
actually.
can't look at them yet.
I'm not looking at anything.
Am I allowed to look at it?
He's got it turned around. He's already
No,
looking at
he
them.
can't look
Yeah,
because
put
then
it,
you
put
can.
it down. Put it down.
You
T.
can already
All right,
think
you know what?
about it.
T-Governor can go
Make
first
him go
now.
first,
Yeah,
Yeah, make him go first.
All right. Okay. T, 1 minute 30 on the clock. Are you ready?
Oh, am I doing as many as possible? Right.
Yes.
You got to do
okay.
as many as possible. You can skip, but you can't say an ability or the hero's name inside the voice line.
Okay.
All right?
All right,
Okay,
yeah.
you ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
From the gods, I fuck you.
Zeus.
Nice.
Ooh, don't fall into my trap.
Techies.
Nope, don't fall into my traps. Ooh, there's many of them.
TA.
Yep, there we go. Okay.
okay.
Ooh, I'm kind of dead, but I'm killing you.
Wraith King.
No, I'm a brand new, really expensive voice line, and I'm. Oh, okay, don't worry, we don't care about that one. 1 second.
What's expensive?
Stealing your gold. That was too piratey. But
Bounty Hunter?
yeah, there we go.
Down
Cool.
to Pirate Edition.
Medusa?
Yep, there we go. That was
Wow.
an Arcana one. Yeah, fuck mana.
AM?
Yep, I have no fucking face.
Oh, Faces Void.
There we go.
Good.
Ooh, the light beams and shit. The nighttime. I love the nighttime.
Luna.
There we go. I don't look at that one go.
What? Oh, who's that? Witch Doctor?
There we go.
Actually, you can use existing voice lines, so it's fine.
It says don't, so there we go. Ooh,
Go.
Shit. I love war and all things axes.
Troll?
There we go. That was
0 seconds left on the clock. What was that?
It was Spectre. It was a horn. I panicked. But it was 1, 2, 3. Sorry, I forgot.
Holy.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Technically 9, I think.
Yeah,
There we go.
I counted 9. I gave you 9 for it, which puts
right.
you up to 10. So well done.
That's a
Pulling
lot of
ahead.
profanity.
Minus points for
It helped.
Whoa! No minus
you
points
said-
for profanity.
You said no rules on saying a tasteful fuck. Okay.
That's right.
Yep, I absolutely did. No, 10 points absolutely going your way. Well done. That was a magnificent debut performance from T Governor.
Yeah.
Fear. This is also your debut performance for doing voice lines. You feeling confident?
Of course.
Uh-oh.
That
Here
was
we
the
go.
voice of confidence. All right, wait. Need to get the timer on the screen.
I mean, he was looking before the timer.
There we
went
go.
up, so
All
maybe-
right.
All right.
All right, Fear. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, walking the dog.
Walking the dog.
Here we go.
We have a connection
We have a
between us.
golem. Warlock.
No.
Beastmaster.
Whip you into shape.
Beastmaster.
How's he not getting this thing? Think electricity.
Razor.
Oh my god.
Spin to win.
Spin to win. Axe.
Another one.
Another one spin
Yeah,
to win.
Who else spins?
Oh my god.
Juggernaut.
Yes.
All right.
Okay. A dog in the wild with more dogs.
This is a voice
Dog in the wild.
Oh.
Beastmaster.
Oh no. The other one. Oh.
The other one. Like him.
Yes. Thank you.
well done.
Let's see.
Shut up, guys.
This is a hero you love playing as support.
As support.
Yeah, you've been owning on it
Wow,
lately.
this is the voice line.
really good voice line.
Yeah.
That's a great voice line.
Next one.
I have built-in evasion.
I've built an evasion.
Wow, yeah.
Yes. I collect souls. Lots of souls.
Souls. Which one was this one?
I don't know who this is.
What do you mean?
Something else?
Dark and shadowy.
Dark and shadowy collects souls. No, it's not.
Describe his height
What
for
is
you.
it?
Above average.
4 seconds. Get a guess into E-Panda.
Lich.
Oh my
Shadow
god.
feed.
Oh, yeah.
Oh boy.
That was
Right,
TA.
no, we take those. We take
Oh,
those.
we
No, we
tripped.
take
Okay.
it.
800,000
Jonathan
points and
collects
whatever that
souls. He's
was.
dark and shadowy.
All right. Well, at the end of that round, the panelists are now on 6 points. They pulled ahead massively on the casters, up to 10 points, meaning that you'll have to get every single one right here on the friendship test.
Oh, yeah.
So
We'll
let's
see.
move on to the final round of the show. It's called the friendship test. Basically, what will happen is I'll ask them a question about one of them.
Well, question.
Yep.
Can we double the points for friendship tests? Because
No.
these questions are a lot harder.
Yeah, no man. Don't do
We
it.
literally just met each other on the casting booth.
You've worked
Screw it,
together.
yeah, why not? Let's do it. Let's
double
do
the
it.
points.
Oh my god.
It's a good
those
idea.
guys
It's very
who like to
suggestive.
It's a lot harder to get these correct.
It is. It is.
All right.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
whilst they're doubling, let's just look at each other's answers. Yeah.
You are being recorded, might I remind you.
Oh, shit.
Everybody understand the
Okay.
game? Okay, everybody clipboards at the ready. Let's get into the first one. This one is for T-Panda and for T-Governor, the two T's. What is their favorite cuisine? What kind of cuisine do they like? So Italian, Mexican,
Oh.
It can be that
just say
generic.
pizza. Yeah, it can be pretty generic.
I'm trying
As
to
long as you
think
write the same
what we
thing.
do
If you think
like.
they're going to be
Remember that
generic.
time where we spoke during that previous cast? Now we bonded over our teasing. Now think about my cuisine from that cast, okay?
Can't remember anything.
Be obvious.
Can we go average and meet in the middle? So if he goes like all the way over here and then the world.
Nope, that was the first round.
Favorite cuisine? This is gonna
I
be a hard
honestly
one.
can't remember.
It's gonna be a hard one.
That is very true.
No,
No, you
you-
like good food.
It's tricky. It's tricky.
No, what is my favorite cuisine?
I'm just gonna go for the obvious. I think.
The obvious.
The obvious
Baked
food.
beans.
Yeah.
just beans. All right. You know what, casters? Let's see you guys first. Mike, what do you think T's favorite food
I
is?
said Italian. I don't know.
I went.
T-Gov?
What?
What does it say?
It says Mexican. Sorry,
Mexican.
I forgot I had to show the thing. So
Yeah,
I'll write
okay,
bigger next
all right.
time. Sorry.
All right. A bit of a miss there. Phil, what do you think T-Panda's favorite food is?
I guessed Italian as well.
Well, it is Italian.
Hey,
Wait,
very
what?
good. Very good. All right. The
Easy.
comeback begins now.
This guy's been eating burgers every day.
Bro, that's the biggest scam.
That's a legit
actually
scam.
a scam. I've not seen him eat a single bit of pasta since
He
he's
has
been here.
not eaten.
Chat, they don't know.
They don't
That's
know.
actually
know.
true. I'm kind of getting suspicious now, but never mind. We'll go to the next
All right,
question.
blink twice if you want to write Italian for next. So favorite destination? Italy. Okay.
All right,
just so
this
you're
is
aware.
for Mike and this is for Fia, okay?
Okay.
What will always make them rage in Dota?
Oh.
Oh, okay.
What
okay.
never fails to make them angry? What gets under their skin? See,
There's
if
so
T
many
Governor has
things.
been listening to NADPC, then he might actually know the answer to this one. But
There's so many
he might
things
not.
though.
Yeah, that's true.
There's so many things that upset me.
That is true. He's
All
an
right.
angry man.
I just hope my term is correct.
Your term.
Yes.
I mean, we'll be a little bit.
I mean, the thing
generous
is, you
on this
could be right on
Well,
many
yeah,
levels
like,
here.
we'll see if we're in the same grounds.
Yeah.
Here.
one. All
I
right.
mean, mine's too specific. I think.
Okay, let's start with our panelists. What do you think it is, T Panda?
It's animals and pubs.
Wow.
I mean, close enough. Supports.
What?
Whoa, if that's acceptable, then
That's a personal attack.
we're both supports. Pos 4, pos 5. We're not
Exactly.
animals.
I don't like these two guys.
God damn shady.
And these supports never know how to lane. It's atrocious.
Okay, all right. Noted. MLP. What is? Oh, actually, sorry. We'll go T Governor first.
I said
What do you think MLPs?
cause buying farming items just to die 30 minutes later without buyback.
Oh, that's close.
And then I put slash anti-mage.
I wrote pause one picking anti-mage.
That's like a two-part.
That's very
That's two
specific.
answers.
You know what?
Are you kidding?
I'm gonna give it.
Look at these
All right,
support
yeah,
players.
I'm
They're
gonna give it.
Yo, my man. Let's go.
That's right.
Let's
Two
go.
supports sharing a
I'm
hive
sorry.
mind. It's
What do
like,
you mean?
I'm so happy I put the slash
That was so
anti-mage.
good.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, well
I mean,
done.
you fucking hate
Put slash
animations doing
anti-mage
this.
on
Fuck,
it.
I get it. Yeah, all right, cool.
They've got some PTSD.
I
over
wrote a
that.
little mini essay for that one. There's players like Fear, those carry players, you know, they join the
Oh,
scene,
don't
they
even
think
get
they
me
know what they're
started.
doing, we secure their
The carry
lane.
said support.
Yeah,
and the support
exactly,
said
yeah.
carries.
That's why
Oh,
Dota's such a beautiful game. We all hate each other.
Yeah, we all have unity.
Perfect balance. All right, this one is for T Panda, and this one is for T Governor. The battle of the T's again. Outside of Dota, what is their most played game, according to Steam?
Your most played game.
Actually, it doesn't have to be according to Steam. It can be anything. But what's your most played video game outside of Dota?
Is there like a time span on this bad boy, or is it like last month, last week,
No,
last
whatever,
minute?
whatever your favorite game is outside of Dota. Maybe not most played, just favorite, just most
His favorite
enjoyed.
game outside of Dota. Okay.
Yeah,
All right,
video
all
game,
right,
video
all
game,
right.
video game.
Okay, so favorite, but in particular favorite fear.
I mean, I'm trying my best to remember.
Right.
I already wrote it down, so
I
there's no
actually
going
don't
back.
know anything about you, dude.
I mean, don't worry. I mean, the answer's going to be hard to get.
Yeah, I'm just
Okay,
gonna.
okay. It's going wild.
Yeah,
All right,
it's-
let's start with our panelists then, if they've done it. All right,
this is
Fear, what do you
definitely
think
wrong.
T Panda's
That's fair
favorite
enough.
game
I
is?
mean, I can only see you write
put
too many notes.
Rocket League.
Okay,
Well,
it does work in Rocket League sometimes.
Okay, so I had three answers of which one is correct, but very close. On Steam, also my favorite is Rocket League. Secondly, the most hours that I've ever put is
It can
actually
only be
World of
one.
Warcraft, but my favorite, it is Diablo 2.
Diablo 2. All right.
okay.
Unlucky.
Swing and a miss. Swing and a miss. Casters, Mike, what do you think T Governor's favorite game is?
Outside
okay,
of
they're not gonna
Dota,
get point.
I just said Counter Strike because what else am I? I don't know. What did you write?
T
Or
Gov?
Dota.
Outside of Dota.
I don't
Outside
play
of
other
Dota.
games. I literally don't play other games.
These support players, man.
I don't fucking play other games. I play Dota. I do Dota.
You asked them to buy a ward, and they still can't even get that right.
You asked a question about game's age, right? Game's age. I also apologize, Gaben. I do that thing where I buy a Steam game, I'll play it for like an hour and 10 minutes, then I'll refund it because I don't want to play it. So my whole library is just an hour and 10 minute gameplay on many games, all refunded because I'm like, I just don't play it. I play Dota. And it's depressing. I want to play a different game. I want to enjoy other things.
all right.
My My life
right,
is
this
just
isn't a therapy
T Governor,
session.
this is a
Let's move on.
therapy session. Yeah, you got to start paying us if that's the case. Let's move on to the next question. From this, sorry, this is for Fear and this is for MLP, and this is the last one. What was the nearest city to them whilst they were growing up?
Nearest city.
The nearest city.
Well, how
Yeah.
are you going to ask these people that?
Ask these people.
How are you going to ask them the nearest city next to me while I grew up?
Well, maybe you had a nice, touching conversation about your childhood, as good friends would, Fear.
I mean,
And
so
then you
like,
only talk about Dota and
I don't talk to
maths,
anyone
I
about
guess.
Yeah.
Maybe
we're,
like
we're not that
just-
close.
Literally, I don't have a
the city
single
where you
friend
grew
that I
up in, I
talk to
guess,
about
yeah.
that.
yeah. Well, I mean, I did
kinda
grow up
sad.
in rural
Alright, well,
place, so
I'm going to look like
It
an
is
idiot
close-
after
close
this,
city.
considering America, because, you know, when Americans are guessing like
I don't
European
even-
cities and towns and
There's
countries,
I went
they're
for a
0%
left field
chance
answer,
you're
and
gonna
I'm now
get
scared
this.
of seeing
Yeah,
the wrong
Hey,
country.
I could have
but
done it
it's
the other
fine.
way around. That
It
would
would still
have
be
been
the
way
same
worse.
area of the world.
yeah.
It would have been,
I
yes.
could like guessing like shouldn't have been listening.
I don't even know how you write this,
You
but
forget where you were raised. You just keep writing new things. You're just scribbling it out. Like, yeah, I don't think I was raised here. Maybe here, maybe there.
Oh goodness me.
Okay.
All right, go on.
All right, let's start here in the panel.
I'm going to do a bigger city because there's smaller cities too.
All right.
oh, you
Tea
also,
Panda,
okay,
It
well,
won't make a difference, but it's fine.
probably won't. My boy's from Albuquerque.
Albuquerque,
I don't even know if it's a city, but
Well, it's a city called Ashland.
Ashland.
same letter.
Not even in the same state. But
What
it's a nice
state
try.
is it?
Oregon?
Oregon.
Nobody
Yeah, okay.
cares for you.
It's in the country.
Yeah, I mean,
Detroit.
who asked? He asked.
Okay, all right. T-Gov, what do you think Mike's nearest city was?
Brisbane.
Oh no.
I see Dota.
He's
It's,
offended.
it's Sydney.
oh, you had like three. You had one in three chances.
I mean,
a lot
at least I was in the
easier.
same, like the right country. How far away? Miles, right? How far away is Albuquerque from Ashland compared to Brisbane to Sydney, though? Huh?
Probably much
I think
closer.
The real
Probably
question
way
is,
closer.
can anyone here name 3 cities in the state of Oregon? I don't think so.
No, just Portland.
That's very
Sorry.
true.
They're in a country called Detroit.
There we go.
There you go.
Wait, Bend as well.
Yeah? Wow, you've got 2 already.
I can't remember the last one. All right, well, that was
the
a
capital,
almost
Salem.
won the show.
Salem, yeah.
All right, we're
Okay,
good.
all right, we're done. We're done anyway. That's going to be it then. Our casters are the winner for this episode.
Oh, another
of
win.
Panels versus casters.
Another win.
This is a test of friendship, and the casters won.
I don't know. I can't lose. That's the thing, though, man. I really can't lose. These panelists are so bad.
You're just so good at making friends, man.
They're so incredibly bad, these guys. It's actually embarrassing.
Whoa, let's be
We'll see
humble.
if you
Let's be
guys can
humble.
stay together longer
Be
than a
humble.
week.
Let's be
Yeah,
humble.
go. All right, guys.
yeah, John,
3
I'll be
losses in
longer
a
than
row
for a
here in the
week.
panel. What have you got to say for yourselves?
I mean, I think we need to change up the voice line one. we win in every department except for the voice lines. And
Exactly.
There's too many points there. I think those should give half points. Especially because they make theirs really easy. T did okay.
All right,
but
whatever,
when
nerds.
Mike did it, it was embarrassing.
It's a family show.
I just got praised by Fear for Dota voice lines. Mom, did you hear that? Mom, clip it.
Yeah, you did great. You did great. Well done, T, on your debut performance. And commiserations, panelists. You'll get them next time. And that's going to do it for the game show. If there's another break, then we'll be back. But for today, we're all done. Of course, stick around as we've got the huge matchup of TSM versus Nouns coming up. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you very soon for that. Hello and welcome back to the NA DPC as we are getting into our biggest series of the day, maybe of the tournament so far. It is time for Nouns versus TSM. These two teams have been on an absolute death ball towards each other, neither of them dropping a single series, and now we get to find out which team is going to get the best of the other. Guys, I mean, it does come down to it, doesn't it? The top three teams always battling it up against each other, but first thing I want to ask you is who actually do you think has the advantage over the other in this series?
TSM.
Why?
Oh, okay. I don't know how to give a reason. No, I mean, it's just historically speaking, TSM has always gotten the better of Nouns. And we've heard before from the Nouns players that they sometimes have that mental block. They get a little nervous when playing in some of the better teams in the region. And until I see that like myth dispelled, I'm still going to go with TSM almost every single time unless the drafts are really one-sided.
Yeah, at least this tour Nouns has a lot of good things going for them, so it does look a little bit more even, but as said, the history might just repeat itself again and TSM looking like the favorites coming into this series at least.
Yeah, I mean, Nouns haven't dropped a game. They've been super clean so far, but they have kind of fallen behind in the laning phase a couple of times, but they always managed to come back and secure the win. But it is really important to mention here that Nouns are playing with a stand-in. They have lost, unfortunately, their position for Lelis. Reportedly from the manager, he tells me that Lelis was helping an old lady cross the street. He was carrying her, and she was very heavy. He struggled to put her down, and he hurt herself.
Put her down?
Yeah, on the other side of the street, not as a dog. But he injured himself.
That is a very honorable
this.
way of going out.
Yeah, truly a hero. So Theolica will be standing in for him. So unfortunately, they won't be at their full strength. I mean, how much do you think that's going to affect them?
I mean, Lelis is supposed to be their captain, so
yeah, that's
potentially a lot.
That's a big blow.
Potentially a lot, yeah.
Yeah, big blow.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to play without that guy. I mean, I don't know. I don't have any information on whether he's still going to be able to kind of like, talk to them in the draft or anything like that. I guess not. So, yeah, that's going to be a big issue for Nouns here and probably giving TSM the edge, who have just been looking very, very phenomenal. Have you seen any faults in this TSM lineup, T-Panda?
On the TSM roster, I mean, I see a lot of positives. I see a lot of upsides. If there's a small thing, is maybe the small bit of sloppiness every now and then. Like you guys were highlighting about the mistakes that they tend to make from time to time. That could be around either the early laning stage. It could be somewhere in the mid game where decision making might be a bit questionable. It's like, do they have a decisive move they want to make, or do they just sit there and ponder a little bit and kind of sleep past their luck?
Okay.
Maybe put it that way.
And then the other side of the question, do you feel like that's just something they do when they're feeling a bit kind of perhaps lazy, or, they're just in control of the game against some of these, lower to bottom teams because there is such a skill difference? Or do you feel like that's an internal issue within the team that you saw at the major as well?
It could be a bit of both. We already seen like Rebellion have some similarities about, having a bit of fun, fooling around, having the fountain. Then the TSM just shows it a little bit differently, and they have beaten the best of the rest, basically. They only haven't played Felt. So taken from the major, they just weren't really ready for the level of competition. They needed that experience with these new players they added into the team. So I feel like things could be a bit more polished coming into these important series that are really going to matter a lot. They were shaky against Nouns last time, not to forget. That could be a weakness that Nouns could exploit.
Absolutely. And, we talked about the kind of potential downsides of TSM, but like overall, they've just been doing so well. They look very clean. I mean, what's the thing which TSM are doing better than any other team in this region?
Just being individually better than everyone, honestly. Like, their three core players are incredibly talented, and I guess if I were to go one specific thing, it's Kasane's Beastmaster. They are doing Beastmaster better than any other team in this region right now. I think the meta has shifted to where you stack a lot. Now with the Beastmaster, you buy the mana boots, and then you clear the stacks. Most of the problem that's been happening is the Beastmaster's been losing his lane really hard, trying to do the stacks, and they're getting contested. Then all of a sudden, the Beastmaster has no game. Kasane has found a way to make it so he can win his lane, do the stacks, and outfarm Alchemists even with this. So, and he's been on it consistently now. So that's definitely very scary. So I guess I just have to say, Kasane, the offlaner, has been doing things a lot differently than everyone else in this region.
Built different and absolutely showing it here. He has been phenomenal on this Beastmaster and other heroes as well. He's been a shining star for me on TSM as well. And of course, you have the experience on this team. You have the consistency. Tomato and Bryle have been around so long. Whitemon as well is pretty experienced as a position 5. And then with the coaching of Moon Meander as well, like it's hard to see this team falling. But they did so at the major, which has to be a concern for them. But I want to talk specifically about Bryle and Bryle versus Gunnar, because this is the matchup which matters. When we're talking about NA, we're always looking to the mid lane. So who would you favor coming out of the laning phase at least?
Oh, that's a tough one.
I would say the safe bet is to go with Bryle.
Yeah.
Because he's very consistent, very strong laner, rarely has a bad game. On the other hand, you have Gunnar, who can have an incredibly good game and take over and look absolutely beyond amazing, or he can just feed a little bit. He has a little bit of a roller coaster ride sometimes.
But it's not like he still has like an absolutely bad game. So it's like
Sure.
his high is high and his middle is kind of mediocre, you could say.
Right. I mean, against the teams in NA, he won't have a low, of course. Maybe in like the international scene, if we get to see Gunnar play a bit more, we'll see a little more of that roller coaster. But Bryle's just been consistently stable, and it can go either way. And I think it's an exciting matchup because of the potential Gunnar does have and how good the Bryle is already. It's just some of the highest skilled mid laners that NA has to offer.
Yeah, and I think as well when we look towards Nouns, you look at these players, we've known them all, except perhaps Yamsun, who was previously Yves coming into this team. He didn't really impress us so much on Tour 1, but I think Tour 2, he's definitely looked better.
He does, all the way back to TI, like when he was still playing for against the other international teams, he looked
was on
pretty all right.
wildcard.
He was noticeable. He was on wildcard.
Yeah.
He was a noticeable player. Then Tour 1, he wasn't that much, and now he's getting back to that level as well. So he's got a bit of an interesting learning curve going on.
He definitely does. He definitely does. And I'm excited to watch him play and grow with this team, as Nouns do look very exciting. But, of course, we have to mention our sponsors for the Western EU and NA DPC, who are esportsbet.io and their new Watch to Earn platform. You can go and watch your favorite matches across NA and Western EU DPC to earn yourself free tokens, which you can then use to place bets on your favorite teams. It's 3,000 free tokens per hour, which is the equivalent to $3 just by watching the game. There's no need initially to place a bet to start earning tokens. So what are you waiting for? Go over to esportsbet.io, create an account, start watching today, and start engaging with their Dota 2 community over there. But right now, we've got the draft now available for game number 1 against Nouns versus TSM, which we're going to hope is going to be a very exciting matchup. But I am worried about the stand-in. It's got to be a concern.
Yeah, some things I was looking up. I'm not sure if I'm butchering this nickname, but Theolikar, he is also an IO player. Not too many games of IO competitively.
Not this game.
He's been, yeah, exactly. It is banned. This is something I wanted to bring up, that it's going to be contested this series for sure, because it's been one of the winning strats for Nouns getting hold of either the disruptors or building around the IO Lesh. He's been undefeated on the hero since 2017. So that's a pretty long streak that he has built for himself. And Husky, it could open up different possibilities for him to also pick. He's played 2 heroes so far. Go ahead.
How many heroes has Husky played this DPC? 2.
Yeah, every
And
single
what were those
game,
2 heroes?
It was the IO and the Undying.
Oh,
so
okay.
that's why I was thinking they could open up some possibilities for it. But, it
Oh,
is
they
what
let
it
the
is.
Kasane Beastmaster through.
The
and
Rubik
the-
Beast.
And the Ari Rubik as well, my fellow countryman, got to represent. But he will be playing on the Rubik, which he said in himself he absolutely loves playing and will play every time it's available for him. So this is going to be something they're very happy
Drow.
with. But Drow?
Undying Drow gives you everything. It's Nouns. They've been doing it for a long time, right? We had a discussion about it. It's their comfort. I want to see them pick it just because it shows they're sticking to their strategies, much like TSM is sticking to their strategies. I don't want to see them bust out like some different hero right now. I mean, this one's okay too.
It's not
But
different, yeah.
it's not that far out of the book. Before they normally would go with the Drow, but the Gunnar Leshrac, you have the Undying behind you to heal you up. We always like to call it the battery, whatever you want to call it, the steroid for the Leshrac, so he can keep going forward. This kind of helps them with that. And there's no IO, so this is a good replacement.
Drafting wise, this is an interesting decision in a sense because TSM, who has 15th, do they want to take the Drow if Nouns lets it through? Because then you get 2 heroes to actually counter the Drow, so the Drow Leshrac counter doesn't feel that bad at that point. So it's an interesting one they grab the Leshrac here.
Yeah, I mean,
I like it.
We'll see how it pays off. I still wanted to see them go with what their bread and butter, what they've been doing this entire time, what they seem to really believe in, especially you see your offlaner now as well, right? Maybe they want something a bit stronger. Or I will say that Leshrac is very important in this matchup as well, because Bryle is a beast on it, Gunnar is a beast on it. I'll keep going back to what Moon Meander said at the major. He said NA Leshrac, best Leshrac, Quinn Leshrac. Every single mid player that comes from NA, they have a really good Leshrac. So not surprised to see it being highly contested here, but very interesting point about the Drow, because I think Nouns still do want it. But will TSM potentially take it? It is very good versus both these heroes right now with the hypothermia.
And for those of you that don't know, by the way, TSM have actually banned out Witch Doctor, and you might be thinking, hey, that's not a very strong support right now, and we'd agree, it's not a strong support,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, exactly.
it's a very strong core hero. Nouns, as well as Bait, have been playing it quite a lot. Nouns specifically rolled with it on the off lane with Moo behind it, and this kind of triple down healing strat they ran, it really didn't have an answer to it. They did it twice, almost 3 times.
They could ban Abaddon too, right? That was
They
the
could
one of
also
those.
ban the Riki now here as well, which was another effective offlaner for Moo.
Yeah, you have to consider it. You have to consider it as an option for this team. So
I mean, that one makes sense.
That makes
Yes,
sense for the
like
Beastmaster.
All right, so
lane.
there's pretty much no one at this moment that I trust more when it comes to banning heroes for their hero than, you know, the Beastmaster Kasane. He seems to just know this matchup, and we've seen it time and time again. That was literally the story of yesterday's match, like Sniper versus Beastmaster. If you play Beast in this, you lose. I mean, unfortunately, they didn't win that game, but that's kind of fun. 5 ran through that game, to be fair. But that matchup is incredibly hard to play. But I could see the Abaddon being good here too. It is a hero that we talked about. What are the strengths of an Abaddon core? We didn't see it in previous series, but TSM and now, I don't know if, no, now, hasn't the TSM played it yet? They have, yes, actually beat Rebellion. Nouns has played it as well, so both these teams know
game.
the strength of this hero. And when you play against a Beastmaster, when you have the Aphotic Shield against the Roar, that could be really strong.
That is true.
And
they
the
decided,
ultimate, right?
And they decided to ban the Drown now as well on the side of Nouns. So they had the option to leave it through for TSM to maybe consider the pick or let Nouns second phase it for themselves. So just not going to think about it that
Yeah.
further.
I mean, they felt like if TSM picked it right out of the gate here, that would be a big problem for them. So they didn't even want to risk that, and they banned a hero that would be good for them as well.
Yeah.
one thing I would say about the Abaddon is that I think Tombstone might be a pretty good answer for it. I mean, Undying in general might be a pretty good answer. In terms of just slowing him down, kiting him, you know, you've
No,
got
I wanted
Leshrac
it
who's
for
very cool.
TSM.
Oh, for
sorry,
TSM.
sorry, for Nouns. I
apologies.
wanted
Yeah.
it to be with the Undying.
Right, okay,
Okay.
yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
That would definitely fit their roster. TSM going to ban out the Terrorblade and now go into their pick. Is this just a support pick for them?
Yeah, I think you just pick your 5 most likely there, but I've seen this matchup many times. I think this, I was going to say, it was the same story as last draft where I was like, I wanted them to just pick the Ember there right away. They ended up picking Bat, but you kind of see your matchup, and you can either choose just to pick your mid straight up, or you can pick your support. But then if they really want to DP, there was a chance Nouns could have stolen that away from them. So this is a mid matchup that is very interesting because I've seen it go both ways, and it basically, whoever gets level 6 first and the supports rotate to, it could come down to like literally 2 or 3 like denies in the laning stage to turn this. And if you get that kill on the back of an exorcism or the verse end of a pulse nova and killing the enemy mid, there's a catapult at that timing as well. You end up taking the mid tower, and then this game snowballs really hard into your favor.
I'm just going with the drafting curiosity about the Death Prophet going through the first phase, not getting picked in first phase at all. You don't really ban it in the second phase. Very rare teams actually do. But they decided to go for it. It's also the potential support flex, but I'm for sure looking at it as a mid DP, which was the answer still left in the pool for TSM to grab. But that also means they still have a support unpicked, which they potentially is going to be either the DP flexed. Is there any other option they can go for the mid lane instead of the DP?
Unless you want to see a position 5 DP, no. And I think I don't really want to see that. Beastmaster, for sure, Kasane going to the offlane. Normally the DP is seen in the mid or offlane position, but if you already have your offlaner picked, highly likely we're going to see this in the mid role.
RCY, not in this matchup, played a pretty mean Invoker versus the Leshrac. So I was thinking like Invo, Brawl could also surprise with a Tinker if he doesn't want to take the DP and flex it around.
It just really depends if Whitemon wants to play DP5. And knowing Whitemon, he's different than like Sammy Boy. Sammy Boy has the universe of hero pools to choose from, right?
Yeah,
and while
yeah.
Whitemon, he's a specialist. He likes his heroes, whatever he plays. I've always seen him like at least gold plus on like the Dota plus.
Yeah.
Whatever he plays in his pubs is what he's comfortable playing in matches.
Yeah, at the moment that's mostly been, I think, Warlock and Disruptor, these very kind of
pretty much.
backline focused heroes. The heroes which kind of like to sit back a little bit. So
He plays the Clock and the
Yeah,
Tusk
Clock
as
would be
well.
good too.
Tusk is his most
Oh,
played
true,
hero,
true.
so he's got a bit of both, but yeah,
A
hero
melee 5
specialist.
sounds good, right? Especially
Yeah.
with Rubik.
I think it just goes
Yeah,
to like
that's
his
like
play
the classic
style
for the
could be
patch.
all around, but he just doesn't play the specific heroes because he's so good at the other ones. So
I would like Clockwork a lot here. Leshrac and SF don't enjoy being hook shotted. They don't want to really build a 4 staff either. And if you just get them in place there, and then Kasane brings his boars, you have like the exorcism, and along with Rubik spells.
Bring the boars to the yard.
bring them up. And I think like that is something that they really want. Tusk fits that as well. So I'm really eyeballing those two heroes in specific right now.
Yeah, for sure.
Tusk
Definitely
is banned,
the
so I guess
strong
there's only
meta
one.
heroes. It's only Clock.
It's only Clock.
Let's see if
You
it goes
don't have
for
a choice. No, I mean, it would be okay if they picked like, I'd be fine with a Warlock as well too. You just, maybe on your last pick need something with a little more control from your carry, but like, you know, as you call it, the Porridge, it could be really strong against the Leshrac and the Shadow Fiend. These heroes don't have any movement abilities, so if they get stuck in the slow, the upheaval,
The things that
that's
they
the real
hate
name.
most is getting stuck. So
Yeah.
Leshrac really relies on mobility, being able to deal out damage. The Porridge is a good counter towards that.
Some
a
people
way.
just tuning in like, what the hell is the Porridge?
I mean, that's what I call it.
Keep it. If you haven't been keeping up with
Yeah.
the NADPC, you don't get to know, okay? You can't just tune up for the big games and expect to understand everything that's going on, okay?
It's a fair point.
We're not going to
Very
explain
true.
it.
Yeah.
Very true. Taking a lot of time with this pick, though.
Yeah.
Which was a little surprising. But they feel like this is going to be the most important pick of the game if they're willing to use all the reserve time on it. And the chef has arrived.
Thank you. The chef has arrived. The porridge chef. The most fine of chefs, in my opinion. Such talent.
Yes.
All right, there we have it. Porridge Man is on.
So, what does this enable them? I mean, a very safe lane, I think, is a big thing and a bit of team
Yeah.
fight.
Not just a bit. You got a DP already in your lineup playing as a core. Heavy levels on Exorcism. Fatal Bonds just got so much better. And actually, Exorcism just got so much better with the Fatal Bonds. So a lot
Yeah.
of team fight slows. DP gets to hit freely on multiple targets. And Rubik and Beastmaster can just move along the sides to support this Death Prophet. That is pre-BKBs and after BKBs. That is really going to be hard for Nouns to reposition when you're already at like minimum movement speed. So they need something that saves them basically from either we kill the Warlock ASAP, which is pretty hard because he casts from a million years, like million
Yeah, and
light
if-
years away from, you know?
Yeah.
And if you look at that too, it's like, who's canceling the upheaval in this game? You have like a Split Earth and a Bushwhack right
Yeah.
now. And
Yeah.
those are not
Those are the
spells
stuff you
you're
want
really
to
gonna
use for a
catch easily.
pickoff.
Yeah. I mean,
don't wanna use them on
maybe
Warlock.
you can do it with the Hoodwink if you rush a Blink, but if I'm this Warlock here, I'm keeping all eyes on the Leshrac, and he's my number one priority for just drop the rock on him,
Yeah.
put the upheaval down, make sure he can't move, and then just have the DP kill the Leshrac.
Exactly. I'll just build a Glimmer Cape and they'll never know where I am.
Yeah, there's a
very
possibility that the Requiem could also fear him off it as well, but of course that's a kind of edge circumstance, and again, not something you're going to be using to try and catch out the Warlock.
Or the story, it looks like a good Warlock game.
Yes, yeah. More to the point of
Yes.
rambling about our people.
It is.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask actually the more pointed question. We have Leshrac and we have Death Prophet, right? You talked about how these are two heroes which are going to be running at each other most likely, two trains on the same track.
Yeah.
And Undying obviously is going to be kind of the motor pushing the Leshrac forwards, but we've also got the Warlock on the other side.
Yeah.
I mean, which is the kind of stronger hero to buff up that kind of frontlining mid?
I mean, I think Undying is going to be the stronger hero with the burst heals and the sustain in the fights, but you have to like keep in mind Warlock's function isn't necessarily going to be all about healing the Death Prophet. He brings a lot of different things to the table. He brings more control than Undying will. It's a small heal, but it's mainly going to be playing around the Fatal Bonds, the Upheaval, and the Golem. And when that's down, like the Leshrac, you can just back off a little bit if you feel like you're in danger as the DP, then re-engage. You're not moving anywhere as a Leshrac in that situation. Gives you more time to weigh your options, I guess.
I agree.
Okay, so final two bans from each side. On Nouns, we get rid of the Morphling and the Templar Assassin, meaning they're expecting TSM to be going for one of these carries which they've been relying on a lot of the time. TSM, meanwhile, they're going to get rid of the Lycan and the Doom now as well. So Nouns, what is going to be the Moo pick?
What is going to be the Moo pick? Like, he has so many heroes. Like, I'm thinking like Tide, maybe? Timbers.
Goes back to the Timber. Okay,
Okay, yeah.
good Timber game?
Yeah, I think overall, I mean, it's not a perfect Timber game. It's a worse Timber game now. But, I mean, if you're
I was
laning...
kind of expected this would happen.
Yeah, if you're laning versus a Warlock as Timbersaw, one thing Warlock doesn't do very well and you can exploit a bit is the fact that all he does is kind of shove the lane out and heal the carry. He doesn't really pressure you as an offlaner. So if you pick a hero that has high sustain and can just sit there and heal up after getting harassed out, your lane's always going to shove in. So he'll be able to take that farm. That'll give room for the Hoodwink to make other rotations across the map. Good versus the Beastmaster. Fine versus the Warlock. Versus the other three, I think those are pretty good answers to Timber, but Moo has been renowned as one of the best Timbers in the world, so
Yeah.
we'll see what he can do with this.
Another Timber enthusiast, I think Saberlight, said in an interview that Timbersaw, I think it was like a post-game interview, and he said that Timbersaw is very playable against us. He actually likes the matchup. It's not something which, you get crushed in like a lot of people think. So clearly the specialist has an idea on how to play. It's not like they picked him without considering they were going to pick Ursa into it. He knows what's going on here. So, T-Panda, where are you leaning for these drafts?
I kind of like both. Honestly, I feel like we see very intriguing drafts on both sides, a lot of team fight. Not only just team fight, but almost every corner is being filled out. Just the timings is what I'm kind of worried about, maybe on the side of TSM. Can they build this Ursa a proper game? When do they run out of damage? Will they run out of damage? Now it's just going to clear out the game and still have the better late game.
Yeah. Fair.
I mean, it's going to come to fine details. I think this Timbersaw needs to work, but this is the stand-in lane, unfortunately, and Kasane Beastmaster is yet to let me down, so I'm going TSM.
I'm going TSM.
Okay, two going TSM. I mean, based on the draft, I actually do prefer Noun's draft, honestly. I like what they're pulling out here. I think they've got a good options, and is it enough to beat the Kasane Beastmaster? Very possibly, but with a stand-in, I think it's very difficult. You're also playing the stand-in on Hoodwink, and the other support is an Undying. What that means is that you're kind of relying on the Hoodwink a little bit to kind of
So you're going Nouns.
decide some of these fights. So I'm going Nouns. Okay. You convinced me, Phil. Yeah, absolutely. Alrighty, let's find out what our casters think of this as we get into game number one of this very important matchup between TSM and Nouns. We have got Michael of Phoenix and T-Governor.
Oh, thank you so much, Nomad. We are into TSM versus Nouns here, T-Gov. There's so much on the line for either side. I mean, you win this series, you're almost guaranteed a spot at the major.
I mean, if you're if you're TSM and you win this, then you beat Shopify.
That's
you beat
right.
some Nouns. There's no really other team that's contending. So,
Oh, hey.
and this is the I was gonna make. Well, there's no joke there. Anyway, moving on.
The panel was the joke, mate.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to scare away from. But you're chat enough to make the joke.
Regardless, I mean, you kind of put it out. TSM basically guaranteed if they win this series, because the other contenders they have, don't want to put anyone down, but chances are they aren't going to beat TSM. Nouns, they still have Shopify. In fact, hold that thought, because Wymon is going to get spotted out here by Gunner. Splitter is going to be kind of hard to land, but he does reach just in the nick of time. And they might have first blood here as Wymon is going to drop on Yam, son of all people. He's going to be able to take first blood on the POS 1 SF.
And savor it. This could potentially be the first and last 5-man Fatal Bonds that we see in this game. That was absolutely beautiful. But remember in that previous series where we were mentioning the Beastmaster, the efficiencies and the stacking? Look at what Nouns were able to achieve. This smoke not only did they get a cheeky kill, they've Observer Ward blocked the Ancients, and they've Sentry blocked the hard camp. So now Beastmaster, minute 2, minute 3, he's not going to suddenly have a boar stacking unless TSM in the back of their minds like, wait a second, if they're smoking in this direction, maybe they blocked as well. But right now, no sentries are coming out, nothing's happened, but I love the fact that Nouns have started this game with a clear understanding of what they need to do to shut down this offlane Beastmaster.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of Nouns, they are still undefeated as well in the NADPC. Of course, again, if they win this series, their chances are extremely high of getting to the major. However, they still have Shopify Rebellion to go against. So it's not quite as clear-cut as it is for TSM if they win.
It would be one of those classic NA things where it's like TSM beats Shopify, Nouns beat TSM, Nouns beats Shopify, 3 teams go to tiebreak, and then somehow Nouns then just lose the tiebreak and TSM and Shopify go. It happened last year when I was covering some NA DPC.
Yeah.
It was crushing to see, Nouns, their progression every time, and maybe this is the tour, and they have a stand-in, so this will be a little bit harder as well in this game.
A bit of bad luck comes in here for Nouns, of course, but you never know. Theo Lacour, obviously a great player in and of his own right, replacing Lelis here for this series overall, so we'll see what they can pull off here on the side of Nouns. Because again, they are off to a fantastic start. Let's talk about the laning stage, though. I mean, mid lane, you're going to have Gunner on the Leshrac against Bryle on this DP. I don't think Bryle can really loses his matchup, right? It should be DP favored.
Yeah, I mean, DP obviously has Siphon. When you get to level 3, you have 2-point Siphon, and you shouldn't really be dying here. And you already see, Bryle holding the wave, putting a little bit of pressure on Gunner. The cool thing about this matchup is both heroes farm. If either hero leaves the lane for too long, they can pressure the tower based on levels for DP and build for Leshrac. And it's a very honest mid lane. It's just push it out, shouldn't die, both heroes enjoy it. Maybe it's about the 6-minute rune, if anything.
Right. Of course, top lane, bit of a pull going on here from both supports. Husky trying to match the pull. Needs the aggro, is going to find the range creep at least. Not too bad, and
Fade bolt, nice.
oh, he still gets it.
Oh, and Husky now loses 2 of his creeps as well. What a awkward little situation here.
Oh, Ari doing a fantastic job and is still going to be able to meet his own creep wave, but only wants, what, 2 creeps?
Yeah.
Whoopsie daisies.
I think in an ideal world, yeah, he'd have liked to get 2 creeps, but then again, okay, he sees that the Ancients are blocked. He's got the Sentry now. What's he going to do here?
Okay.
So he's checking the camp. He's like, where is it? Eats
Right
the
position.
tree. There it. Oh,
Come on, Ari.
it's right there. It's
Ari.
just there we go.
He got it.
He's from the UK. Our eyesight isn't too good. It takes like 3 months to get an optician's appointment. Like, it's kind of hard. It's an issue that we have, but he's all good.
Don't even get started on the dentists. Husky.
That's about 7 months.
Husky.
I mean, is he going to actually just body block this? I mean, it's an Undying. Like, melee hero has a literal shield cosmetic.
Yeah. I mean, why not? Like, you kind of talked about how important this is for the Beastmaster to be able to make that kind of comeback after maybe a challenging lane. And, well, like last game, Kasane is seemingly going for those arcane boots, so going to be pretty important to have those stacks up to actually get some value. But so far, 0 stacks are made.
Yeah, this would be the question, at least for the Beastmaster. It's like, if you're not making these stacks, if you're not utilizing the efficiency of axe spam in lane to then go back and farm these big stacks, is there an argument where you don't want to go mana boots? Maybe just go for the Bassi, complete the Helmet Dominator, and skip this new age build that we're seeing just because of how the game's gone. This will be kind of be a big question that we're going to see how Kasane answers it, especially if Nouns continue to apply this much of this amount of pressure, in regards to the stack shenanigans. And look at him. He sent the boar, thinking there's a camp there. It's like, no, he just body blocked it, mate.
Oh.
And look at Husky.
Can he can't make it, surely.
Off he comes again.
Can he make it? Oh,
mean-
he can.
Oh, you'll love to see it. And he's going
Wow.
to de-ward both of them too for the pro.
Oh, this is beautiful play from Husky.
This is great. I feel like we spent 4 minutes just watching Husky.
Oh, it's so impactful, though.
It is true. This is honestly like game-winning stuff coming up from Nouns, just shutting down the Beastmaster, and he might have to think about pivoting. And just like pivoting, let's pivot our conversation to the safe lane.
Very good segue.
Thank you very much.
Thea Lakora and Moo going to be up against Whitemon and Tomato. I mean, I'd usually say the Ursa should have a pretty good time, and so far Tomato is, at least in terms of the CS department. Moo trying to get maybe a little bit aggressive, but has gone very deep. Is going to be okay, though. But talk to me about the bot lane. Like, is there any kind of advantage for either side? Do you see anything special happening here?
I mean, normally you'd think Ursa is a good matchup against the Timbersaw, especially because, of course, Fury swipes, you build them up, but you already see how Moo's playing this lane, right? He's getting this Timber Chain, leveling it for extra range. Hoodwink's an incredibly good position for at both being aggressive, but also lane securing, because you have defensive tools with your Acorn Short, the move slow, plus the Bushwhack.
Dude, Husky.
I mean, you got to be aggressive here.
Husky has blocked Ancients again and now rotates mid to pick off.
I love
This
it.
guy, the impact from this pos 5 Undying, this is incredible.
I mean, it's 5 minutes and I've not seen a single Ancients. So I think so far from Nouns, like I'm mentioning the benefits of this Hoodwink in bot lane. Husky's making these just natural like map plays to prevent the efficiency of TSM. It's a very, very solid start.
Very, very strong. Kasane forced to pull the creep wave away because he can't really deal with the SF of Yamsun. And speaking of Yamsun, I mean, he's had the freest time of his life, 35 and 13 in terms of CS. Going for just a casual Morbid Mask into a Mask of Madness, I believe. And I mean, why the hell not? Like, it's complete free farm. His farm will only escalate from here. And this is kind of the dream start so far for Nouns, I'd argue.
Yeah, and the only concern I think is mainly the Brile factor. When you think about this mid-aggression, mid-tower's already lost 700 HP, and that was without Exo. Brile is level 6, and potentially he will be able to bring TSM back into the game. And I think Nouns, they have to respect the fact that I don't think their draft honestly scales that well compared to an overfarmed DP or an overfarmed Ursa. So for me, it's like, even if Nouns have this early game lead, in the back of their minds, they need to respect the fact that they don't have this insane like carry-to-carry matchup. It's an Ursa versus Shadow Fiend. Ursa just needs one opportunity, and he'll always be able to blow him up.
Oh, here we go, Gunnar. In trouble, but they already lifted him up. He's all right. Thing is, though, without the Leshrac now, you surely can't defend the mid-tier 1. Husky's going to show up, but he's just a level 2 Undying. There's no way. So the tier 1 tower going to go down, and this is also the kind of thing you talked about, is you got to be wary of Braul's timings. Does get a very early tier 1, and that's a huge loss for the side of Nouns.
Yeah, and not only is that a huge loss, Nouns, they were doing a great job at like stalling out some of these small players, but when you bring both supports mid and you're losing your tower, Gunner's not having a game at all, guess what? Beastmaster's now farming one lane. Is also farming the other lane against Timbersaw, so you're kind of like the pressure that you've applied for 5 minutes is now being alleviated. Sure, you get a kill on Rubik, but you're not stopping the core. So I think for Nouns, they'll be kicking themselves a little bit that they couldn't cover Gunner a little bit better in this mid lane after what was a really clean start in the side lanes.
Kasane. Husky did have the tomb, but won't bother dropping.
Is he going, oh, go on, Husky, go on. You know you want to go back and block those Ancients.
Gunner in the meantime, though. A lot of damage being dealt here by Bryle. Another Siphon available. He'll go for the dive past the tier 2 tower,
Stick.
and Gunner. Oh, stick charges. He's barely alive.
17 HP, mate.
Oh, goodness me. That's close. But this Leshrac, I mean, it's been really tough. Like, Gunner's, he's falling so far behind.
All right, Brow's going to get the rune. Oh, of course he is. I mean, when you're having this nice of a start, the game's going to give you the runes.
Of course.
I mean, to be fair, they had river control on both sides, but still.
Gaben loves what he sees. It's Husky.
I mean,
He doesn't love this. Off to a great start, but Brawl now really just starting to take over the game as we'll find a second kill here on the beat, or rather, excuse me, first kill of the Death Prophet. But nevertheless, just having a really damn good game so far as bottom. Mer has the mana for the... Oh, Tomato, how dare you? He just blocks the way with the chains. That's disgusting.
quite a delight, I must say.
Now, it really was. His top lane now, Yamsun getting caught out. The revenge of Kasane. He will pick off Yamsun. And Ari, he'll go for a bit more, but Thea Lacour should be just fine. Considering though how bad of a start this Beastmaster's had. That's some nice catch-up farm coming in as Bryle's going to rotate up towards that top tier 1 tower and Nouns. And they're giving up quite a lot here.
I feel like Bryle, he used one Exo as mid, second Exo is hitting top, very efficient with his Exo usage right now. And I was talking about if Beastmaster has a bad game, does he need to go for Dominator? And Kasane is proving you still go for the mana boots. If your team can enable you to go for the fight, you're going to do the damage. And yeah, it clearly showed there. Ari just walked back into the lane and yeah, got the kill. TSM. Weird shenanigans to start, but a very clean recovery. 9 minutes, 2 towers fallen. Nouns have brought 4 heroes to the bot lane in the hope to take a tower. I'm a little bit surprised that this Leshrac has been dismantled this easily against the DP.
Yeah, they certainly have not protected their mid Leshrac at all here now. They've kind of just very focused on trying to shut down the Beastmaster, which they did a great job at, but Gunner, kind of the heart and soul of the team on this mid, not having a good start as well. TSM, of course, understanding this can apply a lot of pressure now. Only a 1k advantage, but they're finding every power rune for Bryle. He's already went out the mid lane, sitting at level 8 at the moment, and it does feel like 30 seconds time, once his Exo's back up, they're just going to go again.
The thing is, though, it does get awkward now. Like, for Death Prophet, 10 minutes in the game, going for a tier 2, the time spent, the resources needed, that's when you kind of give your opponent opportunities to go for that next wave, to do the next like, farming play on the map. So TSM need to be very careful that they don't get excited to make a play. They can just sit back and farm. They can chill, get some levels. Like, it's 10 minutes in, your Warlock's level 4, your Rubik's level 4. Like, this entire game has been horrendous for the supports on both teams. They've been dragging each other around, trying to do all these blocking shenanigans. So it isn't going to be as a rapid of a mid game, even though Nouns are the ones trying to smoke up and contest some stacks.
Oh, look at Whitemon. Channels the upheaval. Bryle says, thank you very much for that, sir.
Yeah, they've farmed a stack and a Husky.
Absolutely. I mean, why the hell not? Husky coming back to what he knows and getting punished for it as TSM.
Okay, so if he does that 3 more times, then all the plays he made blocking the Ancients are now gone, because he is now worth that much gold in the Ancient farm.
It's a sad time for Nouns. That's the thing as well, like this little combination. In fact, hold that thought, because Thea Lacour's going to get caught out here. Bryle doing so much damage just while he was bushwhacked.
He's level 9 in a DD. And he's got, oh, I love the Atos build as well.
Oh.
I can't remember who started this build, but I remember at least Bryle doing it last tour. But it gives you that extra little bit of lockdown. You don't have to like overcommit with this item. And yeah, it's especially when you have this much tempo, it's very nice.
Whitemon
White one.
barely surviving, but Gunnar should have the kill.
There
and
it
will.
is.
The thing is as well, like, this upheaval with the Rod of Atos set up, like, you set up with the Rod of Atos into an upheaval, nobody's moving away from Bryle. He's just going to have your way with you. So he does get caught out, speaking of the devil. This could be a huge kill for Nouns, and they will get him. All right, here we go.
They finally had to punish him. Oh, and I completely forgot the cute combos that they can make. The efficiency of Nouns there. I don't know if we saw it, but everyone dropped their stat items together to mana boots, and they all picked them back up together. If there was a Spectre in the game, they could have lost all their economy.
Amazing.
But the Hoodwink plus Timbersaw, of course, you can Acorn Shot, create the tree. Of course, it'll break the Bushwhack when you Timber Chain in, but it's going to give a little bit more mobility in these like open area fights, and Moo was utilizing it quite nicely there to once again punish Bryle.
I miss the days where Bushwhack just did the 300 damage instantly. I don't like the tick damage. Not a big fan.
So remember when Valve releases heroes and then they're like stupidly good?
Yeah.
You might have forgot that with Muerta being incredibly average, but
Yeah,
let's not go back to the days of new heroes just being obnoxious in pubs for weeks on weeks on weeks until we get like a little B patch or something.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
As a support player, I don't want to get one hit or, you know.
Yeah.
Well, you're the +4 player. Of course you want this. Yes. I forgot.
I missed my Earth Spirit when it first came out.
Said about 20 people on the planet.
Oh, here we go. Smoke up from TSM. Into the die triangle they go. TSM, they want to keep applying the pressure. Even though that last fight didn't go their way, they don't want to let up. They've got EXO back up, and they'll see Moo. Mid lane, Moo does get picked up. He's a tanky boy, though, and he will just chain away. Gunner's there to back him up, and so is Thea Lacour. And for now, like, you saw the EXO be expended. You just want to get out of there. And that he will.
Yeah, unfortunately for TSM, they weren't really able to connect on Whitemon's on Gotham. He was looking a couple times, he may be thinking about it, but the fact that Timbersaw was able to Timber Chain all the way up to the northern side of that mid lane, the disconnect, even if you throw the Gotham down, you're just going to be chasing. And you never want to throw that big spell and hope that they're still there. It's very much you want to be in a choke point close to you, utilize your spells cleanly. And Kasane, he's all by himself right now.
He's very deep.
Recovered nicely, but where's the catch, to be fair? Are you going to Timber Chain after him on some Timbersaw?
Yeah, it's rough. I think the only person that could have made that play happen is maybe Thea Lacour. He was just not there in time. I mean, they will get the dominated creep at least, but certainly not quite as valuable as the life of the Beastmaster.
I feel like TSM's doing an incredible job right now, just making Nouns feel really awkward on this map. Like, Tomato, he's just been happily farming all this time.
I mean, the thing is, though, like, do you kind of rate the SF versus Ursa matchup? Because Yamsun has also just been farming top of the net worth board right now on the SF.
I would be surprised if an Ursa player ever says it's a hard matchup.
Okay.
Because unless you're some like Arcane Blink Shadow Fiend that's playing on the surprise gotcha, you're not really reacting. The Ursa should always thrive in this matchup. Like, Butterfly's a non-existent item nowadays. Ursa likes to buy MKB if that's needed. If Shadow Fiend goes Hurricane Pike to maybe disengage, Ursa has Earthshock plus also Enrage, like ways to just make himself be annoying. Also BKB so you can't Hurricane Pike between the two of them, right? Like, there's so many ways for this Ursa to feel good. And if you get on top of him, you kill him in like, what's it, like 9 hits or something. So I feel like Ursa is just a really good matchup for this game. And for Nouns, their entire lineup is built around early game sweeping of the map with Timber Leshrac and Shadow Fiend enabling it behind. When they get behind in this game, it's going to feel difficult. Under the vision of Beastmaster, the overwhelming team fight of both EXO plus Golem, this game is going to get difficult quick for Nouns.
Bryle. Oh, that's a big silence, and now the Golem drop! Oh, Whitemon, perfect setup. Husky's the only one down so far, though, but Bryle's trying to rush forward onto Gunner, but now the turnaround! Oh, Bryle's gone. That's not a good trade. That's not what you wanted. TSM need to get out.
Yeah, bro, he's getting a bit confident a little bit there, and I think both times now Fiordico has been the thorn in his side, right? Both times he's died, it's always been to a bushwhack into just a quick follow-up of damage, and we're not seeing the double, triple siphons. Nouns are doing a pretty good job at distancing themselves from the DP when she does overextend, but this entire time it has just been a 4v5.
Ari. That's a lot of damage being dealt here by Mur, but Mur going a little bit too deep. Does get roared up, but do they have the damage output? He's still taking through it. Mur's going to survive. Chain back towards Ari. He'll find the Rubik, and in comes the cavalry. They'll help out Mur, who somehow chains his way out. Oh, and White
And the
One goes
snipe.
down.
Is under attack.
What a snipe by Thea Lacour. Tips out.
That's a lot of tips. Oh wait, of course they're tipping the stand in. There's just like the wholesome tip.
Yeah, you got to get that mental warfare going, and I mean, you're just kind of boosting up the mental now of Thea Lacour.
Yeah, you can do that, boss. You can do it again. You can help us get to the major. Maybe they could bring him if they do qualify.
I mean, he's
Not to play, but just to, you know.
yeah, just to be.
Ah, cheers,
cheerleader.
mate. Yeah, thanks for playing. He is playing on a European team. Don't forget, Theodore. He is going to be playing in Division 2 Western Europe in Tour 2.
That's
He'll
right.
be playing for the team D2 Hustlers. There
Very
you go.
nice.
Yeah.
They were in an A team once upon a time.
And alas, Roshan has fallen during that little update.
Certainly has. Mur will still be able to chain away. They just don't seem to be able to deal with the Timbro. And he is going for the Guardian Graves as well, so that's going to make him much harder to deal with as the game goes on. 5 to 8 though, TSM still able to get away with Roshan as Gunner. Gonna miss the stun here on Bryle. Bushwhack does land, but they don't want any more of this. And it is really the Ursa threat later on that's, I think TSM are just going to be banking on because, well, in fact, speaking of the Ursa,
He
Tomato,
just died to Cleave.
ouch. That's rough.
Fair well, boss. Ow.
I mean, it is Hoodwink. This is a very squishy hero.
Poor lad.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, for TSM at least, this Aegis was a beautiful little pickup. And for Nouns, like, their fights are good when Timbersaw can tank through the initiation, be it some Raw, be it some Golem. And then from there, it's like, okay, now we can enter the fight. Gunner's going to be tanky enough. He's not going to have to be scared of Chaotic Offering. We already know Ursa's blinked in. We've kited him with the Hoodwink. Go for the fight. But it's not going to be easy for Nouns. It's not as simple as smoke up and look for a kill. If they do that, they are going to be running into just incredible team fight from TSM. And Ari, on this Rubik, he can steal anything in this game, and it's going to feel good. Timber Chain for mobility, Bushwhack for stun, Earth Splitter stun, Tombstone OP, Requiem. Like, there's so many things that he can steal as long as he plays on the fringe of the fight. And he's already itemized for that, right? He's going for this 8th and ends. He's going to chill, yeah. Win probability, 66%, 3% away from it being nice, but yeah, TSM in a quite a solid spot here.
Dire's
That they
top
certainly
tower
are.
is under attack.
Pushing in that top tier 2 tower now. Nouns, they have smoked up. They're going to head towards the mid-river. In fact, it's TSM, excuse me, that are smoked up. Nouns will now smoke up.
They heard you.
They did. Nouns, where do we head, though? Towards the dire jungle, it seems, to try and set up for this tier 2 tower. Oh, hold on a minute.
They don't want to go to Tomato. He has the Aegis, level 15 Ursa. Plenty of ways to disengage that. They're doing the long defensive wraparound with this smoke in the hope to find Kasane, who has pretty much been living rent-free in this top lane.
Yeah, it certainly has. It goes back to the catch issue. Like, the Beastmaster just stays within fog and they just can't get him. Even if they do see him, they just don't have the range right now. But there you go. Maybe with the Blink Dagger up on Thea Lacour, he can finally close the gap onto Kasane and actually catch this man out.
You know it's rough when your Hoodwink's having to go first item blink.
Yeah.
Normally it's like some Veil. If he's having a cheeky game, he can go some like E-Blade down the line, some shard stuff. But first item blink is very much a real desperate state of the game. And it's only a 2,000 gold lead, but it just feels uncomfortable.
Absolutely. This is going to feel very uncomfortable for Nouns. The tier 2 mid tower going to be going down again. It seems as Bryle with the level 2 Exo not going to be slowed down here, and Nouns, they just do not feel comfortable trying to fight into that. Problem is as well, Yamson's nowhere near ready to fight, I don't think, here on the SF, and
Has fallen.
He's always chasing that next item, and that's going to be the thing against Ursa. Like Blink Battle Fury, Ursa's great. Shadow Fiend, it's like, okay, I got Mask of Madness, I got Hurricane Pike. Now I need my BKB, but with my BKB, I'm not doing damage, so I need my Shadow Blade. And then with my Shadow Blade, I might want a Silver Edge for a bit of crit. So it's, yeah, again, this matchup, it's not clean, it is difficult. Unless you're dictating the pace of the game, you will always feel like you're rushing to next neutral camp to hope to get the next item. And yeah, TSM, they're farming as for with Ursa by himself. If they kill Ursa, he'll respawn, TSM will be there in time. So I think position-wise, TSM are in a good spot unless Ursa doesn't TP to this mid-fight if it does break out.
Bushwhack is there. Sane was the one caught, but again, they can't see anyone else. They don't want to go in as the golem is going to be dropped. They want Gunner. Bloodstone popped immediately here from the left rack, but Gunner is still slowly being chipped away at as Husky will go down. They do pop the Requiem, trying defensively get the hell out of there. So all they have lost so far is the Undying. That'll be about it for now. 40 seconds left for that Aegis timer to wear out. So maybe now they're just waiting that one out, but TSM maybe have another fight in them.
I mean, the confidence that they have, they're just fighting these four chilling whilst Tomato is like showing on top waves, like, you got this, boys, you've hit the golem, you've already shown, like, they've used nearly everything as well now. So, yeah, TSM just being extremely efficient with how they poke Force 5, but continue to farm up. And, ooh, Ari has a Requiem. Don't know if we saw that, but...
Oh!
That's a pretty tasty pickup.
It certainly is, even without the setup. Like, you just want that fear potential from the outside.
I mean, you don't need Golem now to fight. You have Requiem. They're smoked up. They know it. They need it. Filico had a great spot to break the smoke, and nice blink.
Yeah, nice blink away.
Oh, but the lift.
He's still down.
UK Dota's finest support player. Actually, you know what? Finest player. Why am I saying support? Finest player. Good
Basically,
job.
at this rate, certainly is. Not that I can talk right now.
Yeah, I can. That's true, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, well. What can you
TSM.
do?
8-8. 4K advantage the way of the Radiant so far. Nouns. I mean, they've still got this high ground defense to hold on to. I think it is one of those games where it feels like it's going to be all about the next Roshan. It's TSM. Well, they'll see Moo on the Timber. Won't want to bother with him too much, but there is going to be a smoke up. TSM, as soon as they see somebody, they want to try and rotate.
I mean, Tomato's so hungry to do something in the game, right? He's 2-0, 238 CS, 23 minutes. Happily chilling, farming, but...
Gunner. He was frontlining for the team, but that's not the target they want. He's a tanky boy.
But Moo has to be the front line if Nouns even want to have an essence of fight in them. But look at TSM, they're like, okay, if Moo's running up, they clearly want to fight. So they just disengage once again. Kasane.
I mean, they're going after the dominated creep, but TSM know exactly where they are now.
Yeah, Fioriko's pinging him out. He's having a pretty good game, to be fair, boys.
Yeah, he certainly is. Kasane does get caught. Theolacor doing fantastic work here for the side of Nouns. And that'll be another, so that opens up the triangle now for the dire end of things. And, well, TSM, without their off lane, they do not want to fight.
I mean, Fioriko's honestly having the best game out of anyone on Nouns right now. So if they can try and play around him and give him opportunities to shine, it might help out. The key to that is just smoking out, continue to find picks. TSM, they have played a very 4-1, not in regards to protect, but more 4 go fight, Tomato go farm. And that will give opportunities where he will be alone, especially with now no Aegis. But it all boils down to that lack of control. There is no way a Blink Dagger initiation hoodwink will surprise Tomato and catch him off guard. Like, that will be slow enough that he should be able to press him rage and then turn the fight around. But Nouns need to try and do something. They can't just allow this farm to continue growing.
They cannot.
Dire's bottom tower.
It's such a close game. Bit of a slow one in terms of kills. 8-9, 4K advantage, but it's like a spring with tension right now. Just completely wound up, about to explode between these two teams. You can feel it.
I mean, TSM as well. Like, they've got BKB complete on Beastmaster, about BKB complete on Tomato, Boots of Bearing on Warlock. They have hit triple BKB timing on cores, Boots of Bearing on Warlock to thrust his cores deeper into the fight. They are ready to go, and Nouns, they're smoking up into this. They are not aware of all these timings that TSM have just unlocked within their draft. Luckily for Nouns, at least, they're not going to run head-on in yet. They are going to be dancing around the map.
1.5 minutes for the next Roshan. I think that's what they're trying to set up for here on the side of Nouns. Just all mid lane. They're going to see Tomato. That's a huge kill, but can they find him?
Dire's bottom
Tomato still just farming. Bushwhack. No, it's not going to land. Too hard to land. Like, it's just too projected. And they're just taking the bottom tier 2 while this is happening.
Ooh, unfortunate for Nouns, it is going to be not a long respawn, but not quick enough for them to utilize it. And for TSM, when you don't really have map presence and know where they are, you need to hit this bottom tier 3.
Yeah.
Tickle it a little bit, force a TP back or 2. As soon as they TP here, you sweep back over to Roshan, you ward it up yourselves, you now occupy that Roshan pit. You have the team fight advantage. If you have vision advantage, that's when you should thrive. And they are really committing for this, actually.
I mean, nobody TP'd. Now they do, but the Exos pop. Bro, he wants to go for at least a tier 3 tower out of this.
He's buffed up by a lot, right? He's got the Shadow Word, he's got this little Frenzy on top of him, so he's going to click a little bit faster.
Bushwhack is there. They'll lock him down. Requiem channeled up as well, but a nice lift. And the Golem drop just in case.
TSM using a little bit more than I think they wanted to for this, right?
Yeah.
So the idea of poking them back, I think it's good enough just to use basic spells, basic clicks. But the fact they committed Exo, then threw out a Golem, this chase down potential is very much available.
Ryle. Kasane pops a BKB, does go for the roll back in onto Mu, but again, he's a very tanky boy in the timber. Not even going to be close to killing him off. But Roshan is now available, so TSM, they could have first dibs on Roche if they really want to.
Yo,
but
now they're going again.
They are?
They just need something, but where's the catch?
Oh, they found White Mod. That's not a bad start, but Split Earth is going to land on the creeps. At least you're farming up, I guess. It's now Tomato. Going to move in on Gunner, but doesn't have the detection. Now pops the dust. Gunner in trouble. Trying to run, but he's body blocked up. Oh, Husky, no. He body blocks his mid. That's a report. That's the Alacore gone. And now Tomato cleans up. Triple kill for the Ursa. No Roshan necessary.
I mean, he's entered the game. He was 2-0, and now he's 5-0. He's entered the game.
Oh, one body block does that to you.
It can do that, but for Nouns, it's... Yeah, after this post-laning phase shenanigans, their under-leveled supports, their inability to protect Leshrac, protect the tier 1, protect tier 1 top, it's always just been back foot gaming, and yeah, I guess the real question is, where's Shadow Fiend? And he can't. Like, as much as I want to ask the question, the answer is simply, there is no way in the world that Yamson can go, I can carry you this game. It's so difficult. There is so much noise in these fights to not allow Shadow Fiend to stand his ground and to click through TSM's heroes.
It's absolutely a very, very challenging game. At the very least for Nouns, they do only lose one lane of barracks. Problem is now, though, Roshan is open once again, so TSM can move in, though. Moon does get caught out. Tomato, he'll get bushwhacked up here by the Alacore. Follow-up stun is there. He's already popped the Enrage. Yamson, he'll try for the Requiem. Lift is out, but they got the Fear off. Now the Fatal Bonds.
4
It's
seconds.
on all 5. The Alacore still running is going to be all right. Almost down, but they'll heal him up. Now so close to having a shot at that Roshan, but it's not close enough.
Yeah, TSM lads, Roshan's been up for a couple minutes now. Come on.
Yeah.
There we go.
Get in there, boys.
Bash. Another bash. Go on, one more bash.
Don't do it, Roshan.
Do it, Roshan. Oh, you're not here for the content, are you?
I mean, I was, but I feel bad. For
No,
Tomato.
that's fair. No, that's fair. I'm happy for him. Good job, buddy. He gets the shard. He's got the axe. Yeah, extremely powerful.
Ooh, now it's extremely challenging. Like, you saw a moment of a glimmer of hope from Nouns just then, but it's so hard when you've got Ari who can just lift and push them back again. Like, it's...
Yeah, it's relatively annoying that the shard didn't get nerfed too much. To be fair, Rubik as a hero has fallen off a little bit, but when you get specialty players back on them, and you're like Crit in the previous game, Ari in this one, you're like, this hero is still very, very good.
Yeah. That tier 3 mid tower now under siege.
And Tomato's got the relic in his quick buy, most likely going to be a nullifier, not some random 30-minute rapier.
Very good.
You never know. I mean, nullifier will help, of course, against the Glimmer Capes. There aren't really, other than the Hurricane Pack and Shadow Fiend, actually, there is actually some soft usage, right? So there's a Yours on Timber, Hurricane Pike on the Shadow Fiend, and a Glimmer Cape on the Undying. So this nullifier will have great effect on at least 3/5 of whoever he jumps on.
Oh, Yamson. Yamson's in the middle of nowhere right now, but does blink away. Rather just walks away. The Hurricane Pike was there. TSM would love themselves a pick-off right now. It almost guarantees them a win here. If they can get just 1 or 2 pick-offs, there's literally no buybacks apart from 2 supports, and that's both on the side of TSM.
Yeah. At this stage of the game, the economy is so hard to have both buyback and relevant items to even put you in contention to win a fight. So I can fully respect Nouns not even thinking about this at the moment, especially when they're down 10, 12k gold. If you're saving buyback as well, this is going to feel like a 20k plus gold lead deficit.
That's rough. I never knew, but that Rubik Acorn shot apparently throws a cube out.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, Rubik's...
That's cute.
It's very cute. I mean, whoever had to painstakingly program all the different cosmetics for Rubik and all the interactions, hats off to you, boss.
Yeah, I mean, they say Pajarkan is the best. But it's like, no, Rubik is
it's
easily
Rubik.
the best.
Yeah, it's like, it's probably like Ogre first, Rubik, no joking. It's Rubik number 1. And,
Don't forget Lena.
God. Is that still like the old school one?
Yeah.
And then the taunt, you have to, remember taunts that you'd have to stand still to use?
Oh,
God.
that was a time, wasn't it?
Yeah, you know, back in the day, this like taunts were like, you know, kids these days, they don't know how hard we had it. But we want to be Crystal Maiden, we had to fall to the ground and make snow angels. We weren't able to spin around and be delicate princesses. No, nouns are rather delicate themselves, because if they show themselves on the map, they will get absolutely slaughtered.
Abyssal Blade is the next item here for Tomato, and well, then you've just got the perma lockdown here for Yamson. Who, I mean, right now anyway, it just feels like you can kill the SF no matter what, but the Abyssal Blade just kind of ensures that possibility.
I mean, Tomato, if he gets Abyssal and Nullifier in this stage of the game, there's not a single hero that will survive this at the moment.
Still hanging around mid lane is TSM. 1.5 minutes left on the Aegis timer. They aren't trying to make the push forward into the high ground. Of course, high ground is not very easy in the current meta. No need to risk it even with the Aegis up.
Yeah, it's you've got Gunnar with his Leshrac and the Shard. He's gonna be able to spam out the Earth. Sorry, 1 second. Let me double check. Split Earths.
Very
I was gonna
nice.
say the wrong thing for a second. I was gonna say Earth Split. I was gonna think of ET for a second. Oh, crikey. For some Split Earths, and of course you got some like Shadow Wave Requiem surprise. So I can see why TSM is being a little bit reserved. And realistically, their seed should be Brow by himself. He uses a Ghost, and if they jump Brow, Tomato then jumps over and helps.
Tomato just constantly quelling the trees.
That's nice. It was, you know, Blink, Earthshock for the Enrage, plus the Quell, just to ensure Brow is able to not get CC down there.
It's just so sad because that's your only lockdown. Is this hoodwink?
It's really, really upsetting, yes. If
Yeah.
you're not at the forefront of the game dictating everything, then you really are leaning on your stand-in to do literally everything, and you can't do that.
Another bushwhack. Nouns. Abyssal Blade up now on Tomato.
So now there's no Exo, it's like, all right, who's next to hit the building? It's okay, send up the dragon, and we'll slowly do it.
Just slowly chipping away at the tier 3 tower. TSM not risking anything here, not giving the opening to Nouns to try and force their way into a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, Aegis out in 10 seconds. If TSM want to be spicy here, they can drop back, do the old fake smoke, wrap deep around into bot lane and go for like some explosive play. Like, they have plenty of ways to do this, but again, it's the idea of respecting buybacks. Instead, they're just going to plow back up into the top lane and continue looking for it. How long for Exo again was it? It's like a minute.
Not long.
All right, come on. You want to do a spicy play, boys? You want to do some like deep wraparound smokes or?
I mean, this is basically a guaranteed major slow if they win this series, so TSM taking it very seriously.
God damn it.
Hate to be the voice of reason
I'll
here.
try to provide that potential, you know, hype fight, but no, TSM, it's one of those things where it's like, why go for the weird when you can just hold back, go Exo, do the same thing again.
Yep.
Exo to high ground, take base, reset. Get Exo, go top, get Megas, reset.
Hold on a minute.
Nice golem.
Golem drop is there, but Braul's still in trouble, but no, he's all right. He'll walk away as the sharpshooter does not connect. So that's the thing. Now Golem's down, but it, you know, maybe you don't care so much. You just want the Exo to be back up.
I mean, for now, at this point in the game, they have to do something. Like, if Exo is down, you have to fight.
Tomato?
If Golem's down, you have to fight. And Tomato, he is by himself, but already disengaging.
Yeah, he knows. Now just a couple seconds too late here to the dire jungle.
Yeah, unfortunately, top lane was already getting pushed in, so every second they were chasing, TSM had that additional information, like, guys, they're not going top, just run back to us, come back to our triangle, play underneath our vision. So unfortunately, the creep waves giving it away a little bit for Noun's smoke trajectory.
Lift up, no, he's been caught. Tomato's in. It's a lot of damage onto the Timber. He has no buyback.
I mean, Exo's back up again.
Oh,
Is
boy.
it DD Ursa?
He's short by 380 gold here, the Timber. This is going to be a pretty hard
are they
deep
gonna-
there.
Oh.
That's close.
That was very close.
That Chakram available on Ari now. Like, not only does it make it so you can't bushwhack properly, but you can't harden the tree line either. So here we go.
Look at top, look at mid, everything's just falling bit by bit from Nouns.
Yeah, building's just collapsing here for Nouns as Braille just going to move back in. Just slowly right-clicking this melee barracks. One more will do it.
Oh, from the creeps of Bro, who wins? Ah, Bro wins.
Dire's middle barracks.
And now the top racks is the only one left standing.
I mean, just pop that Exo if, you know, why not? You got BKB.
It's easy peasy. I mean, you do have Moo coming back up,
There
but
it
like
is.
you said, Exo up. He was just waiting for the Octarine core first. And here we go. Final defense for Nouns, I do believe, unless they want to try and defend Megas. Here's Bryle. 4-star forward. He is in trouble now as the Requiem comes out. Bryle. Bryle is down. All right, they found an opening. Nouns, how much can they capitalize? They'll at least find themselves a Whitemon Warlock. They have held off. No Megas incoming yet.
Yep, they've temporarily held and they were able to surprise him. If Nouns, I mean, the win probability is probably like 5% right now, I'd say maybe. Don't know, you know, put any words into the graph's sake, but that'll be the moment where it's like, if he beat...
Oh, very close.
Oh, damn.
Very
okay,
close.
No, yeah, I need to get better. I'm so sorry. I won't do that again. I'm so sorry, chat. But yeah, that will be the, if that in any way grows, it's like, bro, all you gotta do is press BKB, boss.
Yeah,
Just get the megas.
yeah.
But alas, I'm it's very good from Nouns to find that pickoff. Can they get anything more? I feel like the theme of every smoke has been they could have, but haven't.
Roshan's up in 30. They will find a double damage. A little bit early here for Yamson to pick that one up, I suppose. I mean, they're not out of this game yet. So one team fight will do it for TSM, but Nouns maybe just need to farm up that buyback gold right here, right now.
I mean, they all have buybacks. If you look at the buybacks, it's Radiant, no, Dire, yes.
Excellent.
And Nouns, they can use it. I feel like this Roshan, if they can somehow utilize all their buybacks, get the Aegis, take that away, it's still going to be difficult because I think this Ursa is just going to destroy Shadow Fiend if he ever gets to do that. But I think this is TSM's game to lose. If Ursa ever overcommits or something, then maybe that's the story.
He does cancel the TP off.
Oh, okay, he was from base. I was like, wasn't he just there? But no, TSM is now...
Yamson, Requiem, Kasane, he will take it. Can they burst him down? Golem is going to be dropped to try and help. Lift is there as well. Meanwhile, the Core has gone down, and now Bryle. Bryle will turn this one around without their Leshrac. Can they truly fight this one out? They are still trying, but Yamson's BKB eventually going to wear off. He's trying to go for the man fight against Bryle, but just can't do it. He needs to get out of there. Meanwhile, Gunner's been chased by this Ursa. They won't leave him alone. Gunner, he's still trying to fight back, but Gunner's gone. He is taken out by Tomato. Core now, the next target here by Bryle. Yamson, I mean, you've already said it. He really can't fight as this SF.
Just running away.
Tomato's just jumping in. He's going to try. They will find him.
Okay, all right.
Okay, he has buyback. Bryle, Ari, they're going to back off. They don't want to fight without Tomato.
I mean, Nouns also losing a tier 4 during this, but Ursa only having to buy back for TSM, and yeah, Roshan's available. So for TSM at least, it's you forced that. What was it? For three buybacks, you get yourself an Aegis. Gonna be looking pretty healthy. Ag's available as well, so I'm pretty sure Tomato will happily just oh, whoops, that one's mine.
Naturally.
Naturally.
There we go. Does accidentally pick up the Axe Blessing.
He might accidentally eat it as well.
Yeah. I mean, it happens. It happens. We all misclick. There we go.
Yeah, I mean, at this state of the game, if you want to secure the win, he takes it.
Yeah.
If you want to have a bit of fun,
Yeah.
you get everyone to do /roll, and whoever gets highest gets it.
Yeah. That's the manly way to do it.
I mean, it's the only way. It's the Dota ethical way to do it, but
That's true.
don't need that to win this game. It's
we
also
go.
weird. It's 17 to 14 at 40 minutes. It's been a bit of a slow burner in the kill department. TSM very effective with how they've decided where to fight, how to farm, and deservedly moving up to try and get mega creeps now.
They've got a butterfly up on Yamson, but he's expended all his buyback gold for this one. So I think Nouns have accepted this is the final team fight they have. If they can't win this one out, they just leave it at that and call it. Bryle, Rod of Atos is there. Yamson's still going to be just fine. The Rack's dropping very, very slowly, but eventually is going to go down. TSM, do they want to keep going? They will. Tomato's in, moves the target. He's got the nullifier so he can knock 4-staff away. No buyback available on Moo as Bryle. He'll keep moving in. Hurricane Pike, double stun out, but they cannot chase. It's just too intimidating while the EXO was still going. As Kasane, he's right in with the roar, but where's the backup? It's not there. Yamsa. moving back in. They're against Megas, but they're not out of this game yet. It's Tomato. I say that. Nullifier's out. They've caught Yamson. That's going to be it. They've got no carry left. Gunner could try one last time, but the GG's called. Husky has seen enough. And Nouns, it was a valiant effort for game one, but not quite enough.
Yeah, for TSM at least, this was just a very methodical game. I think Nouns, the first 4 or 5 minutes of their game, it clearly was an idea of like, okay, we give them Beastmaster, we're going to smoke up, we're going to block their Ancients. There's a clear idea. But I just felt like they just maybe overcommitted to that one strategy, and then they didn't help Leshrac, right?
Yeah.
And then they starved mid. Then they try and recover mid by sending supports. And then by sending supports, they then hurt their side lanes. So after a great 4 minutes, they cascaded and kind of ruined the rest of their game from being underleveled and really, really rough. So just really nice game for TSM.
Well, let's see how our panel, or rather what our panel thinks
Oh,
about
go
this,
on. Yeah.
this game number 1.
Thank you very much, Mike and T. Yes, indeed, it is TSM getting yet another victory here in the NADPC. Nouns, unfortunately, just couldn't put it together in the end. I mean, it felt a little bit disconnected from Nouns, especially in the early games. I don't know, do you feel like they did a little bit better, perhaps maybe even than we would have expected from such a colossally bad laning phase?
I thought Nouns' early game, like, there was good things and bad things, right? I think the good thing they did was the level 1 smoke gank into warding all the camps of the Beastmaster. We were talking about before how the meta has changed with the Beastmaster. And I feel like Husky did a really good job at finding an idea of like how to get there, the ward it, and also transition into some earlier pressure by getting first blood as well on the Whitelon Warlock. But the bad things that happened were it was the mid lane matchup. We talked about it. Whoever gets level 6 a bit earlier in this matchup, Catapult comes online. We have the Exorcism online while the Leshrac does not have his ultimate available. And that one move can completely ruin one side or the other. In this particular game, it went Bryle's way.
Yeah, it made the game pretty much stale for a very long period of time where it was just more farm focused. You wanted to get those item timings, and TSM knew that they were a little bit ahead in timing versus Nouns because of that advantage they were able to get from the laning stage. And then all that timing leading into pressuring onto these small ganks actually just led into more and more into TSM's favor. Suddenly they're at a point where they're out farming Nouns, they're choking them inside the base. You've got no split push capability or capacity, and you just don't have a way to properly initiate on this because this lineup is good when you're ahead.
Yeah, and I think this Timber ended up feeling like a bit of a weird pick, and I actually don't think that's the fault of the Timber at all. I think that more came down to the fact that Leshrac didn't have a game because you kind of brought Death Ball together, right? Sweep across the map. That's something what T was talking about a lot. And individually, they couldn't really do it, so they did need to end up making like a bit too much space, and all the while the SF was just farming. And they just never put pressure on this Ursa. I mean, was there a way they could have put pressure on Ursa in this game, or was it just not possible with the start they had?
It's very hard with the start they had, but I will say like Nouns did a pretty good job compared to most teams that play versus TSM. I always call like TSM like the triple threat. You got to shut down Kasane, Bryle, and then of course Tomato. But they shut down the best they could for Kasane. He didn't have his best game ever. They stopped the stacking shenanigans. Bryle at some point was over aggressive. They didn't end up killing him as well. So those two heroes were kind of left in check, but they put so many resources into stopping those two that Tomato just had a completely free game. And just to have it like he was on the one hero in this game that could have the most impact in the late game. It just they didn't have a good enough laning stage to really make that a reality.
Yeah,
Tomato,
Go ahead.
No, I mean, like, Timato's a big enjoyer of those situations where he just gets to play his own game and then tune in with the team, kind of like an RTZ-like play style in a sense that he will be the hard carry farmer for a very long time, then tune in with the team because they've been doing all this heavy lifting early on and secured him that good game. But if this was a world where Nouns did get themselves a better start, that's where the Lesh and the Timber, like you said, it could have found their place because, you know, you have more freedom mobility-wise, and this just turns out to be the other side of the table if you don't get to that point.
Do you think they could fall back on the idea that, you know, oh, we're playing with a stand-in, it's whatever, you know, Theolicor, he's not a regular on the team, and they don't have their captain. Can they kind of say that this game, or do you think that didn't really come into it?
I feel like in this particular game, like, you'd never, of course, blame the stand-in. That would be very rude.
Of course not, but I mean internally, you know, you don't say it to him, but you're thinking that.
That's the golden rule. But I also think they put him in a very difficult situation, right? Like, he's literally the only stun on the team, initiation. And then he's also laning with someone who kind of ruins her initiation in the Timber Saw. So their lineup is having a lot of, like, internal issues itself outside of just the players in there.
Yeah.
So like I think this is a difficult game for him, and he had some pretty good snipes in the early game. I was like becoming a fan surely of like this hoodwink pick and how he was playing it. But either way, he did his best, and if you want to lose and blame the stand-in, by all means, go ahead.
It can help. It can help. It's like a scapegoat. But TSM obviously having a phenomenal game. A lot of standout performances here, but none more than Tomato on the Ursa. I mean, I personally thought Ari did the best. I wanted to go with Ari, but I've been banned by my panelists for choosing Ari for MVPs because I'm doing it too much. But, you know, he comes from the best region. What can you do? But 10-1 on the Ursa.
North America?
Phenomenal work.
That's where he's playing right now, so he comes
It's
from
not
North
where he's
America.
from, Phil.
That's all, as far as I'm concerned. He's adopted.
Talk to me about this Ursa. It would change.
All right. He farmed so
Yes,
much.
he did.
Yeah.
We kind of talked about
Hit so many creeps.
what he contributed in this
amazing.
game.
I mean,
But,
yes,
yeah.
he did hit a lot of creeps, which was great, but he also used his timings very well, and he bought the right items. And everything that Tomato, like, if you just were objectively looking, like, who is the hero that, like, won them the game at the end? It had to be Tomato's Ursa for me.
He was a battering ram that took down the doors in the end after a long siege. He absolutely was. And it's pretty crazy that they were even going high ground before the Ursa was even joining the fights as well. Like they took a tier 3 before the Ursa even turned up. So, you know, he really was just the final nail in the coffin, so to speak. But one more thing I want to talk about as well is this Atos on the Death Prophet as well. It's something which happened a little bit last season, but a little bit unconventional. But you like it?
I mean, in the right game, this game, so they actually beat Rebellion last tour. Brian was playing DP, also went for this Atos build, but it was against a lineup that had more spirits in it, I believe. They were low on control. And this game, it didn't seem as powerful, but it still looked fine. It was good. Alternatively, he could have just went for something like, I seen some do Kai Assange or maybe the Greaves build. It's a little bit of a different flavor that adds a little bit more of control, which when you have a Warlock, I think is kind of nice.
Yeah. Yeah, you're pretty much. That was what I was about to say as well. I mean, it just goes in nicely, like with this Warlock, the build up on the slow. You need a couple extra seconds. Atos that kind of fixes it for you. So extra lockdown, enabling them to get the tick damage because you start bursting the Timbersaw, right? He's got no armor stacks at the start. He will take a lot of damage at the start. Then it slows down a little bit. Those 2 extra seconds might just save the day.
They did make the difference in the end, and that's going to lead TSM to a first game here in this series. Nouns, if they want to keep their major hopes alive, well, a win here would really do a lot to help them with that. It's not absolutely necessary, but my God, it makes it hard as it comes down to them beating Shopify if they want to keep themselves in the runnings. Can they do it? We'll have to find out after this short break. Hello and welcome back to the NADPC as we are getting into game number 2 of Nouns versus TSM matchup, which we've been very excited for a very long time. Game number 1, maybe not delivering in all the ways we wanted it to, but you know, Nouns, they are playing with a stand-in. They're not playing with their position 4. Their captain, Lelis, as well, as he is out with an alleged injury, is what I was able to gather. Helping a large woman cross the road is what we've been given. We don't actually know the reasons why, but that's what we've been told. But hopefully they can pull it together for this second game. When you're in this position, how important is it to adjust and try to perhaps go for a more easy to execute draft? Is that an option here for Nouns?
I guess it's more up to the core roster of Nouns. If they want to change something, just keep your stand-in playing the heroes he's really good at. And if it aligns with the idea that you want to execute, then it's going to be a lot easier to get your package together.
Yeah, and he did have some pretty good moments on that Hoodwink, all things considered. There were some pretty... I remember specifically he got one snipe with the ultimate on the Warlock, and then literally when it was off cooldown again, he got another snipe on it as well.
Yeah, it's not like you tell your stand-in, like, okay, we messed up game 1, you're now playing like Meepo support or something like that. And he's like, just waving his arms, I can't do that, but okay, they want me to do it, I'll do it. But you know, it's much easier if they just get into a line with the rest of the team to kind of jump in the ideas that they have. His Hoodwink, like you said, was really good. I liked it. I don't think it was a weakness in any point. I think they should be looking for Hoodwink or Hoodwink type heroes. I saw that he's actually played a lot of Rubik in the past as well. It's his most played hero. So if they get a first phase pick on Nouns, why not go for that?
Yeah, I mean, this guy is a Western Europe Div 2 player, right?
Yeah.
So like, he has a hero pool. Yeah.
Out of the
he can
second
play
strongest
Dota.
region after NA.
Yeah, of course. So like, of course, it must be difficult going from Div 2 Western Europe to Div 1 NA since the gap is
Big jump.
It's huge going
massive.
from the worst region to the best region, but I'm sure he has a pretty good hero pool regardless because he practices a lot. And I did like his Hoodwink a lot. It seemed good enough, right? I feel like their lineup as a whole, maybe next time you don't give Moo the Timbersaw by leaving like some counter pick in the pool and maybe pick something that can set up this Hoodwink's abilities a bit more. I feel like they were missing that at some point in the game. If they don't win all their lanes, if you don't have like that easy setup for the Leshrac to come back into the game, as well as having like the follow up from the Hoodwink, it's very difficult to play because Moo just kind of went in and then he tried to get out. And then if they could do any damage in between that, it was great. But there wasn't that solid boom, initiation, use your spells and let's burst someone. It just didn't seem to be there.
Is there any chance which Nouns change up their opening strategy? Because right now they've literally only drafted 2 heroes as their first pick, and it has been the Undying and it has been the Io. Do you think changing that would be too dramatic right now?
Yeah, it's way too dramatic. I think they go back to the Drow instead of the Leshrac. It didn't really work, especially if you're going to open up the Beastmaster. You can change your bans and maybe ban the Beast, because I think their strat overall was good versus the Beast. I think the way they executed was good versus the Beast. Will they have the same effect if they did it again? Maybe not, but I do believe they just go back to what they were doing and looked good on instead of changing it up even so slightly.
Okay, what about the Leshrac then? I mean, that's something which you would have swapped out for the Drow, right? Because that was the same picking phase, right? Do you feel like the way they played it, though, was kind of not the same as if they had an Io?
The Drow, I mean, the thing is, like, Io, I think, with Lesh is a really strong combo, and I think Undying with Drow is a strong combo. So they kind of like merged the two, but they both are still okay together. Yeah. But I think it really just came down to the mid lane and how Bryle did get that level 6 a little bit earlier and shut down Gunner.
Yeah, I think draft order matters a lot here.
I think it does. Well, let's get into it then. We now have the draft available for game number 2. We'll see if Nouns can level the playing field here with their opening. The important thing is going to be looking at these second picks, honestly, because we kind of know what the first one's going to be. These two heroes in the Undying and the Io have been first phase contested like every single time. So if one of them makes it through, Nouns will take it. I don't think there's a possibility which TSM will give them anything else to play, because Nouns do have first pick.
I will add 2 heroes to the mix, and now that will be the first pick Disruptor and the first pick Rubik, which I also think are good for both of these teams to look for, especially now that the IO is taken away, the Furion is gone. Those are like the first pick heroes you go for. You go IO, the opponent might block pick the Leshrac, but then you're like, oh, this might be a good Disruptor game with the IO. So there's plenty of options that Nouns can go for. It's really just down to what do they want to build their draft around. Like, what's this first one going to be? And it's going to be the Undying.
What did they leave then? What am I missing? Beast didn't get banned last time. But either way, though, like, I think it's very important that you don't like lose your confidence in your ideas, especially for Nouns, because they were running the IO, they were running the Undying. game after game, and they win all the time. Of course, they're going to keep picking it.
It was the Disruptor ban.
Disruptor, okay,
Yeah.
so that's still in the pool. So I
That's what
wouldn't.
TSM will take.
I don't want them to be like, oh, we lost the game. Let's change every core fundamental of how we've thought about the game over the past, 4 weeks of practice, right?
Yep.
So I
Yeah.
still want them to continue to like do what they do, and sometimes it feels you good, and you get like a peace of mind if you lose, just knowing you did what you practiced. Sometimes when you lose doing something you didn't practice, it's always that thought, what if we just did what we practiced, right?
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah, you
And
don't want
here
to
we
throw
go.
the.
This is really good. This is like
Yep.
dream scenario, I think, for Nouns. Like they get their opening they like. They get it versus a hero that's also good against the Death Prophet. So I think looks a lot better. And I think the biggest thing going for Nouns right now is they don't have to play against Kasane Beastmaster right now.
Yeah. Nor his liking.
Yeah, I mean, they did have an answer to it, but at the same time, this is just something they don't have to think about. And also, Kasane still had a game.
I mean,
after all, he was still rich.
Yeah.
They had to put so much energy into stopping that strategy. They had the smoke, they had the ward.
Resources.
Husky basically lived in that triangle, just dropping wards throughout the early game. And he didn't really lane too much against the beast himself. He was like roaming and dying. And that's not really how you want to use this hero. You want to keep punishing
Yeah.
the offlaner, pushing him out of the lane, and stuff like that. So it was very annoying to deal with, even though they did somewhat deal with it.
And that's also an interesting thing coming from that game one is how well does Kasane actually read the situation? Because what you actually pointed out in the green room earlier on was something was really interesting because he doesn't really die. He doesn't really feed, right?
No,
Because
he
most
doesn't.
of the offlaners, when they see an opportunity, they might overjump it a little bit. Try to punish under the tower because they see like my timing at level 3 is strong. I will use it. And they're kind of hard locked into that idea that I can just get this kill. So Kasane may be diverting away from that a little bit. And then Nouns are understanding like, oh, he's not actually pressuring us, so let's go elsewhere. And that causes a new scenario to happen and a whole world of opportunities. So I think that's also Kasane playing really well, understanding where are his limits.
Exactly. I mean, that's what it comes down to, trying to find the limits and trying to break the limits.
A lot of
It's-
mind games.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's easier to do that when they're kind of off position, There are some heroes which are just strong every single game. Beastmaster is definitely one of them if you can play it right. So getting on something else is going to give them a definite lead. I mean, is Kasane's hero pool deep enough where you can kind of target him and push him into something which isn't comfortable?
Haven't seen it
can.
happen so far in the DPC,
Right.
but major maybe.
I mean, no, I think it depends on what you want to play against, right? Like his best strategies, we all know are going to be like the Zoo. We'd also see him play the Primal, we see him play the Centaur, and we're like, let's see if he can prove himself on these. And he has, honestly. He's played these heroes, and they've looked good. But at the very least, you could be saying at least we're making TSM play a different play style. But he also plays Death Prophet, so this could be his hero right off the bat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big-
I think the way that TSM looks at it is like they want Zoo for him. They want Death Prophet if they don't get the Zoo. And then we'll look into like the Centaur and Primal type of heroes.
Yeah. He will definitely have the primary, he's got the secondary, and then falling back to the tertiary field of these more maybe AoE teamfight, Tidehunter, Death Prophet,
Yeah.
maybe even the Enigma, But that also goes to his micro category, but he can also bring that out. So let's see what they do. It's a good flex pick to have in that first phase, and hence why the Death Prophet is so popular, because you can still put it into so many different roles, the mid, the off lane, kind of force out your opponent to answer that already early on, like this Drow, we now see the carry. We've got the matchup basically between the two, and Undying makes this lane a little bit harder for this Death Prophet to just straight up kill the Drow in the lane. So you've got protection for it, and again, Kasane understanding if I'm playing this DP, where are my limits? If it ends up being mid, we still don't know what the Drow is going to be up against. So TSM, they might see something as 18th pick, for example, since they have the second pick in the draft. So
So the bans have been, there was one ban targeted towards Kasane with the Lycan, but then they got rid of the Ursa and get rid of the Faceless Void. So a couple of targeted bans on the carry role. Didn't want to place against that Ursa again. Meanwhile, TSM, they've kind of targeted out Mu here with their first two bans, and then kind of a Mu and Gunner ban out with the third one with the Bat. Does this signify anything to you?
they're narrowing down all the successful strats Nouns has had so far. So all the heroes that other teams really haven't found an answer to, TSM is like, we're not going to join that squad. We've seen them all happen, so we're just going to ban them out, which is a smart way to do.
Yeah, especially when you play against a team like Nouns. I think this is a team, at least this tour, well, most of the tours really, they have like their ideas of how to play the game. And if they don't get those ideas, I feel like they can kind of be more prone to go for different ideas outside of the box that maybe they haven't. I'm not saying they're not confident in them, but maybe not as practiced.
Yeah.
And I think that can really put them on the back foot. They're not a team that just kind of comes in and just drafts based off of what they see and just react to everything. They just want to play within their comfort zone.
Exactly. Like it is something you really need to highlight here. This game, this second game, if it goes 2-0 and they've done a successful round of banning and picking, they could just be going to the major because they've beaten basically all the top teams. They only need to drop to Dogchamp or Feltz. And I don't think that's necessarily going to be happening. So that's what they're playing for. They know there's a lot at stake for this game number 2. And Nouns, interesting heroes. I'm always happy to see an Enigma.
Moo Enigma, and then we're going to have Thalicor playing the Tiny, it looks like. So classic lane combination. I'm curious what Tomato's going to go for in a situation like this. Just off the top of my head, I'm like, Spectre for the game would be amazing, but the lane could be a little bit hard. Sniper could be really good for the game.
That's the one I'm thinking as well. Like, that could actually fit in the carry-to-carry matchup too.
Yep, it's really good for the game. Or they could just go Alchemist, obviously.
Yo, all right.
I know, I mean, this hero, it has tools against the Enigma. You just drop down the acid spray, and then it's kind of annoying for the Eidolons to go in there. You do have a nice pullback with the Disruptor, if that's going to be your pos 5, which I think it will be, into like the stun, into the acid spray. It still dies in a black hole, though, to be fair, if he gets black holed and then he gets hit. But like, Drow also has the hypothermia against like the Alchemist region, so there are some pros and cons here, but when it comes to playing versus Enigma, I think the most important thing is that you get out of the laning stage. And if you have a good idea and good read of how to do that, I'm generally okay with it. And I don't think Tomato picked this without having a lot of experience playing this matchup. So I'm definitely okay with it.
I also feel like since they went for this Alchemist pick, they do see themselves a good timing that they can hit because of the Enigma Tiny lane matchup that they had. You can really get away with this as an Alchemist and have yourself a good start for the game, get to your timing faster than the Drow does, and by the time Drow has to fight the Alchemist eventually, you're a lot stronger. And even if you have hypothermia, Alchemist with his ult, even with the black hole combos that you get from Enigma, it will take him down to 50, 40% HP. Drow needs to get a bit of extra on top to actually kill him. If you're not there with 2 cores to hunt down one guy, we're going to have a 5v5 fight, which right now looks better for TSM.
And I was going to ask about these first 3 heroes from TSM versus the heroes we've got on the side of Nouns. Is it already shaping up to be a game which they can play the first, like, at least 15 minutes as kind of 4v5?
On whose side? Nouns side?
TSMs?
The TSMs, yeah.
Just 'cause, so Alchemist can farm, right? That's basically your question. It depends on the mid matchup. I really think like this meta right now is like, sure, mid is kind of like an easy role as far as like you can put a lot of heroes mid lane, water runes, people talk about all the time, but people have found a way to counteract that, and that's just like playing around mid, right? Crushing the mid lane, bringing your supports
race
there.
to 6.
Yeah, getting those type of like timings. So I can never call a draft one way or another without knowing which mid laner can snowball the game. And sometimes it's just as simple as that. Like one mid laner can just break open the whole map. And if TSM's Bryle does that, then Alchemist will have a free game. But if they shut down Bryle and all of a sudden he has to play defensive, then it's going to be very difficult for the Alchemist to get farm. But on the side of Nouns here, and the one thing I will say that this Alchemist pick does make a lot of sense is Enigma will never be a hero to really infiltrate the jungle, right? He always wants to just sit and chill, sit and farm. So he's playing more for the late game timings against like the Alchemist here. And TSM currently don't have a way of stopping Black Hole.
He's like a defensive barrier that will give up eventually, but he's going to hold on to it for as long as he can, get as much farm as he possibly can before you're eventually going to lose that tower and come back later as the games, because his scaling is just fantastic. And definitely Nouns has a big advantage late game against TSM. Though it does come down to initiation. You've got Disruptor who can build up into very interesting items. The Aghanim's most importantly here. Is this Primal Beast going to end up being a core or a support? Depends on this DP positioning here. I mean, Kassadin could play a 3, but right now it looks like a 4 with the Death Prophet potentially for the off lane.
They're going to flex it, right? Depending
they
on
are
what
flexing
gunner
it.
picks.
Exactly, yeah. So it really depends on that, what Nouns go for, what TSM's actual timing is going to be. Because right now it's like...
Okay.
Oh.
I mean, I was wondering. I saw the sniper ban. I was like, these guys are being a bit cheeky here. I think Sheepstick was on panel, not you, and we're talking about the Death Prophet versus Lone Druid. I was, I know you remember that one.
Yeah, how could I forget? Yeah.
Of course, but like I think that's really heavily Lone Druid favored with the changes now. I believe Gunnar does agree to that here as well. And I was wondering, why did they ban Sniper? They already have an Alchemist carry. It's because Nouns wants to do a double carry themselves, and if one team like picks 2 carries against you, you have every right to pick another carry back because the tempo will be
Yeah.
slow, especially if you don't want to pick a Spirit into Lone Druid. We saw Dendi try and do that with a Storm Spirit, didn't really work out. So I think Bryle has some choices here. I think DP mid is fine versus Lone Druid, but if they want to pick another carry, but I don't think they do. So like, what other hero can they pick here that's a little unconventional that can lane versus the Lone Druid in the mid lane? That might also be good for this game. This is actually a very fun pick, I think, if you are Bryle. You get a lot of options. And it's going to be Pangolier. All right,
It's
so
a not so fun hero, but
I mean, this hero is really annoying to play against this Lone Druid with the constant disarms. You can't do anything to the magic immunity of him. The laning stage, though, however, is definitely still going to be Gunnar favored here. So it could be tempo, I suppose. Like, if you win your lanes on Nouns this game, you're going to be pushing every lane all at once, right? And you're not going to be forced to be like, oh, we have to gank this Alchemist. It won't matter. You can just like push mid, you can push top at the same time, Drow can push bottom, and I think you can actually snowball this game quite hard.
okay, all right. Is it enough to make you lean Nouns' way?
I do like their draft more here. I really think like you have the Drow against the DP, which is amazing. I think Enigma is pretty much uncontested this game. And this Lone Druid, maybe he won't be ganking running around the map, but he's going to be creating his own pressure to the point where if Pengo ever does leave to deal with Enigma or something, he's just going to take mid tower.
All right, T-Panda.
There's a risk that the Enigma and Drow might end up being a little bit too stale. That's the thing that I'm worried about for now, is if they go passive. On paper, the draft looks great, right? But if they don't make the moves, if they don't execute properly, like we just saw in that last game after the laning stage or during the laning stage when they do things wrong, you're not going to have a fun time playing from behind with a Drow and Enigma, just hoping you get the late game and hope Gunnar carries the game. So scaling-wise, Nouns, I will take them, but TSM, I like their timing if they come strong from the laning stage. I'll say TSM for this one.
Okay, well, yeah, I agree. I think Fizz stupid because he didn't pick up on the most important point, which is the same thing we had last game when we had the stand-in playing the only hero with the stun this time around. Same thing. I think it's a bit of an issue. So I'm going to be going TSM this time around.
Let's go Nouns.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do. Let's throw it over to casters for game number 2. It's MLP and it's T-Governor.
Thank you much, Nomad. I do also agree. I think Fury is also pretty stupid, T-Governor.
No comment.
No comment. Well, with that, we've got 2 new drafts coming in for game number 2. How are you feeling about these ones?
I don't know why Nouns don't like picking like more stuns. I know it's like a very simple thing and it's easy to harp on. Realistically, Nouns lineup, I could see this draft crushing games and time again. But when TSM was setting a very clear pace with their draft, I thought Nouns might pivot, but again, they're going to lean on individual execution and outplays and, you know, kind of momentum to be their friend to cushion the fact that they aren't going to be able to really fight in these bigger team fights.
Yeah. I mean, what I do like at the very least, if we're going to be a little bit positive about this draft from Nouns, is the fact that Gunnar does go for the Lone Druid pickup, which is one of my favorites to see him on. I don't know if it's good right now, to be absolutely frank with you, but, you know, it's exciting at the very least. Very different draft.
So in this game, there's going to be a couple things. It's going to be preventing Brow to cleanly rotate around the map. If he does move away, then sure, this Lone Druid will start being able to chip away at this mid tower. But other than that, I do have a little bit of concern of what moves can Nouns make. Drow wants to farm safe lane. Enigma wants to farm off lane. Lone Druid wants to farm mid lane.
Tramples there, Ari. He's actually going to have a pretty nice one at that rate, but Husky, not going to be too afraid, is just going to walk away. That was, I believe, a 2 for 2, right? On the bounties? Yeah,
It was.
Very,
It
very
was
good.
one TSM, one to Nouns, and then one to TSM, and then one to Nouns.
Very
Yes.
pog.
Yes. Very evenly split. And so another thing with Nouns is I think traditionally Drow would do very well against Death Prophet, but because of this Primal Beast, that will be offsetting this lane a little bit. Where when Drow goes to start, you know, for applying those frost arrows, all Primal Beast has to do is just charge in, start trampling, and now Drow has to disengage a little bit, especially if he's kind of deep down the lane, closer to the Dire Tower. And I think the early levels, the early way that Nouns approach this lane will be fundamental in the trajectory for it.
Yeah. Of course, mid lane Brawl against Gunnar here, the Pangolier versing the Lone Druid matchup. It's kind of hard for me to know because we don't get to see LD very often, but I do feel like LD might have an advantage in this 1v1. Like, what are you thinking?
I feel like Pangolin is such a good hero at pushing out lanes effectively and with it without kind of dying that you should be fine. Like you can just shield crash in to swash away. So unless Gunner's got some like phase boots on his bear, gets a lucky root or something, maybe a support rotation, I feel like this Pangolin shouldn't really be dying. Again, it's more on Bryle misusing his spells, but the things that we're seeing here, like that one root, imagine if that was like a second root, no swash, for sure, easily going to be a kill, but I feel like Bryle should be defensive in nature in this lane.
Okay. Of course, that bottom lane as well, we had a brief look at it earlier. You've got Yamsun along with Husky, so the Drow and Undying duo, which is extremely strong.
Did you catch Ari kill both of the couriers?
No, I didn't.
I was staring at mid lane that, yeah, both the Undying and Drow's courier died
Wow.
to Ari.
Okay. And speaking
And
of
the
Ari,
wave.
that's a big wave.
That's it's a massive wave.
Husky's going to try and meet them, but he's only got 2 creeps with him.
Ari is bigger than yours, Husky. Stop trying to compare now.
Here we go. They meet for a brief moment. We'll see where Ari takes this one. Obviously wants to take maybe behind the tier 1, tier 2
God,
tower.
grief, you're off lane. Take it mid. No, that should never happen.
That's kind of cute. Single file behind the Primal Beast.
I mean, this is really awkward. Yamsun just been farming underneath tower, 11 CS. He's about to maybe miss one more now, but still well on the way to level 4. And finally, TSM gets a little bit of XP, but just dragging it straight into tower, not even trying to skip any waves. Too much XP to play around with.
Top lane, Dealer Core immediately going to go down. Whitemon able to find a nice glimpse into the stun of Tomato. And if there's one person you don't want to give the bonus gold over to right now, it's probably Tomato on the Alchemist. Giving him a,
A great start. And to be fair, when I think about his gameplay in the previous one, as soon as he got told he's playing Alkin, this game was like, yeah, let's go. Like, he was like, they were taking team fights and using Chaotic offering in the mid lane. Meanwhile, he was an Ursa just chilling, farming top. Like, now imagine Alk doing that exact play style. He's going to be incredibly fat this game. And he's got a lane that he has no contest in, right? It's going to be this Acid Spray, throw it down. Moo can never really kill him off. Mid lane's getting a little bit of poke and prod, but I think TSM so far very happy with laning phase.
Yeah. Very, very strong start here for the side of TSM once again.
Maybe not for the Death Prophet. All right, let's not get too carried away, actually. Like, Brow's having a chill time. You know, Tomato's just free farming. There's been some really weird shenanigans in the bot lane. There's some, like, double, triple wave pulling. I didn't really catch the start because I was looking at upper lane, so I don't know exactly how the double wave kind of happened. Maybe Ari was just going for the couriers, and then through that amount of time spent, obviously accidentally got another wave, but it's not ideal. Kasane is level 3, and I think as soon as Ari hits level 3, Yamsun could potentially die if he doesn't gust the initiation of Ari.
Yeah.
And he's already looking now. He's kind of wrapping around a little bit, but doesn't decide to go, and he's respecting that potential level up.
Yeah, absolutely. Yamsun going to be just fine for now. Sitting at the level 4 mark. And Ari's going to be very cautious to when he does try to make that initiation in. Of course, you always got Husky there anyway, just in case you need it. Can just drop the tombstone, try to help out.
Sure. Any move slows are critical against Primal Beast. It's why Drow, in theory, if you have Gust, it's not a move slow, but it breaks your charge in, your onslaught.
Yeah.
And then Tombstone, of course, if you get a couple of zombies hitting you, you're going to be slowed up, so your trample will be less effective.
Tomato, toss back. A lot of Eidolons here, so Tomato surely can't survive this and will not. Now, Whitemon, he left the lane for a moment to pull the small camp, and naturally his POS 1 just kept farming.
I'm going to give you a little bit of trivia. What should you do on position 5?
When?
You should never leave lane. That was the answer.
Oh.
I'm sorry, but if you hear those words, you already should know the answer.
Oh.
What should you do on POS 5? Never leave the lane.
Well, who's going to pull the small camp?
Doesn't matter.
Oh.
You have to tank the damage. You got to tank the smells. You got to tank the smells. You're playing against Pudge, that rot. You got to tank those fumes. No, it's a classic Gorg line right there.
All right, well, there you go. PSA, never leave the lane as POS 5.
Oh.
Thought you were one of us, T. I thought you were one of us.
Oh yeah, true. I'm in NA.
Yeah.
You leave that lane. You make those stacks.
6-minute power rune. It's gonna be up at the top lane. Yeah, up at the top lane anyway. Theodore does pick up the arcane rune for himself. Nice little deny away from the old Pangolier. And back towards the top lane he goes. Maybe he can find a white one with an avalanche toss combo if he really wants to, but won't be enough anyway. 1-1, 6.5 minutes in. Another bit of a slower... Oh, they missed the pool. That's unlucky.
I was like, where are we going to go with this one? To be fair, that pool can be kind of obnoxious, especially at nighttime, depending on how you're pulling it, especially if you're trying to be a little bit scared of the tiny. So, yeah, I can give it to Whiteman.
Okay. Another slow game is what I was trying to say here, T, given at least for now.
It's rather slow, yes. Kasane, though, he might want to accelerate this game a little bit. Nice gust from Yapson in the bot lane. And
Just ready for it.
and Husky's kind of awkwardly walking in too.
And Kasane, he'll go for the Siphon. That is a level 3 Siphon, so he basically heals all the way back up to 4 HP as Ari... Oh, Ari's down. Yamsun able to pick him off here on the drought just barely before the TP finishes. And, well, this off lane of TSM really not panning out the way they would have hoped.
No, so this is a lane that they need to have equal levels, but also I think they just need to come from the correct angle. When you're playing against this Drow, I've already mentioned how Gust is so critical, but Whiteman
Is probably just dead.
Yeah, he's dead, yeah. But no, yeah, I feel like for this for TSM, they will be regretting some of their choices on how to aggress onto this Drow. And yeah, I think Janssen playing a very stable safe lane, but Tomato, meanwhile, this has been happening. He also is getting a little bit aggressed on a Brow. Finally now rolling up. Killing off the stand-in.
Very nice. Theodore to go down. Brawl, nice little rotation. He does make sure as well Ari is in the mid lane to ensure that Gunner can't just casually start pushing the tier 1 tower. Always very important, of course.
You love to see the natural moves on these teams. It's like as soon as a core rotates out, support moves in. If a carry needs to take bot farm, then you shift your heroes nicely across the map, and it is that natural synergy of teams knowing exactly where to put heroes is what makes them contenders for being the best in their region and further down the line.
Certainly so. Husky, bit of a chase here onto the Undying. Could actually go for a decay back in onto Tomato, but won't be able to see him. Still, Theodore now shows up. Would have loved the Alchemist, but will not be able to get it either. Instead, though, they will find Whitemon at the least. Whitemon does go down. Bryo, a much bigger target, but they cannot hold him down, so the Pangolier will just be able to swashbuckle away. And had Nouns been a couple seconds earlier, they would have actually had a shot at a very low Tomato. But they weren't quite that lucky.
And Charlie's quickly desperately push out mid so there's no continued aggression, and in the bot lane, Kasane happily just solo taking this tower.
Yeah, it's what you want to see. Ari. Whoopsie daisies,
Whoopsie
Yamsun.
daisies indeed.
Able to take him out. I mean, to be fair, it is buying a lot of time for Tomato to just freely farm up, but that was a solo kill to Yamsun.
That was a solo kill, and I haven't really looked at Enigma in this game, but he's identified the lack of Rubiks and Silencers and Warlocks and all these in-meta heroes right now. He's just going for a Midas. How long has it been since you've seen a natural Midas rush Enigma that most likely will become a Blink, the BKB, Agzox, like all those stuff?
Yeah, I mean, it has been a very long time. But it's going to be a nice game for Mu for sure. He's a happy boy this game.
I mean, it's a cool concept, but it's also, it's a little bit scary if he goes Midas and then suddenly it's like Radiant's BKB timing. Like
Right.
if his timing is Midas Blink, but TSM have a BKB on, like a Greaves on Drow, the BKB on Alchemist, like it could provide a bigger window for TSM to punish, but if he survives it, then he's going to be the king of the game.
That is very, very true. Seems like Nouns, they're trying to intervene here. The farming of Tomato. I mean, Black Hole is up. If they can catch him without the Chemical Rage going. In fact, hold that thought, because mid lane, Gunner, going to be targeted, but is still very, very safe thanks to the Tombstone of Husky. In fact, the Bear is just rushing in onto Ari. No entangles to come out. Husky, though, he's just manning up. Again, 3 heroes as the Avalanche from the left side comes in from Theodore. That is going to be the tier 1 tower gone, as well as Ari going down to the Primal Beast. 6-4 now, but Nouns, they are really starting to take off.
Yeah, Nouns are just punishing TSM's moves right now. I think Ari, unfortunately, just isn't really having the best start to this game. He's got the scoreline of 0-3-0, which is not what you really want here. And yeah, just Nouns just bringing the correct heroes to the correct engagements. Yamson happily farming it behind, and they have 3 cores all within, 600-700 gold range of this Alchemist, and that's what you kind of need at this stage of the game. Like, you're not seeing this Alch at 7k, 8k gold, farming stacks, making any big moves.
Look at the Spirit Pin. Look at his items. It's it's the classic. No, the Spirit Bear, not the Lone Druid.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to find the bear. I'm blind.
3 gloves of haste. Lovely. I mean, if it works, it works. This was the guy that, he built 6 Wraith Bands on Lone Druid before?
I mean...
Nice Avalanche. The Core will at least find the DP, but it's not quite enough yet. Kasane barely surviving, is going to heal up.
Siphon time!
Ryle's in there in time.
Oh, wait.
Oh,
no,
hold on a minute. Never
no.
mind.
Psych.
Kasane's gone. They do get Husky at the very least, but it's still a bit of a win here for the side of Nouns as they found 2 for 1. I mean, Gloves of Haste, dude. You can't underestimate this attack speed.
I mean, when you think about the nerfs, right? It was 6 attack speed, and then it doubles up to 12, and then it's 5 to 10. So it did get nerfed a little bit. It was the only concept that did get nerfed. So if he really warrants attack speed as the reason why he used to go Wraith Bands and not for the Agi plus the stats and then the armor and stuff, then I could see it for the bet. He just wants to get some root procs, but if he then goes 3 Gloves of Haste and then he goes for 6 Wraith Bands on his main or 5 Wraith Bands on his main hero, then I might have an issue.
He did do that before.
What, he still does the 3 Gloves and then 5 Wraith Bands?
Oh, all right. Well,
so like,
they don't do both at once. I get you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now he doesn't go Wraith Bands, right?
Not right now, apparently, according to this game.
Sure, but in 13 minutes or so, we'll find out. But fundamentally, it is just to get the early game procs in the attack speed, to get those roots, and we'll see if it pays off.
Okay. He's doing nice fear. Catching out Ari, and Ari, he's not having a good game whatsoever. Another kill going towards Yamson on the Drow. This is just such a fantastic start for Nouns.
Okay, I'm doing some maths real here.
Go on.
So 450, 900, 1350, Mask of Madness. So for 400 less gold, he's getting 50 less attack speed because Mask of Madness is 110.
Right.
So 3 gloves would be 60. So he's trading 50 less attack speed, 30 less movement speed, and lifesteal, and a little bit of damage for just 60 raw attack speed.
Yes.
Is it Mask of Madness just
Better?
better?
I mean, you gotta click a button there, T-Governor. It's convenience.
Is it maybe a thing as well that he's respecting the physical damage, the fact there's already an acid spray? If he then goes Mask of Madness and he's having minus armor on his bear?
You're probably right.
There's so many layers to this.
Husky's gonna go down mid lane. We'll see if TSM can finally open up that mid-tier 1 tower, because Nouns have just been making sure that the repeat of game 1 does not happen with this DP.
I gotta focus back up again. I was going down the, when Gunner's streaming and he thinks of a new concept design, he goes into the lobby.
Yeah.
And he has like all the different heroes open, doing all the. I literally was kind of going into the little mind palace of like, why on earth is he doing this? Because like, it really is gonna be like one small little whimsical thing that dictates the choice here. But yeah, back into the game. Moon is getting jumped in the top lane.
Pulverized to make. Oh, he could black hole here if he really wants to, but no. Whitemore was there anyway. Won't bother wasting it. A pretty big pick off there for the side of TSM now, finding the offlane Enigma. TSM, they are still very desperate to try and find the mid-tier 1 tower as Nouns. They're grouping up. They want to go for a fight.
They have to be careful here. This is out farming on the other side of the map. Anytime this fight gets dragged out, Out will happily start continuing.
Yeah, but look at Kasane. He is just melting to the bear damage. Though the Entangle's getting a little bit unlucky now,
Where's
so
the
he does
attack
walk
speed?
away.
No, if he had Mask of Madness, that extra 50 attack speed
may have made the difference.
probably wouldn't. But they straight into Roshan. I mean, they got Drow, they got Lone Druid, they got Flesh Golem on Undying. Plenty of ways to hit this down, and these are the moves you need to make. I was kind of hinting at, if Nouns fight in this top side, Outcall free farm, the best thing you can do is not only occupy the top side, take Roshan, and then you try and sweep to find this Alchemist, because sure, the Aegis falls, but how far away is out from a BKB? Oh, actually, ooh, he went straight Blink Dagger.
That he did.
He changed his pace.
I mean, right now, Dota Plus is saying 78% win chance for now, so he's got to do something.
Oh, you didn't let me guess.
Oh, I apologize.
No, it's fine. Don't-
Diffusal played. Husky. Jump is there. Even the static storm drop just in case, but Ari's just... The Husky's damage is, or excuse me, rather Yamsun's damage very, very high on this drought. Do you think this Alchemist is getting far enough ahead to make the difference? Because, like, he's got a decent net worth advantage, but, like, you look at how hard Yamsun's hitting. It doesn't look like it's going to be very fun for him.
I think as soon as this Aegis is out, that's going to be TSM's window to dictate the storyline of this game. It's everyone's on an even footing. By that point, you should argue that Alk should have a BKB. Drow should maybe be halfway to hers. And I think anytime during Aegis, you can, like what they're doing now, you poke a little bit with an Exo, you go back to farming. But as soon as I see Alk with BKB, I think TSM need to sync up some smokes to jump into that area and punish the Drow not having one herself.
Tangles, not there. Ari just onslaught through just in case.
And this is why stuns will be Nouns' issue here. If let's say they had the disruptor, if they had someone who could continue to apply that threat, and we're yet to have a blink dagger on Theolicor, so it really is TSM's overextensions will be the pseudo stun that Nouns require.
Oh, entangles out. Kasane, bottom lane, being held down. Gunner doesn't really have the follow-up damage. It's kind of the issue. Like, yeah, you get the entangles, but the items in the pair aren't really helping in the damage department.
700 gold away from BKB. This Alchemist slowly drawing away from the rest of the course now. He was only about 1,000, 2,000 away, but again, you give him a little bit of breathing room and he's just going to whip out these items like no tomorrow.
That's just so important. Again, reminder, TSM basically one game away from almost guaranteeing a spot at the major. Like, they win off this game too.
Yeah, they'll be sitting 5-0 and they still need to be playing Dog Champ and Felton.
Yeah, I mean,
One victory and already...
don't forget, those two
pretty-
teams came from Div 2 as well. You know, it's,
Yeah, I'm only here for a day, boss. I don't want to say anything, you know? Actually, that's a lie. Well, I'm also here for next week.
Bryle, nice stun in. Gunner already caught out. Can't go into that melee form. He's going to have to try and tank through it, but surely can't, as that is the Aegis down. The Spirit Bear going to be focused as well. Will go down the first time around as Gunner. He'll go into the melee form. Meanwhile, towards the south, they have got Ari down on the Primal Beast, but they need to save this mid-left rank as the Black Hole. Whoopsie daisies. I mean, they've still caught at least Kasane, but he's going to survive through it. Avalanche out, they will get him in the end. In fact, now, Tomato, he's kind of by himself. Silence out, Yamsun, he's got the damage, they'll take him down. I mean, they don't even need a good Black Hole.
It was such an incredibly awkward go from TSM. I understand that Nouns are pretty split and you have this ability to take the Aegis for free, but it wasn't the cleanest engagement. I think they should have been happy just getting the free pick and back to farming. Especially when you have these drawn-out fights for Nouns, like you're going to have opportunities where Drow gets the click or Enigma hits the hole. Yeah, TSM, they have to be careful. This net worth lead that Alk's accrued, it isn't big enough to be throwing these fights at this point. Like Alk is the type of hero that you farm, you die a couple times, game gets really hard. You're meant to always be leading the charge.
Yeah, I mean, Nouns, they've done a fantastic job of keeping this game in check. Only a 1k advantage to TSM with an Alchemist on their side.
Trade-off is no Black Hole, no True Form on Lone Druid. So this is where the smoke up. You see TSM, they have everything ready. Exorcism, they got Alk, Pangolier. They need to find something.
Well, they're going to find a Spirit Bear.
Yeah, I mean, they don't want that one. They don't want Joel. That's the name of his bear.
Oh, they could glimpse
Maybe
back
they do.
Gunner. Yamsun getting to work. Has
Nice
Bryle
job.
now an avalanche task combination for Theolicor. Not enough yet, but Kasane slowly dropping is going to go down. They'll even find Whitebot. Oh, Nouns. They are fighting back in this game too. And TSM, oh, they're falling apart here, T. They are falling apart.
It's just such an awkward go, in my opinion, from TSM. You've hit this wonderful timing on your Alchemist with this BKB, but he's not the one going in, but he's going in on Gunner on top. Are they going to have the damage?
I mean, he's been entangled up. BKB out, Gunner. He's going to go down. That's a nice one.
But going back to that previous fight, I feel like you need the Alk to be the one setting the pace of the fight. Just let him blink in, open up the engagement for everyone else. But the way that TSM do it, they provide so many opportunities for Nouns to actually counterplay. And
nice
Theolicor again.
toss. Theolicor. He's not done yet. Ari's down. And this is a stand-in for now.
I was about to say that. Like, he honestly, 2 games in a row now. Again, position 4, you're meant to have that killer mentality, but he clearly has it naturally ingrained into him. On the Hoodwink, he was keeping Nouns in it. In this game as well, he's picked up that blink and already tossed into double Ava. He's playing a very, very good game once he's picked up this blink dagger.
Yeah, that he has 16-9 now. Still less than 1k net worth lead, and with an Alchemist, that just means terrible news for you if you are TSM. Not out of this game yet, but they need some more farm to go on this Alc. They need some answers, because Nouns...
I didn't think Yamson, he's 7-0-5. He's had a beautiful laning phase. He got a couple kills kind of thrown into him as well in the jungle. I mentioned this timing for TSM that they should have leaned towards the fact that Alc will always get BKB pre-drow. You need to punish the fact that Black Hole, if he wastes it, you can run over them. But I'm yet to see TSM sync up and actually utilize some of their item timing. It's just been a bit of a stagnant mid-game for them, kind of throwing bodies in with no real meaning.
Tomato, he's a primary candidate. If they can find him here on this Alchemist, it'd be absolutely amazing, but it's kind of hard to get up to that triangle without the smoke breaking, so Nouns, not the area they want to really try and run into. We'll back off.
Yeah, the fact that the bottom tier 1 is still alive doesn't allow Nouns to do that deep wrap around into kind of the back side of the triangle. And they're like, why are we doing this, lads? Back to farming.
Yeah.
And Moo, he's...
Oh, they've got a static... Oh, Husky.
Oh, yeah, you kill that illusion.
That's a cheeky illusion from Husky. And you kind of saw him walking up to get it. He finds some value for it as well.
He doesn't even crack a smile. Husky's like, yeah, I knew that was going to happen.
It's another day.
Yeah, it's another day.
Oh.
They use a lot. Static Storm, Rolling Thunder. Honestly, Nouns are in an incredible spot in this game.
They certainly are.
I mean, Moo's about to pick up the blink. He's going to have Aether Lens, BKB, blink. He's going to be a very happy chappy. That's what I was trying to say in this next fight.
A tier 1 bottom tower gone. They'll go after a tier 2. The thing is, with the Spirit Bear, like with a Desolator up, it's such a fast process here for the side of Nouns to take down these towers. He even got that that Dragon Scale, whatever the hell that neutral item's called.
It's Dragon Scale.
Okay. Glad I remembered that one.
You did great.
Never use it.
Yeah, you mentioned the Solar Crest, you've got the Dragon Scale, the Death, so it's like...
It's a lot.
It's 3 forms of just building damage, of course, and then you have Demolish from Lone Druid.
BKB Black Hole, as well as a Blink Black Hole now available here for Moo.
Alright, TSM. Smoke number 2. Tomato.
Well, they found it's going to be Husky. That's a decent start. He needs some help, though, if he's going to keep going. And Tomato, knowing his BKB is going to wear off, does not want to keep this fight going at all. He will just get the hell out of there. I mean, Husky, I don't know if he'll mind too much dying like that. He's only got a 20-second respawn timer.
Mate, if I'm on dying in that, I'm giggling. I'm like, what? Alc's like big BKB entry was just killing me. Mate, I'm up in like 20 seconds. What are you doing? Yeah, you know? Don't know why I went all squeaky, but it happens.
Precious bounty.
Well, TSM back to the drawing board. I mean, still not out of this game, but Yam's got his own BKB going right into the Lincoln Sphere now, so once you've got the Lincolns up, these fights become infinitely more challenging. At least for TSM, that is.
I mean, TSM are just so afraid to fight. It's that one smoke into the Radiant Triangle, it really disrupted their desire to make these plays, and I'm now pretty sure the team comms are, guys, we can't fight if Moo isn't jumped on. So Ari, once he picks up his BKB, that's probably going to be a big timing for TSM because they can just throw this Primal Beast into the middle of the fight. As soon as they locate the Enigma, then you can lock him on with Brile. He has a basher, so he can swash cancel the Black Hole through BKB, but all this waiting for the next item, waiting for the kind of recovery items to fix the misexecution is just giving another Aegis away to Nouns, and this time it's not on the Lone Dread, it's going to be on that Drow. A Drow who wants to join the fight and stand in the middle. Maybe not the middle, but you know, close enough to do all the damage.
Well, that's a Roshan gone. Nouns, they'll hand that one over to Yamson this time. T2 Tower going to be under siege here from Nouns. They don't look to slow down whatsoever as TSM. I mean, they're not even positioned to try and defend. They are creep skipping the mid wave. But it won't matter. Like, they've got enough creeps here to take the tier 2 mid, and they might even go for a tier 3.
I mean, they have to fortify. Bottom tier 2's already fallen. So they're going to be able to, you know, quite handedly... Click for... Okay, they are going to get that one.
Siege creep does go down. Range creep gone as well.
I didn't realize it was coming back on respawn, but still, all right, you take that one and... All right, another fortification, but not going to stick around and force that one out. Oh, Moo is trying to set up on bottom, but does cancel. Realizes it's a little bit too slow. Said they're going to move as 5, try and hit towards the top tier 2. In regards to item timings, they are very much online. There is nothing that Nouns need to wait for. Oh, wait, he is doing it. He's got 2 gloves into then Rave Bands. He's actually double dipping.
There you go. Some things never change.
He just bought Deso Basher and just every single cheap item possible.
I think with the Deso Basher, he just feels like that's it, I'm done. I'm
Yeah.
good. I just have to live now.
So he's got 3 Wraith Bands, 3 gloves. So he's got 3 masks, 3 gloves. I'm sure there's some meme about buying 3 more boots or something, and he's got a full outfit.
Here we go.
Dude, these buildings are just disappearing.
That they are. Tier 3 tower completely mauled here by Gunner's Spirit Bear. TSM need to find a way to start a fight. This is looking real rough for them now.
Tomato's trying to flash from a Hex right now in the enemy jungle.
It's not fast enough.
I mean, yeah, they're a racks down.
So there's the sight device up now, but it's going to be a secondary Rax now under siege here by Nouns. I mean, they've got the time this time around to try and force the fight. Tomato, he'll charge up the stun. He's looking at Yamsun. He'll make the jump in. The stun is there,
Nice
but there's
fear.
no follow-up. At least maybe Yamsun. I was rather the Undying is gone, and now the black hole. Moose caught 3 of them. Oh, this is going to be a real problem for TSM. They're still fighting though. They've got Gunner. The Lone Druid's down. Yamsun, he'll run, but Tomato's on the chase. Maybe TSM can defend. It seems like they can. In fact, they'll find another. The Drow is down the first time. Everyone else around him is also just gone. As they have got the bash out. They have got Yamsun down. Holy. We have a game 2 on our hands.
Oh, we got so bad at the... I hope we have a replay for that one, but like the black hole is hitting 3. There's just no follow-up damage. There's nothing there. Drow's trying to optimistically throw some moldy shot into the mix, but there's so many heroes caught inside it. It's not going to be as disruptive.
Oh, it's so rough. Here we go. Here's a replay. I mean, it really was. I think Gunner did 500 damage. Theo Lacour did 500 damage in that black hole. Like, it was literally nothing. Literally just nothing happening here as they do at least find Ari, but...
I mean, the DP also pops the Greaves after, and, you know, Pangu, you know, rolls off to the side. So, again, Greaves coming in a little bit clutch. Of course, Ari does go down, but at that point, the fact that you don't get to burst 3 big heroes inside that black hole, complete turnaround. And Tomato, of course, farming off that Hex in the enemy jungle. He runs to Secret Shop, buys that, comes into the fight, helps a little bit there. And Nouns, again, you got 2 racks, you're pretty happy, but in the back of your minds now, it's
boy.
if they don't execute on that hole, things can get difficult.
It's Divine Rapier time. Speaking of things getting difficult, Tomato's had enough.
I kind of respect that. This game has been way too awkward for way too long for TSM. They need to make a statement. They should have made one about 19 minutes. Oh, maybe that's a bit carried away.
Yeah.
About 10 minutes ago, this was when they should have made their statement in this game. They failed to do so. They gave Nouns just a little bit of breathing room, and look, they're down 2 racks because of it.
Well, suddenly TSM back into this game as they are going to smoke up as 3. They'll head right towards Nouns. Husky is in position to break Yamsun. Do not run that way. He'll gust up. BKB popped very early on. Tomato does pop his own as well. Meanwhile, Ari just goes into the middle of nowhere as a Static Storm has caught Husky. That's 1 down. Ari, in the meantime, he found Yamsun. That's the Drow Ranger, but moves right behind, just in case they needed it.
They're so split.
They are very, very split up here on Nouns.
They gotta-
TSM, they'll find a third, rather a second. In fact, there's your third now. Gunner forced the man fight here, but he doesn't have a bear to play with. The bear on the right
The
side.
bash.
He's just trying to get the bear out of there. Gunner, he gets bashed up mid-TP. He is surely just gone.
I mean, there's no buyback on him or
Oh,
him or
no.
Tiny. I mean, there's no waves during this. Nouns quick, very desperately, we're trying to push out the lanes, and TSM, they don't want to go back to their base. They have this 11k lead, which is pretty much just the difference of Alk versus everyone. So if Alk goes down, I mean, it's an Alk game, what am I saying? The net worth lead, of course, is going to be the Alchemist.
Yeah.
But the fact that TSM had to trade 2 racks for this they won't be happy with the state of this game. They won't be happy that they didn't really hit any of their timings. They're, of course, they're in good spirits that they're finding these comebacks, but...
The damage, 90 damage by Yamson, 69 by Enigma. Thank you for that,
Nice.
BTP. Very nice. I mean, the funniest thing is, there's still like a 72% chance, apparently, that Nouns pull off this victory.
You're doing that thing again where you're spoiling the percent.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've done it again.
No, it's fine. To be fair, I don't know. I don't even know what number I'd said. So what, 72% Nouns win.
Apparently, yes.
I mean, 2 racks is pretty helpful. And
Yeah.
having an outkick with only 11k lead at this point, like, normally you expect it to be a bit more. I mean, this is still a pretty healthy lead. I think Tomato's been able to accrue, so...
Has he got the rapier yet?
I mean, I hope so.
Is it even close?
Is he...
Oh, he went swiftly.
Swift? Ah,
Unlucky.
mate, you baited me.
Yeah. Baited myself.
Nah, that's all right. Happens a lot.
It does. Smoke out Nouns. If they
You
can
have to
win
be
points.
careful. Like, sure, they have Black Hole, but we've seen how important the Pangolin Swash Basher is. He's got Ags now as well. Multiple ways to get that long-range bash. And Tomato's by himself.
Tomato.
He's got the BKB off, though.
He does get the BKB in time. Sight the Vice. He'll turn back onto Thea Lacour, but there is backup move. He'll pop the black hole.
bash, no
Where's
bash.
the backup? Where's the damage? Thea Lacour, he's moving in. Tomato, he's still alive somehow throughout all this. Gunner's trying to get the job done, but no, he's all right.
Thea Lacour.
Oh, Tomato's fine. Lymon's down. Thea Lacour goes down. They need to get out of there now. That's not safe. Or do they? Buyback is out from Theo. Meanwhile, Ari, he's going to onslaught in. Yamson was the target, but now Yamson will turn right back around as Thea Lacour with a big avalanche on the right side. He caught 2 of them, but it won't matter. He'll die back immediately. It's now TSM. It's a 4v5. They know they've got this one.
got
They
the drow.
surround Yamson. They've got the Drow Ranger. Massive slows by the multi-shot, and somehow Husky. Husky's 1v3ing them. It's a pos 5 undying. He's going for the man fight. Kasane. Oh, Husky. Oh, he's going to drop, but nevertheless, Yamson kills him off as now Moo moves back in. Tomato.
Tomato's back in
Sight
as well.
device.
He's
He's
got it.
there. Chemical Rage out. Gunner has brought himself back into this game, though. But it's all right. They do back off. A weird team fight here between these two.
Extremely low as well. Buyback-wise, you know, even Primal Beast throwing one in. And that all started when Pango swashed in. He procced the bash on the Lone Druid, not the Enigma.
Oh.
And it's like, maybe if he procced it on the Enigma, the turnaround would have been a little bit quicker for TSM, but still to draw out that fight, I think Nouns, if you look at, he is doing some insane work in these fights.
Oh.
2 3-man avalanches back to back just to give just any form of life. And unfortunately for Yamson, as the game prolongs and items come online for TSM, the ability to not only find, isolate,
Yamson?
but stick on top of her is getting a lot easier.
The Gust not going to land in time. More Wraith Bands being bought, by the way.
Oh, God, wait, what? No, surely not.
Yeah, Ari's buying him now.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I was worried. I thought, you know, Gunner was overdosing on them or something, you know?
I mean, he does have 4.
And that's enough.
It certainly is. There's a double damage rune down in the bot rune spot, but nobody saw it. Now TSM will spot it out. Kasane desperately asking somebody to pick that one up. Roshan in 1 minute.
TSM has to get this Roshan if they're going to try and win this game. If they give Nouns another Roshan, it really will just be walk down the bot, throw your bodies, get the mega creeps. And they understand that. They know Roshan's respawning soon. They need to get some map control.
But they've got 35 seconds for the black hole up. Like, it's
It's not the best smoke. It's more like a repositioning smoke. Get
Right.
yourself on the map, get a ward down, understand the situation, maybe scout Roshan, make sure TSM isn't doing it themselves. And also, they do have Rack's advantage. Top and mid should naturally be pushing in. So if you can get TSM across the river, then when they skip waves, they're skipping it on the Dire side. They're not skipping it right at the Radiant's front door. So no, yeah, Nouns.
more Wraith Bands now. Kasane's, I believe, has one on the way. It's a Wraith Band party, T.
Ain't no party like a Wraith Band party.
And it's everyone's just buying Wraith Bands.
I mean, okay, let's do it. Let's open up the scoreboard. Let's make sure we get the.
Are we back
everyone-
in this meta, are we?
A little bit. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 Wraith Bands right now in this game.
Goodness me. Isn't that kind of sad? Like, Wraith Bands are worth more than, like, big items. Hold on a minute. Well, I'm on. Oh, Gunner, I think he saw him. Theolacour, though, he found a bigger target. He got Kasane with the toss back, but nevertheless, Husky's the one to go down. A 1-for-1 as Husky does buy back. Ari, in the meantime, trying for the BKB TP play is going to be just fine.
Very close.
But Roshan's up.
Roshan's up.
Here's where things get spicy.
30 seconds, no buyback on Disruptor. He doesn't have it due to 22 gold.
Third Roshan of the game, Aghanim's blessing on there.
Gotta take the bounty. There's a bounty right there, TSM, take it.
They have not quite yet. Black Hole up as well for this next team fight. Kasane, he's made the jump in. He's trying to go after Theolacour. They've got one down. That's a decent start for TSM to try and drag out this Roshan play. But it seems like Nouns want to keep going for it. Or do they? Kasane going to be targeted here by Yamsun, but Yamsun does not have the damage output, so he'll back off. They might just have to wait for Thea to be back up. It's literally their only stun to play with apart from the Black Hole. Tomato, though, he's not going to wait around. Exo popped. They'll move in. Gust is there. It does nothing, though. They found the Spirit Bear with the Scythe of Vice, but it is going to be able to walk up from the back.
Oh,
Never mind with the Black Hole.
The bash,
Moves
bash,
there,
bash,
but the bash is there. Brawl cancelled it off this time around. Yamsun, his BKB's popped. He needs to get out. It's worn out already. Drag him back with the glimpse. Yamsun's in the middle of nowhere. And Roshan's even bullying him right now. Nobody leaves him alone. Perfect cancellation from Bryle. And now a full Divine Rapier up for Tomato. Oh, how this game has turned.
Oh, and Whiteman just got the axe. Ooh, that is
Huge.
very huge. Massive. Not only do you have no cares about the Black Hole now because of Brow's positioning, you've got Disruptor with just a casual axe at 37, a Rapier with an Aegis, and a Hex, and a BKB, and an AC, and a Swiftblink. Like, this Tomato is going to rip people to shreds
Theolacour.
if he sees them.
Ori!
So close.
A little bit short. Unfortunate for Ari. We've all been there. Don't you worry about it, sir. TSM, 25k advantage now. There's still a 70% chance, apparently, for Nouns to win this game, by the way, according to Dota Plus, but we'll ignore that for now as TSM.
They know something we don't know about the patch, I guess.
I suppose so. The Wraith Bands. It's all about these damn Wraith Bands, apparently.
Or maybe they think Tomato is going to get... To be fair, Theodocore's been playing such an incredible game. There is a timeline where Tomato gets tossed back into like tier 4 range, and then it's just an uncomfortable reaching engagement, and then suddenly it's like, wait a second, we killed him off, we have Rapier. And now that economy is always dragged back, and that's why you see TSM, even though they feel pretty strong, pretty mighty right now, riding that wave of success, they aren't just going to awkwardly hit tier 3.
Man, oh man.
What a game, to be fair.
A great game again. So much on the line here. TSM one game away from almost guaranteeing themselves a major slot. Nouns still undefeated, fighting for their own chance at the major.
I mean, not only that, but for Nouns, it's like they want to do well in DPC. They want to lock themselves into their first major potentially in however many. I mean, they've never been to a major. They've only been to wildcard qualifiers, right, for TI.
I think you might be right about
I mean,
that.
since DPC's inception, at least. So for them, it's so important. And sure, there's this Dream League invitation down the line, but I don't think they want to be the team that comes third, doesn't go to the major, but still goes to Dream League. It kind of sours the event for them. So I think they want to kind of do it off their own back, off their own pride. So winning this game, winning this series will help, start shifting that momentum.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
No. Mid tier 2 tower, or rather tier 3, excuse me. TSM still looking to set up for this, but they're being very, very hesitant. Respecting the fact that if they feed that Divine Rapier away, well, Nouns are in an excellent position.
Yeah, Tomato's just trying to get his level 25. Question is, will he go for extra regen, or is he going to go for move speed to not get kited?
We'll see. Does get it now.
And he's going to go for option number 2.
Nothing.
Just stats crapper.
All right.
He does go for move speed. Yep.
Okay. That's
I
fine.
was honestly leaning for that just because it's like you're already playing against some Skadi plus hypothermia. It's already a lot of hill mitigation. Like, is 50 going to feel great? Get yourself that move speed. Get yourself in and out.
He's a big boy,
Quite large.
but he runs real fast now.
Can be agile and fat.
Absolutely. the low ground they wait. TSM looking for that perfect moment. Not popping the EXO yet. Kasane, of course, again, you've got to respect the Lacor with these tossbacks. It could completely ruin the game for TSM and all the work they've put in to make this comeback happen.
And don't forget, the Shutter has the Ags from the previous Roshan. Like, we're yet to see it come into effect, but Whitemon, if he hits a clutch static, it can just be over.
Here we go. Stun, charged up. Who have they made the jump in for? They have got the Pango. Bryle, he's been caught out on his own. He is down, and now the Black Hole. They've caught Kasane. The Death Prophet is going to cheese up Kasane. Can he really survive through this?
He
I
can't.
don't think he can. He is down. They've even found Ari on the Primal Beast. Everyone just leaving these guys. Yamson with a triple. Theolacor with the tips again. And Tomato, as soon as he saw Brawl caught by that toss, he's
out.
like, I'm out of here, boys. Sorry.
I mean, Theodore is putting in so much work. Again, I didn't see the initial glimpse of that, but I understand, like, I'm guessing it was either a toss back into some failure. There's no way Browse was casually in the high ground. It needed to be a toss back, layered with the CC of the Lone Druid, and then you kill off Brow. And that's exactly what they needed to do. You either throw in the Alk, you throw in the Pango, you do something to cause disruption, and then you're in a good spot. At this point with the Aegis, of course you don't want to throw in the Alk, so they get the perfect target, the perfect jump, and a buyback force and Primal Beast. A refresher picked up on Tomato. He has so much economy, but now no buyback for 1,000 gold. He is fully committing to this moment. Of course, buyback doesn't feel too great when he has this rapier.
I mean, you can have all the gold you want, but if you're not willing to jump in, it means nothing. And sadly for TSM, like, if they get caught like that and Tomato just backs, 41k of their net worth is gone. It's a very rough affair, as now Yamson's going to find a double damage just waiting for him. Won't pick it up yet. We'll leave it. In fact, Husky goes down. Black Hole being popped. Ari does get caught by that. So it'll be a 1-for-1. Ari does pop his BKB, somehow walking out
Tomato
of there.
tanked
It's Tomato. He's walked in. BKB popped. Refresher out as well. He'll try to make the chase in onto Gunnar. Gunnar on the blown Druid is dropping rather quickly, but he's still a very tanky boy. He's such high armor, but they'll stun him up. They'll take him down. Yamson, though, he's the big target. The Static Storm's caught him. Whitemon, he may have just caught the big one. And he has.
They have the creeps.
Nouns.
The creeps is awkward in the base. Tomato does TP into bot lane though to push it in.
They need a creep wave.
It will buy them at least, maybe 15 or so seconds as they try and escort this wave into bot, but if Theodore, it's Theodore, that's a couple centuries. All right.
The Lacor gonna.
All right, here's the base race. It's a DD Johnny. Girl, start hyping up, man. What are you doing? It's a base race on our hands.
We'll see if the Lacor can do anything. I mean,
Respect the base race.
he's literally going in
He's
for it.
literally doing it.
He's literally doing it as we speak. Tier 4 towers under siege. TSM, they do not care. Keep in mind, Yamson does have buyback. Gunner is only 25 seconds away from respawning. This might be enough time for Nouns to keep defending.
I mean, there's no refresher on this Alchemist. He only has one BKB available.
Here we go.
Is it even available? No, it's on cooldown for 50 seconds.
They're going to force the fight early. There is no refresher, like you said. 50-second cooldown. Tomato, no BKB available. He's just going all in.
Look for the tossback. Theodore has been the MVP of initiation so far.
Moose hanging in there.
He's got the
toss
tossback.
Theo's there. Refresher out. They've caught the Alchemist. Static Storm. It's not doing enough.
Where's the
Theo,
cancel?
Tomato, he's gone. Tomato is gone. The Divine Rapier's on the deck. And Yamson's brought back. Where's the Divine? Who's got it?
Yamson's got...
No, he does. Who got it?
Dire's middle tower is under
Click around, boys. Click around.
Where? Oh, Tomato.
Dire's
Tomato
middle
has it?
tower has fallen.
What? Did he just buy another one? What happened? What am I missing? Well, he died. He had no Aegis. I've missed something here.
Yeah, I don't know, mate. I won't lie.
Alrighty, we'll watch a replay and see what happened, I suppose.
I need a replay, honestly, boss. I honestly thought in the moment, I was like, he dropped his bloody rapier. What happened?
Someone must have picked it up, I suppose. Someone
Yeah.
saved the day.
I mean, if you pick it up, you can't put it back down. I mean, you can put the first one down, actually, but... Oh, well, let's see who picked it up.
Yeah, we'll see.
I need
who
a
picked it
replay.
up. Kasane, mid lane in the meantime, can't get caught, but Gust is there. They've slowed down the DP. He'll use up for a moment, but the Avalanche going to lock him down. Tomato buys back in the meantime. They're going to go for the team fight, but Kasane's already gone. Tomato still jumping in. They found the drow. It could be a tieback. Yamson!
Oh, no.
Oh, Yamson's gone. Gunner. He's going to go for the TP play with the fear. He's going to be all right. The bash was not there. They'll get everything out, but without Yamson, how do you defend?
So unfortunate for Nouns.
Oh,
So rough. I mean, in the moment there, you get the toss back, you get the initiation, you think you're going to get the rapier, you don't get it. Then you walk down mid, just gets, killed
Jump
off
in.
again.
Kasane's there, Mu. He's the target. He's got no black hole for 35. It's so much time to have to buy. As they will go ahead and pulverize that Spirit Bear. They'll take it down. Tomato. Back in onto the tier 4s. No, he wants the mid ranks, but they do pop the extra. They're going all the way as Gunner is targeted. Toss back is not going to be on the target they want. Rolling Thunder is there. Gunner's been caught out. He's still a very tanky bear, but he's completely surrounded. He needs some help right here, right now. He'll back off. In the meantime, Tomato, is he going for the Ancient? Not quite. No, he is. He's going right for the Ancient. He's had enough of this game. Pulverize out. Gunner's gone. The Ancient halfway through its HP pool. Tomato's not giving up. This game has to be over. Black Hole though, Mu is still trying, but it's not enough. TSM, they've won the series 2-0 against Nouns, and they've basically guaranteed their position at the Berlin Major.
Woo! Look at that, what a game. And I have...
They're so excited.
I mean,
they're
look at them so happy. It's like,
Wow.
well,
good on you, boys.
great job.
At least Kasane's smiling.
Can
That's
you at
nice.
least smile? Come on. Wyman's drinking some tea. What is this? Actually, you know what? Maybe they just respect their upcoming opponents.
Right.
So there's, again, to get context, they still need to play, what was it? They need to play Felt and Dogchamp. If they win one of those games, then it's like they're 6-1. You'd expect them to be good, right? Or at least worst case 6-1. But realistically, they should be good. They should be very good. This game here, again, a shaky game. I think TSM, they're going to be looking back at these games. Some of the laning phase choices they made, some of the early game things went a bit weird. Again, maybe I'm a little bit too tired. Didn't really see what happened. The rapier, maybe that could have also been a factor. If what was it? Nouns was able to get that away from them, they could walk down maybe with some rapier. So again, a little bit of a wild game. Not the cleanest of games from TSM, but doesn't really matter at the end of the day. They are able to clean it up, get the win, and take the 2-0.
Yeah, it was a fantastic game nonetheless. We are going to throw to our panel now, see what they had to say about this game number 2.
TSM more or less securing their chances at going to the major. It's looking very, very good for them right now, and they do it off the back of a super convincing series against Nouns. Nouns, they did fight back. They did show us why they're a top 3 team, but for today at least, they weren't able to take down TSM. But guys, about this game, I mean, there was so much interesting stuff to talk about. We had some cool builds coming out. We had some unique hero picks, but what was the most interesting thing for you guys?
You want to go
Me
first?
All right. The most interesting thing for this game for me was probably the fact that Nouns were in the driver's seat for majority of the game, and I felt like they should have won. I don't know how interesting that is, but to me, I really felt like they should have won this game. They had all the tools for the late game. It was only just the Alchemist farming. You had the black hole without the counter for some time to deal with it. It's just that it's the high ground. It always happens to these teams. You always go to the high ground, you think you're strong, and then disaster strikes, you die, and that's like the beginning of the end. I will say that Bryle also with his Basher, in theory, you always talk about the Pangolier using the Swashbuckle with the Basher to cancel a hole. Normally it doesn't happen, but it happened this game, and it was during a really big black hole as well.
That was huge.
There were 2 for me. Basically, the first one was the fights at 16, 17 minutes when they were trying to get this Alchemist to participate on the side of TSM. I feel like it was a bit too early. When you consider the tools that Nouns have, Nouns are just chilling, right? They just want this game to go as far as they can, and TSM wants to hit the timing with this Alchemist, be the strongest that they can, and take their advantage. A couple very wonky fights for TSM where they end up losing 3 heroes, they expend the black hole, they go for a smoke rotation onto the Radiant Triangle, they lose 3 more heroes. There's like, guys, you're literally losing your win condition here. The game's stretching onward. They turned it around. At 26, 27 minutes, they got the 5-slotted Alchemist at that point. I was like, okay, there lies hope. This is still a success for them. And they've got themselves the Pango with the Basher, helping against the Enigma. So many things that can still contribute to TSM. And I thought this game is pretty much over because they pushed too early.
Yeah, and here's what I want to look at, okay? Everybody paying attention. Now, I think the Pangolier, but let's see.
Okay, Rapier's on the ground.
Dead. Is it on the ground?
He lost the rapier the indicator as he was just about to die. So I'm not sure if he traded. You can't trade it off,
No,
right?
you cannot.
And you can't drop it. So it just disappeared while he was still alive. That's what I saw. That's all that I saw.
But, okay, I mean...
That's all we got. I'm also like,
That's all we got.
I'm pretty sure you had to have been able to pick that up. by Bryle.
It
or Whitemon
it
there.
must have been Bryle,
Yeah.
surely. He like rolled over where it should have been,
Yeah.
but I just didn't see it on the ground there. It was really hard to spot either ways, but somehow he kept the rapier, which was absolutely critical as well, because they could get back in and they could finish off this game. But yeah, weird build on this Alchemist. I mean, Phil, what's your opinion on the slide of Vice into rapier on the Alchemist?
I think this is just like evolving as a carry player, like knowing exactly what you need to be able to kill the enemy heroes. And they've noticed in their time they didn't have like the most reliable instant initiation. Like Ari can potentially do it, but it's not really going to be reliable. Gunnar does have like the basher, so he decided that he's just gonna do everything by himself. He's gonna do all the damage. I'm gonna have like the stuns as well. He realized his team was kind of struggling a bit, and I think his itemization was quite beautiful this game to be able to do what his team needed him to do.
MVP for this game, T-Panda?
MVP.
As I literally just said, Tomato had to do everything by himself. But
Tomato, pretty much.
Bryle also did a lot too, because just how much he controlled the Gunner in the fights, I think, was really big. The fact that he
Controlled
canceled
Moo
that
in the fights.
Yeah, controlled Moo, canceling black holes. It's hard to say. They both played out of their mind this game. In fact, I think everyone in TSM had a shaky early game, but had to put it back together.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that, like, for you to be able to do everything as a carry, you need a lot of time. You need the space to come into the game, build those items. You know, if you want to do everything, you're going to have to buy a control item, side of the Vice, your damage item, which is a rapier. Like, these are extremes as well. They're very expensive extremes, even for an alchemist. So you needed Bryle to be playing his absolute pants off, and his pants were across the room by the end of the game. They were so far off because he just owned.
Yeah, and usually you see that from your mid player building those items like the Kunkas bringing up like sheep sticks, for example, because we need that little bit of extra to control the fights. And Alchemist decided that, okay, I'm going in, so I'll probably get someone hexed, so I can also guarantee I get the stun to follow up on it. So smart idea, building around on different ideas and different items and makes it work.
Absolutely. And any shout-outs on the side of Nouns? Anyone who kind of stood out for you at all?
I think everyone on Nouns played a phenomenal early to mid game. I think Gunner's Lone Druid has to be shouted out. Like, he did really well in the laning stage.
Triple gloves.
Transitioned it into, like, not only just farming, but making space, pushing. It's just, unfortunately, like, this team just always seems like whenever they play versus TSM in the late game, they always seem to have their number. It's like you lose one fight in the high ground, it goes back into maybe panic mode, I suppose, a little bit, and then you never see them recover from that.
Yeah, I'll give a shout out to Moo, not only just because he played the Enigma, but the build he went for. The early Aether Lens, he also did the most damage in the team. He did a total of 39k above any of the other cores that they had in their team.
Oh, really?
But the Aether Lens was the one that I really liked because you know there's a lot of zoning tools on the side of TSM, especially item-wise later on. So that kind of allows you to not just get the black hole, but also faster initiations and keep yourself safe at the same time. You don't want to blow up right away. Oh, guys, I died. No black hole for you today. So Aether Lens is a nice and very underrated item pickup.
All right, well, we do now have our interview available, so we get to talk to someone from TSM, and I believe we get to speak to Mr. Coachman Moon Meander. How's it going?
Hey, it's going great. Feels good to win against Nouns, so I think we're pretty much secured now.
Absolutely. I mean, are you celebrating yet, or are you kind of being a bit more tentative about it?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go celebrate. I'm gonna go eat some good food, maybe play some CS:GO, get ready for CS:GO 2 in the summer, chill a little bit.
Sounds like fun. Sounds like fun. Did you have any nerves at all during that second game, or were you kind of confident in your team?
I was a little nervous. Gunnar Lone Druid was like tearing us up. I did theorycraft that he was gonna pick it, but I just didn't think they would do it. But I knew that if the game went past 30 minutes, we will win because they have only a physical damage source, so they will fall off. Their lineup completely will fall off. So I was like, okay, past 30 minutes, this is doable.
Okay, and as you've kind of transformed into a coach as well, following on from the nerves, do you find you have more nerves watching your team as a coach, or did you have more nerves when you were playing?
I would say I get nervous watching them sometimes, but it's different from the nerves you get from playing for sure. Like the nerves you get from playing, it's I would say it's more adrenaline, and for here I'm just like more anxiety than adrenaline because I'm not playing, so I'm not like fueled up. So it's like a new feeling for me. I'm trying to adjust to it.
I see. T-Panda.
Moon, congratulations on your series victory. You've built up a 5-streak victory lead, 5-game series. That's what I wanted to say. 5-game streak going on for you guys. And what I wanted to ask about you: are you happy with the direction the team is going right now?
Yeah, I'm very happy. We're poised to take Tour 2 champions, so that will make us at 700 DPC points. We should put us at least top 4 in the world for points. So it's puts us in a very, very nice spot to qualify for TI through points alone, just because we do so well in the tours.
And also,
yeah.
behind some of that success as well, you've got 2 more series to play, basically. Is there something you guys still want to work on in those 2 specific series, or are you just going to continue on the role, what you've done so far? Your team talked about them performing better online compared to offline. So is there something to it that you want to maybe change a little bit, or how do you see it?
I just want my team to approach the game with a more dead inside approach, where they don't get too emotional. I feel like this game they were a little emotional. Like they see one guy dying, they blow 3 ultimates on him. I'm like, if this is a scrim, they wouldn't do this. And I see Tomato like skilling stun against Mudoda. Elk's like, I want to kill Mudoda, I want to crush him. And I'm like, bruh, against Enigma, you just go QE. It's such a simple lane. You don't skill stun, but he skills stun because he wants to go for the first blood. But now he loses a lane, he dies, and I'm like, I feel like if they were all dead inside, like a bunch of chill people, and just play the game mathematically and chill, we would have crushed them completely. So that was something that I'm always trying to work towards for my team, to keep it nice and chill.
All right, that's great to hear.
All right, well, talking of being dead inside, Phil, you had a question?
Oh, yeah. I was going to basically ask you, used to be the captain of the team. Is there one specific person that you're trying to like give that knowledge to help like be the in-game leader for TSM?
Yes, the person I relegate the in-game calls to, Whitemon and Tomato. They are both great shot callers, and they are my voice in the game. I message them a lot, or I give them a specific task. So I'm like, Whitemon, you're in charge of Roshan and stuff like that. Tomato, you're in charge of late game.
All right. That's it for now.
All right, well, I think I'm all good as well. Meander, thank you so much for coming to talk to us. And yeah, enjoy your 2 remaining series. I'm sure you have a lot of fun with it.
Thank you.
All right, great stuff there from TSM, and Moon Meander, as they're going to be probably heading to the major. Very exciting stuff. Only 2 more series left to go against Felt and Dogchamp. So matchups they should theoretically be very, very favored in. And yeah, I think, you know, a little bit disappointing from Nouns that they had to play with a substitute, and they did bring a lot to that second game, but in the end it wasn't quite enough. Where do you now see TSM, you know, as a major competing team, you know? Do you have more faith than after Season 1, or do you think it's no different?
I mean, I think after the interview, like, we heard everything we need to hear about TSM and, like, how they want to improve. They just need to, like, chill out a little bit. And I think they can prove that on the NA stage, they're the best here, right? But they've had 1 international competition so far. It didn't go away they wanted it to. But I think if they work on their things and kind of, like, be more chill, it could definitely be a contender for sure.
I guess the take you can take from that is it can only go better than last time.
Hopefully. Yeah.
Can't go much worse in a sense. So
Could be the same though.
it could.
So therefore, it's not getting worse. So yeah.
Okay, yeah, great.
Positive remarks.
Let's go for that. Let's take a look at the leaderboard as well and see exactly how things are looking right now, because we're going to be seeing TSM right up with 5-0 after this series. Nouns now drawing with Shopify Rebellion on 4-1. And by the way, they are going to be playing very soon indeed. It's going to be Nouns versus TSM on the 31st. Sorry, Nouns versus Shopify on the 31st. So that's going to be when that extremely crucial game happens, potentially the tiebreaker between these 2 teams. And of course, we have everybody else just sitting somewhere around the bottom, and poor old Wildcard and 5-4 stuff at the very bottom. But from today, that's going to kind of settle things, at least for the top spot. And yeah, it all comes down to Shopify versus Nouns. Now that we've seen them both play against TSM, who do you think looked better? I mean, Shopify did take an extra game, so...
I think you kind of got to give it to TSM here. Obviously, there was
Shopify, you mean?
Shopify. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I feel like they still have everything that they need, all the tools that they kind of need for that series, and putting themselves in that position of we're not dropping that second series. We're not going to give in and drop out from the majors. So it's a very important series for them, and they both know that if that is to determine something, not only just the DPC points, but the points you can still accumulate from the major, that can actually decide are they going TI or not.
I mean, I'm just so disappointed with the fact that, like, Nouns, everything is going so good. This is their year. Then all of a sudden, stand-in, and now they're going to be playing against, Rebellion, which is a team that historically kind of crushes them. And I don't know if they'll use their stand-in there as well, but, like, it would just be a sad way for this season to kind of end for Nouns if they end up just losing the same way they normally do, coming with even more momentum than the other tours.
Yeah, it's like if this happens now and it happens also in the third tour, you're like, we lost 3 series that cost us everything this year.
Yeah.
It's a depressing thought for sure. TSM, though, they, as I said, will likely be qualifying for TI. And I was just going to ask, do you think that kind of takes any pressure off them for this coming major? Or maybe Moonmeander can use it as
the thing
a
is,
tool.
like, it's always nice to be invited to TI. But it feels really bad getting last place at TI as well. So, like, they really have to figure out the whole LAN thing and how they're going to, like, play against teams outside of the region. And they need to do it quickly, too. So, like, this team has so much promise, more than most teams in any other region that could have promise, right? Because this team has done really well. They beat Rebellion. A lot of the players think that Rebellion is the best in the region, but they beat them every single time. And they don't show that same type of squad on LAN. It's only been one major. I don't want to overread it too much, so I'm really hoping this next major is a real stepping stone for them.
But on the flip side, they are the only team alongside Rebellion that do get that international experience. The other NA teams, they're just stuck in the division, playing their scrims, playing their DPCs, but they don't really get that chance to go to the major. And not at least if TSM is now making it twice in a row, that's going to give them a lot of experience towards TI. And that is something that you cannot put like underweight.
For sure. But, you're no longer playing in your region for TI. And also, Nouns do get to go to the ESL event at the very least. So, if they don't make it to the major, that's still to be decided. They still have that series versus Shopify, which is now more important than ever. But yeah, regarding like getting the points for TI, I do just feel like for Kasane and Ari especially, maybe Whitemon to an extent, like the less experienced players on the team. I mean, Whitemon's been playing for ages now in SEA, but there is that mental block, right, where they're like, we need to perform at the major to get the points, and then actually we've already secured this one goal, so we can just focus on practicing on the international stage. I think it will kind of change it a bit. And Moonmeander, as he said, he's all about the mental game now as well as the in-game stuff. That's his all-encompassing role. He's going to use that for sure. He's for sure going to use that to prepare them and try to get in their heads that, this is your practice point. This is where we're just going to smash people and show how good we can be on LAN so that we can do the same thing at TI. So I think it's going to be a huge boost for them. But we can now take a look at our upcoming games on the next day of play and bring up that all-important schedule. And it's going to be 5-rat 4-staff versus Bait to start things off. T-Panda, what's your expectations?
Well, looking forward to it. Bait, they've already done more victories than last tour. Can they go up to 4? And even
Bait
spicier, if they can potentially push through 2 series victories, not just this one, but the last one that they have to play. And if Rebellion were to lose their series, we could see a tiebreaker for DPC points, potentially. Yep. So Bait has a real storyline building here. 5-rat, maybe not so much. They just want to hold on and keep themselves inside Division 1. That is also a heavy storyline. Not as shiny, but...
I mean, wildcard as well, right?
Wildcard versus
both
Dog
those teams are in like the same boat as. Well, they're kind of like 2 broken teams right now. I want to say, like, you have to call it as it is. You've lost 5 now, is it?
Yeah,
0-5.
0-5.
You get a couple more chances to win some games, but you're tilted for sure at that point. So we'll have to see. They're playing opponents that aren't as strong as they did previously, of course. So they do have a chance, but at the end of the day, those teams have looked shaky. But I will say Wildcard has looked a little bit better from the beginning of the tour till now. Or maybe they just level up when they play against the stronger teams.
Yeah, and they have to play against each other as well later on this tour. So,
yeah, that could be very interesting indeed. But maybe one of the teams can grab themselves out of elimination, pull with the nails in. There is a chance. I mean, there is still technically a chance for Bait to make it to a major as well, if certain things go their way. Very unlikely, but it could happen. So any Dendy super fans out there, you can still
you have just vilified half of the chat basically at this point. Like, Bait major, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the good stuff.
Inhale deep, my friends. You'll need it. You'll absolutely need it. But that's going to just about do it for today, TSM. The big winners of the the day. And that's going to just about do it. So thank you so much for joining us for more NA DPC action. Join us in 2 days' time when we'll be jumping in at the deep end once again. But from tonight, it's going to be goodbye and good night.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.